Welcome to the meeting of the afternoon of March 22nd, 2022. Tony, I know we have, I think, a couple folks join remotely, so why don't we go to roll?
Jimenez? Perales? Here. Cohen? Roscoe? Davis? Here. Esparza? Arenas?
Here.
Foley?
Here.
Mahan?
Here.
Jones?
Present.
Licardo?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, please stand if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Father John Pedigo. Is he on remotely, Councilmember?
I believe he should be, yes.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you for joining us, Father John. And Councilmember Perales, why don't you take it away?
Thank you very much. And if he is on, maybe we can promote him. All right, today I'd like to welcome Father John Pedigo to do our invocation. Father John Pedigo is a native of the Bay Area and has been recognized as a leader in social justice causes for over 30 years. Father Pedigo holds a Bachelor's of Music degree from San Francisco State University and a Master of Music from Indiana University, Bloomington. He did his theology studies at St. Patrick's Seminary, Menlo Park, and holds a licentiate, if I'm saying that correctly, Mayor, in sacred theology from the Jesuit School of Theology, Berkeley. He is also a 2012 Rockwood Fellow for Immigrant Leaders in California and Senior Fellow for the American Leadership Forum. Since his ordination of the Diocese of San Jose in 1991, Father Pedigo has been involved with several local social justice causes and interfaith dialogues. Father Pedigo is currently the Director and Advocacy of Community Engagement at Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County, and he also responded to a call at very late notice as we had a challenge for today's invocator. So I want to say thank you very much, Father John, for being responsive and being willing to help us today and share a prayer with us.
He is not on.
He's not on yet. All right.
We just re-emailed him the invitation.
Okay, thank you.
That was a lovely introduction.
Thank you. I guess we can pause and give him a minute. I guess
Okay, sure.
they're trying to load him up.
Oh, it's a recording.
Thank you, Councilmember Perales, for this opportunity to share once again a moment of reflection with the council. Today, my prayer will be from Saint Hildegard of Bingen. Saint Hildegard of Bingen was a writer, mystic, composer, visionary, natural healer, and philosopher in the 12th century. As a mystic, Hildegard had visions that caused her to see humans as divine or living sparks of God's love, coming from God as daylight comes from the sun. She believed sin was anything that destroys the original harmony of creation. And she saw that harmony of God's creation was manifested in radical equity among all humankind, that all persons, regardless of race and gender, were fundamentally equal, which, as you can imagine, in the 11th century and 12th century, it was a position not accepted by many of her contemporaries, nor accepted by many people today. Sadly, we are living in a time of heightened global tensions, a widening economic divide, an accelerated decline in climate stability, and a political environment poisoned by racist populism. It is no wonder that we forget the original harmony of creation, that we are connected to one another, to our planet, the cosmos, and ultimately to God. When we forget these connections or break them because it doesn't meet our convenience, it becomes easier to ignore voices from the margin or dismiss voices from those who disagree with us. To help us recenter ourselves, I offer Hildegard's prayer, De Spiritu Sancto. Holy Spirit, making life alive, moving in all things, root of all created being, cleansing the cosmos of every impurity, effacing guilt, anointing wounds. You are lustrous and praiseworthy life. You awaken and reawaken everything that is. Amen. I want to thank the council for this opportunity to share this prayer. Thank you. Have a good meeting. Bye.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you, Father John. All right, we're on to ceremonial items. I think Councilmember Foley is going to do this one from the dais. That is to proclaim March 25th as Greek Independence Day, because we've got a flag rising coming up, and we'll do a more formal presentation then. Is that right, Councilmember?
That's pretty much it.
Okay, so proclaim away.
Okay. For the past 2 years, we've been unable to celebrate Greek Independence Day in person. Today, we proclaim March 25th, 2022, Greek Independence Day, and I invite everyone to our Greek flag raising ceremony this Friday at San José City Hall. The event begins promptly at 4 o'clock. For those who do not know, last year was the 200th anniversary of Greek Independence Day from the Ottoman Empire. We will be joined by several distinguished dignitaries of the Bay Area Greek community. I'd like to thank the Vice Mayor for his willingness to attend the ceremony and provide the proclamation at this event. I'd also like to add that we pray for the people of Ukraine and that they are able to preserve their independence too. Hopefully I'll be able to see you there. And as the Greeks like to say, Opa!
All right, well done. It's a good restaurant, too. Oh, yeah. All right, Councilmember Prowse, we're going to proclaim Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month.
All right, we have a couple guests coming down. Oh, yeah, come on over. I'll welcome all our guests in a moment. All right. And our mayor. All right, today it is my pleasure to recognize the month of March as Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month. The Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Therapeutics Program provides services to residents with varying levels of need and support. They offer adapted sports, which include power soccer focused on individuals with disabilities, such as cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, and many others. They also offer wheelchair basketball, which is an inclusion wheelchair sport program for all abilities, where participants learn new techniques, skills, and practice drills and compete at a high level and play several games. The therapeutics program continues to create social programs focused on supporting participants in being in a social environment while supporting their physical development. I'd like to thank our PRNS Therapeutics Program staff for their continued dedication and support of our community. And before I welcome everybody today, I'm going to give a special recognition to where you see up on the screen, I believe. Yes. So that is my aunt, Sharon Sachet, my mother's older sister, born May 6th in 1954, born with cerebral palsy. And she has lived her entire life, both serving a career, working for the U.S. Geological Survey, then retiring, and up until later last year, where she got injured, and she's now in a recovery home. She was living independently on her own in Redwood City, where she's lived her entire life. So I have grown up with my aunt and been able to experience what it's like for an individual living with cerebral palsy, and more importantly, have been able to learn about how challenging her life was growing up. And unfortunately, and it is a bit sensitive, but unfortunately, when she was born, my grandmother was given the advice to give her up. because they said that she would remain in a vegetative state her entire life and would basically just be a challenge for my grandparents to raise, that she would never be independent. And ultimately, fortunately, my grandmother did not heed that advice. And back then, there were little to no services for those struggling with disabilities. Much different than what we see today with a proud Parks and Recreation Therapeutic Services Department that we have here. There was very, very little for my grandmother to be able to offer to my aunt. But through all of the effort and energy, again, my aunt was able to go on not only to live a very successful life, have a career, and live independently. She's a loving aunt, as you can see. This was the first Christmas of COVID. And then this is how my aunt gets around. And so she actually has her license through the DMV, and this is a registered vehicle. And if you lived in Redwood City, you know who this woman is. Every new cop in Redwood City would pull her over because they're wondering, how is this person driving a golf cart down the street? But it was her goal to get her license and be independent, and was able to do so here. And so it was always exciting to me as a kid because we'd go out for drives with her in the golf cart. But it's a pleasure of mine to be able to, and this was the first year that I came across the Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month. And as soon as I saw it, actually on Chris Faria's page, as soon as I saw it, I said, we're gonna give some honor and recognition. And so it comes from a very personal place for me as well. And I'd like to now welcome who we have here with us. And first off is Chris Faria, participant coach, rec leader, friend of mine, someone that I've had now an opportunity to be able to engage with, and as well be able to see him in action, leading therapeutic sports and recovery for our community here. So welcome, Chris. And Chris will be providing a few comments in a moment. We have Ryan Conley, one of our participants of Power and Soccer. And I've had an opportunity to be able to play actually with Ryan in the wheelchair soccer. Anybody can play. You can sit down in the wheelchair, and I'll tell you, it's very, very power soccer is very, very challenging. Ryan is and Chris are both pros, and so certainly take it from them. John, I know your father wasn't able to make it, but John Conley has been a tremendous volunteer and participant here in our programs, and it wouldn't be possible without support from individuals like that. So thank you to your father's one. I know he's watching. We have Lena Tran, who is a certified therapeutic recreational specialist from PRNS. Liz Bess, a recreational therapist as well. Maria De Leon, who is our deputy director with PRNS. And Jeremy Schaffner, where's Jeremy? Jeremy Schaffner right here, our superintendent, and John Cicerelli, our director. And so I want to say thank you so much. And it is my honor, along with the mayor, to present Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month. And Chris is going to say a few words.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yep. Okay, so thank you to Councilmember Perales. Thank you to the rest of the council for recognizing our department, our therapeutic services department. When I think about our services, I think of, 3 Ps. I think of perseverance, passion, and people. The programs that are offered allow individuals with disabilities like myself or Ryan to persevere through obstacles that we face on a daily basis and show that it's worth it to still be an active member of our community. When I think of the passion part, the programs that allow us to participate allow us to demonstrate our passion for life and also demonstrate our abilities and strive for success by playing sports like power soccer and wheelchair basketball, like what was mentioned. But the most important thing I think about is that phrase, people. The programs allow us to spend time with people with disabilities like ourselves and foster new relationships along the way and make new connections as we strive for success. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Chris. Very well said.
All right, so Chris told me that you can catch the steamrollers at Bascom Community Center. And games this Saturday. They've been playing Sacramento, LA, and Berkeley, yeah. And most importantly, you beat LA, right? All right, we beat LA. That's important. Go Steamrollers. And please join me at the podium. We are going to recognize and proclaim April 1st as the Syrian New Year.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be joined momentarily by members of our local Assyrian community. Come on down. Welcome. For 3 centuries, Assyrians have reached for the blessings of freedom and opportunity in the United States. And the nearly 300,000 Assyrian Americans who have made the United States their home have greatly enriched our nation through their leadership in business, agriculture, academia, government, science, and the arts. Assyrians are one of the oldest civilizations known to humankind, spanning nearly 7 millennia, and trace their origins to the cradle of civilization, Mesopotamia, Bet Nahrain, located in parts of present-day Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey. Assyria was named after its original capital, the ancient city of Assur, which dates to circa 4750 BC. The Assyrians and Babylonians of the Mesopotamia were the first to observe the changes of months and seasons and created the calendar based on the movement of the sun and moon, and celebrated the lunisolar calendar with observance of spring equinox as the Assyrian New Year. This 12-day celebration is a symbol of rebirth, of life, hope, and order. The city of San Jose embraces the broad cultural diversity of its residents and celebrates in their traditions and festivities, which provide the entire community an opportunity to understand various cultures. We have a large and vibrant population that observes the Assyrian New Year on the spring equinox, which was on March 20th. And today we are proclaiming March 20th, 2022 as Assyrian New Year. The host of festivities that will take place throughout the 12 days of Assyrian New Year will provide an opportunity for all in San Jose to experience the richness of Assyrian culture and foster an appreciation for its traditions. Our District 10 office is partnering with the Assyrian community to host a flag-raising ceremony here at City Hall on Saturday, April 1st, and would love to invite all of you to join us. This year's events are being organized by a growing number of Assyrian organizations, including, but not limited to, Assyrian churches of the Bay Area, including Assyrian Church of the East, Mar Yasip Parish in Willow Glen, St. Mary Assyrian Chaldean Catholic Church in Campbell, Assyrian Evangelical Church of San Jose, which is just outside District 10 in the Cambrian area, Bet Il Assyrian Church in Willow Glen, Assyrian Chaldean of San Jose, St. Francis Cabrini in Cambrian Park, Assyrian Universal Alliance, Santa Clara County Chapter in Campbell, and Assyrian American Association of San Jose in Willow Glen. Thank you all for coming together to help us celebrate this year. And accepting this proclamation today is Rochelle Yusefian from the Assyrian American Association of San Jose. Come on up, Rochelle. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Council Member Matt Mahan. Also, the Mayor Sam Liccardo and the Chamber of the Councils. And all attendees, it is an honor once again for us to be here in the city of San Jose as an active community of San Jose. Assyrians contribute in many levels and many different job categories as small businesses, as entrepreneurs, as corporate employees to the city of San Jose. And I am greatly honored today to be here and accepting this proclamation with my brethren from the Assyrian Universal Alliance, Secretary General Mr. Carlo Ganje, and from Assyrian Evangelical Church, Father Latimer Al-Khosei, member of the Board of Advisors of the Assyrian American Association, Mr. Alphonse Odishu, and our treasurer, Mrs. Ninve Oxer, and myself. And we welcome you. We hope that you can join us on Friday, April 1st, for the Assyrian flag raising ceremony. We will have some celebration, and hopefully it will be a joyous day. Council, it's okay. Councilman, well, you did fantastic on giving all the information about the new year, and that leaves little room for me to say anything other than it was interesting. In the prayer today, there was a talk about harmony in nature. And Assyrian New Year celebration is, as a matter of fact, as a doctrine of the ancient religion of the Assyrians, harmony in nature, it had a very important role in it. The whole doctrine of this theology was, ideology was based on the harmony in nature, where there is chaos and there is order. And after each order comes a chaos, and after each chaos comes an order, and that's where the rebirth of the nature is representing the order in the nature. So today, with all the chaos that is happening, that is taking place in the world, the atrocities committed against innocent people in Ukraine, it's devastating everyone's lives, morale, and thoughts. And our thoughts and prayers are with all the people of Ukraine. And at the same time, we have a large community of Assyrian Ukrainians that are affected by this. So while we are celebrating the Assyrian New Year, our heart goes out to them. They are in our thoughts, they are in our prayers. As a community, small community, we are also trying to put together efforts in helping them. May life comes back to order, and the suffering of people in the hands of all those who commit atrocities against them, the acts of violence stops. Thank you very much again for presenting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you so much. All right, so on the scheduled agenda, we'll go to orders of the day. Does anyone in the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Sorry, I'm not up on Zoom yet. I don't see any hands here. Tony, are you able to see anyone?
No hands.
Okay. If there are no changes, then we'll just move ahead. Closed session report, Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session. We have a potential settlement in one case that'll come to open session. Thank you.
Thank you. On the consent calendar, are there any items that the council would like to pull from consent? I'm not seeing any here. And Tony, do you see anyone?
No hands.
Okay, let's
Move approval of
go to
consent.
Second.
the motion for approval from Councilmember Prohl, second from Councilmember Foley. Let's go to the public.
Okay, I have no hands up for the public.
Wow. Okay. Let's vote.
Corrales,
Here. I'm sorry, yes. Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Frost, Roscoe? Davis?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
We should celebrate Assyrian New Year every week. All right, we're on to the report of the city manager. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you. Today I want to talk a little bit about our Happy Hollow Park and Zoo Picnic Basket Cafe. As you know, Happy Hollow is an accredited zoo as part of the Association of Zoos and Aquariums and is home to approximately 140 animals representing 55 species. With nearly 500,000 visitors per year, its mission is to connect people to nature through play. The Picnic Basket, Happy Hollow Park and Zoo's quality, quick-serve, conservation-based cafe, was awarded a 3-star Green Restaurant certification from the Green Restaurant Association. The Green Restaurant Association is a nonprofit organization that measures the environmental sustainability of restaurants and certifies them as green. The Picnic Basket's high point earning categories were in the areas of waste and energy for their comprehensive recycling and composting practices, and commitment to polystyrene-free packaging, and for their energy-efficient radiant cooling and heating system and insulating green roof. The Picnic Basket is proud of their 3-star level green restaurant certification, and they are already looking ahead to implementing more sustainable actions with the goal of achieving 4 stars, the highest level of certification. This Green Restaurant Award is an example of how Happy Hollow Park and Zoo continues to put conservation and sustainability at the heart of all its programs and operations. I'd like to recognize the Picnic Basket for earning this meaningful award and for their ongoing commitment to environmental sustainability. Congratulations to the entire Picnic Basket team, and in particular, Tony Daly, Food and Beverage Services Supervisor, Joe Vaccaro, and Cecily Carrillo, Food Service Coordinators, and their food is really good. I encourage everybody to eat there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any questions from my colleagues? All right, seeing no hands, we'll go on to item 3.3, which is options for campaign finance regulations related to public financing, foreign influence in elections, and other limits on corporations and other entities. I don't see this is Mark for presentation. Mark, did you have any items, anything you'd like to say at the outset?
We don't have a presentation prepared today. If the council recalls at the meeting in November, when
Yeah.
this was first discussed, I gave a presentation then. At the time, and the clerk may be able to clarify, the council discussed the item and then deferred it for 90 days. We're a little bit past it, but this is returning for further council discussion. And I'm available if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Now, I know there's a memorandum from my colleagues. Should we go to public comment first?
Sure.
Okay.
Samina Usman?
Hello, my name is Amina Usman. I am the Senior Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations, and I wanted to speak in support of this item. We're actually in support of a bill. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes. Yes, we can hear you. And now we've lost you because you're not responding.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so Samina, I'm going to remove your permission to talk. Put your hand back up. We'll try again. We did hear you at first, and then after you asked the question, we lost your audio. Jaria Yaug?
Hello, my name is Jariah Haug. Good afternoon to Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and City Council members. Again, I'm Jariah, and I'm a field representative for Assemblymember Alex Lee's office. Assemblymember Lee represents North San Jose and Alviso in the State Assembly. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Assemblymember to indicate support of the memorandum in front of you today. Thank you to Council members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez for bringing this forward, and thank you to city staff for your work on this as well. Stopping foreign influence from exerting influence in our elections is crucial to protecting the integrity of our democratic self-government. At the state level, Assemblymember Lee has also brought a similar proposal to the Assembly with AB 1819, the Stop Foreign Influence in California Elections Act. By passing this memorandum and banning foreign influence corporations from spending on local elections, San Jose, as the third largest city in the state and the 10th largest city in this country, sends a strong message. Thank you, and we urge a yes vote.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. Hopefully Samina Usman, she can come back and give her public comment for this item. For myself, I'm a bit, we're in a difficult time, and you've been working on these things for a while now. A hearty good effort to yourselves in the efforts of what can be a different form of our election process and how it can not be so much have foreign influences. But as we do this work, I hope we can be really aware of the importance that we need to acknowledge and try to look for and work towards these same sort of practices abroad. When you see the US creating these sort of influences in elections across the world, what is our reply? What do we say at that time? I think this is a two-way street. This is a learning process for all of us we're in right now, and we have to make those efforts. If we're going to limit things in this country, we have to look what we're doing abroad and ask to limit that too, and be very questionable of it. Thanks for your time, and just a few thoughts on how to better consider these sort of items. Thank you.
Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, good afternoon. Jeffrey Buchanan here on behalf of Working Partnerships USA and the Silicon Valley Rising Coalition. Would encourage you to support the memorandum from Council Members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez. I think you've seen, hopefully, from the hundreds of emails that have come from the community, letters from leading experts like Ellen Weintraub of the Federal Elections Commission, Dr. Constitutional Lawyer Lawrence Tribe, others, why this is so important. But I think just looking at the context of the city of San Jose in our last election cycle, we saw over $500,000 come into our elections from companies like Lyft, like the Essex Properties, like the California Apartment Association, which, its largest donors happen to be foreign influence corporations, companies like Republic Services, Boston Properties, where not only do these companies, obviously exert a lot of influence in our politics through spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, but have significant foreign ownership. In fact, many of these companies have significant ownership by sovereign wealth funds, so extensions of foreign governments that hold 1, 2, or more percentage of ownership of the stock of some of these companies. And so it's hard to debate that our current campaign finance system isn't creating a loophole that's allowing for foreign influence in our elections. And I encourage the council to act swiftly to try to support the memo before you and to implement this in this election, where we're already likely to see lots and lots of dollars spent, including potentially from these kinds.
Brian Pors.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Pors, and I'm a local Union 393 plumber by trade and was born and raised here in San Jose. I'm here in support of the memo from Council Members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez. This proposal, it addresses a number of important campaign finance reforms that currently present several conflicts of interest in our local politics. For example, corruption in local election contributions and stopping foreign corporate campaign spending are both major issues. We must be sure that our local voices are heard and be sure that our local elections are decided by the communities who are going to live with those results. Not allow the foreign corporate power to influence our elections more than our own local San Jose constituents. This initiative will ensure that our local leaders are responsive to our local folks that are here. I hope that the City Council prioritizes this memo and addresses the threats of foreign interference and corporate influence on our local politics here. Thank you very much for the time.
Ron Fine.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm the legal director of Free Speech for People, a national nonpartisan nonprofit organization, and we've helped develop legislation to limit corporate political spending by foreign influence corporations around the country. We helped develop a law passed by the city of Seattle, Washington in 2020, a bill that passed the New York State Senate earlier this year, and legislation that's been introduced into the U.S. House of Representatives and into several state legislatures, including, as mentioned earlier, California. I submitted extensive written testimony, which I'm not going to repeat, but discussed the constitutionality of the legislation, why the particular thresholds of 1% and 5%, the mechanics of implementation. I also attached a written testimony that was prepared by Professor John Coates at Harvard Law School, who's a former general counsel of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. He's a leading national expert on corporate law and governance, and he submitted that testimony in support of the Seattle legislation, to which this would be very similar. I'm also authorized to convey that Professor Adam Winkler at UCLA Law School endorses this type of policy. I would be happy to answer any questions about the mechanics or implementation or constitutionality or anything else afterwards, but in the meantime, I just want to express our full-hearted endorsement of this policy and thank you for moving it forward.
Araceli Rueda.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli Rueda. I'm calling on behalf of SCIU USWW. I'm a political organizer, and I am calling to express my support for the memo from council members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez, which gives direction to limiting campaign contributions from foreign influence corporations. An excellent model of this initiative exists in Seattle, Washington. In 2020, the Clean Campaigns Act was signed into law to curb corruption in election contributions. The Seattle Ordinance Cities, the SEC threshold, and corporate governance experts define a foreign influence corporation as having a single foreign owner holding 1% or more of shares, or multiple foreign owners holding a cumulative 5% or more. These percentages indicate threshold for corporate influence and decision-making. Thank you.
Samina Usman.
Yes, I'm back again. Apologies about before. So again, my name is Samina Usman. I'm the Senior Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations, and I wanted to speak in strong support of this item. I'm really happy to see that this has come up also on the local level. We've been supportive of this item that has been introduced by Assemblymember Alex Lee, that is AB 1819. And we also hope that this will get passed federally. As people have mentioned before, this has been passed in local jurisdictions because we recognize the influence of foreign entities on even local politics as well. We saw this in a massive way on the statewide ballot initiative Prop 22, where you have entities like Uber, who has significant ownership by foreign entities, and how that negatively impacted millions of Californians today. Let's not make the same mistake with this with the city of San Jose. Let's make sure that our voters, that our vote remains powerful, and that we don't have foreign entities influencing the power of our local bodies. And so we urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Roma Dawson.
I'm Roma Dawson, a resident of District 1, speaking as an individual today and not representing any group. First of all, I want to say Happy Nowruz to the many cultures within San Jose that celebrate this time of the year as a new beginning. And it seems appropriate to look at a new campaign finance ordinance at this time of year. I really want to commend council members Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez for writing the initial memo last year and showing great political courage. I thank Council Member Arenas for joining in today, and I urge those of you left on City Council to adopt this ordinance today. For me, it really comes down to restoring faith in government. I'm listening to the Senate, to the confirmation hearings for the Supreme Court, fascinating discussions about money and politics. This doesn't cure everything, but it's one small step. You can stand in front of your constituents, look them in the eye and say, I did everything legally possible to keep foreign influenced money from diluting your voice and making you, the citizen voter of San Jose, the most important person. Thank you.
Andrea Pena.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, you're very quiet. If you could speak up, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrea Pena. I'm from Silicon Valley Rising in San Jose. I'm calling to express my support for the memo from council members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez, which recommends that council move forward with writing an ordinance to ban foreign influence corporations from contributing to campaigns as well as independent expenditures. As you all know, the Supreme Court's 2010 ruling in Citizens United created this massive loophole for US corporations with foreign influence to donate with virtually no limits. So San Jose should really consider joining local jurisdictions like Seattle that have taken the initiative to prevent foreign investments in local races. We really need to ensure that local elections are decided by the communities that will feel the implications of decisions by their elected representatives. So again, I urge City Council to approve the memo by Council members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez, and that they prioritize the process to draft an ordinance addressing foreign influence in our local elections. Thank you for your time.
Brian Darby.
Hello, Brian Darby. I'm representing myself, and my email address is on there too. I really respect the fact that I read this last night and I was like, wow, I wish we could put this on a national level. I wish this would be a start of something. There's just too much money, and money is the only thing that matters. That is definitely a fact. I hate to say this, and I used to believe different, but it's way at the top of the list. Maybe about 1,000 people down, 1,000 friends down. Maybe people come into it. Maybe, and that's a big maybe. But money influences every single thing we do in politics. Every single thing we do, and it shouldn't be that way. And I think we all know that. Our leadership at Washington absolutely will not change this, period. That's not going to happen. And the Supreme Court gave corporations souls, which is an indignity and truly an insult to human beings. It truly is an insult. All those people on the Supreme Court that voted for that should resign or be impeached. And I have read the decision there. It was a terrible decision. So I thank the council people for putting this forward. I'm usually not this aggressive, but it's just very upsetting to see money influence over people. And it almost always does, almost always. About 98% of the time, almost always. Money and power. People not only have their voice diluted, it's not even heard. And that should offend everybody, especially when you look at what the Ukrainians are fighting for now. That should really wake us up. Thank you.
Edmundo, UA Local 393.
Good afternoon. My name is Edmundo Escarcega. I'm a 50-year resident of San Jose, and I'm a representative of the Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 393, with over 3,000 members. I'm in support of the memo from Council members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez that gets direction on limiting campaign contributions from corporations with foreign influence. We live in an era with rampant voter suppression that threatens our political voice, and we need our elections to be decided by the communities that'll live with the implications of the decisions of our elected representatives. Taking this step to adopt this ordinance will give people and communities equal representation when electing their representatives and ensure that we all have a fair voice. Thank you.
Jill Borders.
Hi, thank you, Jill Borders. Of course, I am in support of any campaign finance reform that we can do on a local level, on a state level, federal level, etc. Of course. So I'm in support of that. But what I want to briefly mention is that I am of the opinion and have come to believe that even if we have all of these wonderful campaign finance regulations and reforms in our country where private property is enshrined in our Constitution as being a right that supersedes many other rights, I would argue that it's really who owns the land that is the most influential, in my opinion, that I have seen here in San Jose. And so who owns the land in our city? There is a lot of foreign ownership of land, and there are a lot of people that I know who directly write their rent checks to those people that are living in other countries. So I just want to make a little side note bookmark here, which is to say that I personally can say that I lost out on 3 mobile home purchases. I'll never own land here in San Jose, the land underneath the mobile home, but we lost out on 3 opportunities because all 3 of them were being purchased with cash from a foreign buyer. And so just when you start to think about campaign contributions, the bottom line is who owns the land, who owns the property, even mobile homes where they don't own the land underneath, whoever you're writing your rent check to, if it is a foreign entity, in my opinion, we've not done our due diligence to protect the people that live within this city, who work here, who live here, who volunteer here, who raise their children here. When are we going to start paying attention to the foreign influence that is sort of degrading, the lives of those who actually live within the city limits? Thank you.
Forrest Peterson.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Forrest Peterson. I'm speaking here as a rank and file member of SCIU. The topic of foreign monies in the political system is something that, from my background in heavy construction, I've seen. One of the classic examples that's used in the classroom is one of the large multinational corporations was in South America, and they did an infrastructure of water distribution. And when they were done, they had made it illegal to catch rainwater. It wasn't a wealthy nation, but you can imagine rainwater's free. You put a bucket outside and it rains and you have water. That was illegal. So this multinational corporation had influenced the local political system to pass this law that made it illegal for the citizens of that region to catch rainwater so that the corporation could maximize their profits. Now, I don't think the public policymakers of this region would fall for something like that and make it illegal for me to catch rainwater, but there are sophisticated multinational corporations, and I can only imagine the type of influence that could be exerted with the money in Silicon Valley. So I, as a rank and file member of a labor union that supports, democracy and living wages and high road occupations, I wouldn't want to see any of that undercut by a foreign international, corporation coming in and saying that they want to, play the rules so they can maximize their profit. Thank you.
Hector Moreno.
Oh, sorry about that. Hello, my name is Hector Moreno. You're a lifelong resident of San Jose for 52 years. Also a business agent for UFCW Local 5. I'm calling to express my support for the memo from council members Cohen, Arenas, Foley, and Jimenez, which proposes a number of important campaign finance reforms addressing conflicts of interest, public financing of campaigns, and mostly giving direction on limiting campaign contributions from foreign influence corporations. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Alex Shore.
Hey, good afternoon, council members and Mayor Liccardo.
Alex, here speaking today personally, not on behalf of any commission which I sit or organization which I represent. Just want to thank the council so much for taking up these measures. Public trust in our electoral system is so important, and it's really great to see these. I was particularly excited to see in the supplemental memorandum as part of the packet discussion of redesigning and maintaining the website, making the information and data more transparent and easier to navigate. Another excellent measure that you all are looking at in terms of making folks in our community and residents of our city more confident in their government and in the electoral process. So thank you so much for taking up these measures.
Michael Sozin.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Michael Sozan. I am a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, which is a think tank, nonpartisan think tank based in Washington, D.C. My democracy reform work at CAP has involved deep research in the area of preventing political spending by foreign influenced U.S. corporations. I'm here to speak in support of the council members' memorandum. I also submitted testimony in this proceeding, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. After reviewing the memorandum, I conclude that the recommended ordinance would provide an important tool to protect San Jose's elections and ballot initiatives from foreign influence, and to reduce the outsized role that corporate money can play in the results of elections and ballot initiatives. This is a common sense recommended ordinance that would strengthen the right of San Jose's residents to determine the political and economic future of their city. It would build public trust, and it would help ensure that lawmakers are accountable to voters instead of foreign influence corporations. This recommended ordinance is particularly important given that foreign investors now own approximately 40% of US corporate equity compared to just 4% in 1986. As the former CEO of ExxonMobil once said, "I am not a US company and I don't make decisions based on what is good for the US," which is a pretty stunning admission. So we believe this ordinance is constitutional, uses carefully tailored foreign ownership thresholds, and can be implemented in a practical way to put guardrails on spending by foreign influenced US corporations. It would also follow Seattle, Washington, other bills around the country that are pending, and even some bills pending in the US Congress filed by Senator Elizabeth Warren and by democracy champion Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland. Thank you very much.
Okay, back to council.
Thank you. All right, let's go to council. Councilmember Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions that are not specifically related to this memo, but just about the previous items. So we had multiple items on the agenda. The others are still listed there about public financing and other things. These are coming back at a future meeting. Is that what's happening in the public financing discussion?
Well, I think the purpose of this meeting was to get some direction. And I believe there was a motion on the table, and then the item was deferred for 30 days. I'd have to defer to the clerk as to what where we left off in November.
Okay.
We were coming back to say what we could do with the current staffing and current software. And I can tell you, like, the software issue, we don't have anything to automatic. Some of the items involved uploading to the website. I checked with the city manager's office web team, and we don't have the ability to have candidates and organizations upload their materials directly to the website. It does require people in our staff to upload them. So the report back on that is we don't have the staffing or the software to do things quickly and automatically, but you guys can add the staffing to do it all.
So that was on the disclosure piece of it. There was a disclosure piece. There was an expanded window for campaign fundraising, right, before earlier date, later finish, I think was one of the things. We passed that though at the time, right? Is that one being implemented for next cycle of elections?
I don't believe there was actually a vote on that
Oh.
matter. So I think it was just the motion was made and then the
Yeah.
decision was to defer for 90 days.
Would it help, Tony, if you had some time to take a look at the minutes just to?
Yeah, I was a bit
sort of-
confused
Yeah,
because
we
I didn't
did-
see a new memo to say what
We
was.
didn't pass anything at that time. It was to come back.
But we
Okay.
gave direction to come back. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And the direction was to bring back all of these items,
And to see what could be implemented with what we have.
but we needed to have some input, I think, to be able to do that on some of them. And that, okay, so I guess I'm not sure we have the information we need on some of them to actually take action. And I think one of the things we actually asked about at the last meeting was the direction was on the campaign, on the public financing piece, was that there would be a looking at various models and a recommendation from staff about what model might be most applicable in our city to try. And I don't see that anywhere. Was that?
I see an
Anyone else
analysis.
recall that?
I see there's an analysis, but not a recommendation.
There is an analysis in here?
And the city attorney.
That was the
memorandum?
original analysis, right?
Oh, is that the original one?
There wasn't a
Forgive me.
new analysis done
I
since
see.
the last meeting. So nothing in here there's no new memo, right? These are all the original memos from the first meeting, I think. So-
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, there's no new memo from me.
okay. So, so I'm not sure, as far, on the items other than the one that in which we have the new memo, which was the foreign influence, which I knew had been deferred specifically, so we wrote that one. It's not clear that we yet have the information we need to do the next step of the rest of them, but I'm not prepared for this to be the last discussion on those items. I mean, I guess I can make a
Yeah,
motion to bring it back at another date with some. more
Yeah, I mean,
information.
that may be appropriate, and perhaps we can be more specific about exactly
What we need.
What information, certainly you mentioned a recommendation, that would be helpful, yes.
Okay. All right, so well, I'll try to formulate all that into something. I hadn't even really considered that was going to be part of the motion today. I will address specifically the memo that that all the commenters called in about, which is the memo on foreign influence of campaign spending. And I want to thank all the people who called in and talked about it. And we heard from a couple of national leaders on this issue as well, who are part of some very groups that I respect a lot that are working hard. And I want to thank them for being here. And they've made themselves available in case some questions come up as well on some of these issues. But I do want to just talk about a couple of things. I think people don't hear about this a lot, but it's not a new idea. It's being discussed in states like New York, Massachusetts, Maine, Minnesota, Maryland right now. There's even a bill that's been introduced just recently in California. It's been implemented in other cities. We're modeling this one on one that's in Seattle. So this is this is not something that we've just sort of come up with here in San Jose. And I know one of the big questions has been what are the numbers? Where the numbers 1% and 5% come from? So I want to just address that a little bit. And the numbers are not arbitrary. The 1% number matches with the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission number that requires that a shareholder must own at least 1% of company stock in order to make proposals to the board. And while 1% seems like a small number, it's actually a very large number when it comes to investment. In order to own 1% of a publicly traded company, we're talking about tens to hundreds of millions of dollars of stock ownership. The average S&P 500 company, 1% of the stock is $864 million. So to own 1% of a company is not something that happens because of small investors. It's a major investment to have 1% for a single investor. The 5% is an aggregate number that 5% of the total stock would be owned by foreign investors. 1% would be for a single shareholder would have to own that much of a company in order for it to be considered foreign influence. So I just wanted to address that because I think people hear the number 1% and think we're talking about, individual people around the world who might own some stock and company, and that's not what we're talking about. So I guess I'll just make the motion and then, let people have questions, we can try to address them. First, I'm going to move the memo from that was Councilmember Jimenez, Arenas, Foley, and myself, if I recall correctly. And then I guess I want to make a motion on the other items, include in the motion the other items that we wanted to bring back for further discussion. And this is from memory because I don't have in front of me all the actions from last time. To bring back to council the wider, a proposal for the wider dates that we agreed on for fundraising, an analysis of the disclosure improvements that from staff about what it would take to improve our disclosure of donors and and there were some changes of what was written, the 3 top donors being listed on campaign independent expenditure materials, and then further analysis of which model of campaign finance might be one that we could pilot and how we could pilot it going in the city for future elections. I think that's the entire motion. Those are all the items, if I remember.
Second. Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. Tony, just to be clear for all of us who are trying to keep track, do you want to just recite that one more time so we're just clear about what's moving forward? And
Yes, I have direct staff to return to council with a draft ordinance requiring corporations certify they are not foreign influenced. So the memo that was released on March 18th. And then I have basically item 2 from the Jimenez memos that was submitted in November, which is return to council with a model for public campaign financing program administered by the board of the BFCPP. It includes consider the reimbursement model used in Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, receive a certain number of small donations from San Jose residents, or require eligible candidates receive a certain number of small donations from San Jose residents. So that is all item 2 from the original Jimenez memo.
okay.
I didn't read it all. I could keep going.
Okay.
Agree to accept no loans from third parties, agree to loan or donate no more than 5,000 of their own funds to their campaign, be opposed in their race by a candidate who has met the criteria for public financing. I can also share the screen. That's probably
That'd be great.
better for
Let's
you.
do that. Even
Why
better.
would I be reading all of this?
Sorry.
There was what I meant by not all of it. I think there was also the item on extending campaign contribution period, which is number 3 on that original memo.
Yes,
but we had
that's here.
changed. I do recall, I think that we had, through discussion, changed the motion that we had, or at least the
I
proposal
actually
was
pulled up the
different than
minute-
what was in the memo.
I
That's
did pull
why.
up the minutes, and this
Okay.
is directly from what I've got on the
Oh,
screen
okay.
right now is directly from that.
Okay, if you could post that, because it's not actually attached to the agenda, so, okay.
Let's see if I can zoom in more. So it's almost exactly the item 2 and 3 from the original memo that is attached.
And this is a direction to the city clerk or to the city attorney, or probably be clear about who's doing the work.
Yeah, I think that was the issue. I think that we weren't clear on who was doing what.
So Councilmember Cohen, do you want to weigh in on this? And perhaps this is a iterative
I mean,
effort?
this looks similar to what was in the November memo that we had submitted, but I mean, and maybe I'm remembering wrong because it was months ago, but
yeah,
I seem to remember that number 3, we had a discussion. I remember even input from Councilmember Davis saying, what about making the date earlier for starting fundraising? And we kind of agreed as a group. And there were things in there that I thought that we had changed of this, but maybe because we didn't approve it,
Yes.
it's still up in the air.
Yeah, sometimes it has to be in the formal motion. So sometimes you guys talk about something and I'll think, yeah, that's great, but it's not formalized in the motion.
Okay. I guess just to clarify my motion then, to bring back these items for further discussion and action that were from the previous memo in November, but include in that trying trying to see, maybe the foreign influence part is, we can take action now, so we don't have to bring it back a second time. And then the rest of it has to come back, since we didn't have any specific recommendations to look at today on those other items.
Okay, and I will do the report back on this, but I'll work with the budget office to identify a funding source.
Some of them require funding
To
and
be
some don't,
clear.
right? Right. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So are we all clear about who's doing the work at this point? Between
Yes,
city
I'm-
manager, city attorney, and city clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to council discussion. I'll go online, see if any colleagues raise their hand.
I also promoted, at Jimenez's request, I promoted Michael and Ron. And so they are on the panelist if you have questions regarding, I think it's the foreign influence stuff.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this question is for the city attorney. From the city attorney's memo, the risk of actual or perceived quid pro quo corruption must also be more than mere conjecture and supported by some factual basis, like a recent scandal or history of corruption, to justify the need for limits on campaign contributions. So the question I have is, do we have evidence of foreign influence in our local elections? I'm not sure if this question is for Mark.
Mark, do you want to respond to that question?
Sure. I don't believe a full analysis has been done, but I've done a cursory look, and there are companies who would fit within this criteria that have contributed to candidates, and so would be covered if an ordinance were passed limiting foreign influence.
But the question mark was whether or not there's any evidence of corruption.
Not direct corruption, no. I don't believe there's been a scandal of late in the city of San Jose. We have campaign contribution limits generally, which the courts allow. And one of the reasons for it is to prevent the appearance of corruption. But in terms of evaluating it, what the court is looking for is more than just mere conjecture, saying that this is to fight corruption. There has to be some sort of perceived corruption to justify the limit.
Okay, do we have that in this case?
I don't believe there's been any findings or studies done of any recently, no.
So do we have risk here of legal action if we passed something like this?
Well, the foreign influence, limiting foreign influence isn't necessarily tied to campaign contributions. That's related to another theory that the court, under the Blumen case, that would allow the government to limit foreign actors, foreign nationals, et cetera, from participating in campaigns. So it's under a different theory. So under the theory that the government can promote self-government and limit foreign influence for foreign actors in elections.
Okay, and can you talk to me about, I heard Councilmember Cohen's discussion about the amounts of money that would be needed for a Fortune 500 company to own 1%. But do I understand correctly that corporations can be of any size in this, the way that it's being looked at right now? Or are we only talking about very large corporations?
Corporations can be of any size. You know, it could be as small as a mom and pop shop would be a corporation, and as large as multinational corporations like Google, Apple, Amazon. But 1% of a company like Apple, for example, would be quite significant, whereas 1% of a small corporation would be very small.
So we're not talking about necessarily about large, very, very rich individuals who might make up this 1%.
Correct. I mean, what the law would cover every single corporation, every single business entity. So it would run the gamut of very small to very large.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And my other question is, why are we limiting this only to corporations? If we're concerned about foreign influence, do we have, you know, many of the unions who spoke have many members? Do we know if they have members who are not citizens of the United States as well?
I'm not familiar. I mean, labor organizations represent many people. I'm sure they represent individuals who are not citizens. However, they're not people. People don't necessarily own a union, whereas they own a corporation, and corporations and other business entities. There's duties of fiduciary duties to their shareholders and things like that. So the law focuses on business entities because of the duties that these companies, or excuse me, these companies own to their shareholders.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
also just answer that question about foreign-born people who live in the U.S.? They're legally allowed to donate as green card holders. If they're a green card holder, they're legal residents. And so this isn't about non-citizens. It's about foreign people who reside in foreign locations. And maybe it's not totally clear in the language in the memo, but in our I think it's in the description underneath, but
Yeah,
it's
the
not
Seattle
intended to.
ordinance, Mark, you said does exempt lawful permanent residents. Is that right?
Correct. When I use the term non-citizens, yeah, lawful green card holders, permanent residents is defined under federal law, can contribute and participate, and the Seattle ordinance has an exception for them.
Right. So the idea would be the exception for green card holders. So even if they're significant owners of a business, or if they're individuals in any way, they couldn't be exempted by this.
Well, I think we need to make that clear then. I'm very concerned that we're picking and choosing which foreign influence we want to allow in our elections and in our campaigns. We're not allowing foreign influence here by corporations, but we're okay with allowing it if they're members of a union. We're okay. Apparently, the council was welcome to move forward with non-citizens voting in our local elections. I dissented on that vote. So I feel like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth, honestly. And the other concern I have about this is the supplemental memo and the amount of money we're talking about, $578,000 ongoing cost. You know, we have real issues like homelessness, trash on their streets, lack of enough police officers, especially in traffic enforcement, as many know that I have a real problem with. I just think we should not be passing questionable and questionably constitutional issues like, frankly, the gun ordinance or this proposed action. I'm really very concerned about that. And over $500,000, we could get 4 police officers ongoing additional in our city, rather than go in search of a solution that's looking for a problem that we have readily admitted today that we don't have. So I'm very concerned about this. And I'm also concerned that, honestly, we're talking out of both sides of our mouths. We don't want foreign influence, but we're okay with foreign influence in some ways. So I would be happy if this motion included no foreign influence, no non-citizens voting in local elections, if it included no unions that have the same numbers that we're talking about for corporations, if we want to add corporations to this, as long as it's comprehensive, I'd be happy to vote for it. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Councilmember Foley, and then we'll come to Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Mark, regarding the difference between for corporations. There are publicly traded corporations and there's privately held corporations. There's a distinction that one is often has stock that's offered to the public, and one is held privately by the corporation. Does this, or is a distinction made, or will a distinction be made when the ordinance comes back to us that limits this to just publicly held corporations?
Well, I think that's a decision for the council. So our memorandum did have an error where when we were looking at the Seattle ordinance, where we said it only applied to corporations, but the way Seattle uses the term corporation to mean any business entity. So it broadly covers LLCs, closely held corporations, privately held corporations, partnerships, et cetera. The council could limit it to just corporations that are publicly held, publicly traded. It does raise issues about why are you choosing one corporate form or one business entity as opposed to others? If your concern is about foreign influence can occur in many different types of business entities. But certainly that the council provided direction, and we could explore that and come back with an ordinance that's more limited.
So in the memo that we've written and the ordinance that you would bring back, do you take that to be a broad interpretation of corporations, meaning publicly held, privately held, LLCs, LLPs, those are business entities that businesses choose to take ownership to their business in that way for tax reasons, for liability reasons, for lots of other reasons. But so do you see this as instructions that you would take a broad look at this, or a tighter look at who is exempt and who is not?
Well, if
or
you use
prohibited, I should say.
Yes, the memo says limited to just corporations. So I look at corporation as, well, is it a corporation or is it not? Not necessarily whether it's a publicly traded corporation or a closely held corporation. Is it incorporated? And so that's how I would view it. If the council were to say follow Seattle's model, then they use the term corporation but define it broader. If you look at their code, it says corporation means, and then it goes on to define it further. So that was a confusion even on my part as well. I would use the term business entity as something more broad than that. So if the council wanted it to be more limited, I think the direction would have to be specific, and we would have to specifically define it to apply just to a few business entities. But it would be something that we need to look into as well.
Okay, so the way, just to restate what you've said, Mark, is you're looking at this as addressing limiting corporate contributions and not greater business identities, not the Seattle model. We have not given you the Seattle model in this ordinance, in this instruction. Is that what you're saying?
That's how I interpret your memo, yes.
Okay, all right. And I would agree with that. I would be actually concerned about expanding it to an LLC, LLP, general partnership, anything else, because those are small businesses. Those are ma and pa, or they can be ma and pa businesses, as a corporation can be too. And 1% is an easy number to reach for small ma and pa corporations or LLCs. But I appreciate the direction it's going with the corporations in general and not the other more expanded universe. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the comments that have been made. I was wondering if Mr. Fain or Mr. Sozan would like to chime in on what was just talked about. Do you have any thoughts? I can see, I'm looking at the screen, I can see you guys thinking as some of this conversation is sort of playing out. Is there anything you want to chime in on to help sort of elucidate some of the concerns that have been expressed? And I'm not sure if you can unmute yourself or if we need to do it, but feel free to do
Sorry,
it.
Councilmember Jimenez, who exactly are you asking to speak?
I'm asking Mr. Fain to speak.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that Mike Sozan will speak after me because he also has an in-depth knowledge of how this works. Concern about...
Ron, I'm sorry, could you just introduce yourself and tell us who you're with? And
I'm sorry, I testified earlier and I neglected to reintroduce myself just now again. My name is Ron Fine. I'm the legal director of Free Speech for People. We're a national nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. We help develop the legislation in Seattle, as well as other bills that are currently pending, including AB 1819 in the California Assembly, and bills that are pending in legislatures of several states and in the US Congress. And with respect to the types of corporations that are covered or related types of entities, and this is something where Michael Sozan from the Center for American Progress has done some in-depth study, one concern about restricting it to particular, for example, just publicly traded corporations or only corporations as compared to, say, LLCs, is that there are a lot of opportunities for evasion. And what we tend to see is that use of an alternative form of business entity as a means of circumventing a narrowly written rule could provide a means to get around it. And that's why in the Seattle legislation, we, yes, use the term corporation, but then defined it to include a whole bunch of related types of entities. In the California AB 1819, there's a convenient term already defined in California law, business entity. And so AB 1819 just uses that. And it includes a corporation, a limited liability corporation, a limited liability, limited partnership, and similar types of entities. So that would be an argument in favor of not defining it so narrowly as to miss the forms through which, in some recent cases, actually, for example, Russian oligarchs and others have invested in entities that have, in fact, been politically active. And I hope you'd extend the opportunity for Michael Sozan to address that question as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Sozan, please.
Thank you. Thank you all again. I'm Michael Sozan. I'm a senior fellow with the Center for American Progress, which is a nonpartisan think tank based in Washington, D.C. We do a lot of work on democracy reforms. And one of the areas that I've done a fair amount of work in is on this issue of political spending by foreign influenced U.S. corporations. I would recommend, similar to Mr. Fine, I'd recommend that all for-profit businesses, in whatever form, be included in this ordinance. That's really what actually most of the legislation around the country that's pending, whether it's at the state level and the federal level, does do. I want to start by noting that the vast majority of corporate entities, business entities in the USA are privately held and likely have no foreign ownership involved. One of the council members was talking about mom and pop businesses. It's exceedingly unlikely that any American mom and pop businesses have any foreign owners as part of that business. So that 99-point-something% of corporate forms of business forms in San Jose in the country would not be affected by this. And those, the owners of those business entities would know immediately whether they had any foreign investors. And the answer there is almost certainly going to be no. This will largely apply to the very largest corporations that are based in the US, the biggest multinationals, which also happen to be the biggest spenders in elections. But I will note that some smaller privately held companies in the US have some foreign investors and have gotten caught trying to indeed influence the political process. There was a case just a few years ago based out of California, actually, the Federal Election Commission decided it, where there was a foreign national who had set up a subsidiary of his foreign company in the US and then directed all sorts of spending to go on through that subsidiary. There were no, that was a small entity, definitely not publicly held, but those sorts of things do happen. So that's why I would go back to my earlier point where I would recommend, if possible, that this legislation would apply to all for-profit business forms. But again, noting that the vast majority of them are not going to be, are not going to have foreign owners in them. I will also say, I will note, reaffirm the earlier point about how a 1% shareholder at a publicly traded company is an enormously wealthy person, on average over $800 million worth of stock. I will also say that in terms of the constitutional arguments that were brought up earlier, it is exactly right that this sort of ordinance that you all are considering falls under the rubric of foreigners not having any constitutional right to be able to spend in our elections. That's been made clear in a federal case called Blumen. That case was issued after Citizens United. It was recently reaffirmed by the Supreme Court in an opinion by Brett Kavanaugh that said that foreigners located abroad don't have constitutional rights, especially First Amendment rights. end in our life. So I just wanted to say that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so yeah, thank you so much for enlightening us with all that information. A lot of things you touched on, and I know you mentioned out of here in California. I think it was 2017 in which a Mexican businessman, I think, was prosecuted for donating. I think it was over $500,000 to a local candidate in San Diego through a UA Space Shell Corporation. And so this is in fact happening, and I'm not interested in waiting to see this happen until we take action and put something in place. And so thank you for all that. I did have a question for Tony as it relates to some of the points that Councilmember Cohen was bringing up about what was passed previously. For whatever reason, my recollection was that a lot of this was already moved forward, given the items that were in previous memos, and that we deferred this slice of it. And so, but I appreciate the fact that you went to the minutes, Tony. What I'm curious about, and the question I have is it possible that if you look at the video of that meeting, Tony, that you'd get a little bit more context as to what the intent was, and if you foresee any issues with using that to supplement the direction that we're giving, or does it need to be super explicit now as we're making the motion?
I can't look at intent when we're writing the minutes. We have to look at what was actually part of the motion.
Right, I understand. Okay, all right. I just, the reason I mentioned that is that I think and I'm going to go back and look at the video in more detail, but I think by looking at the video of the meeting back in November, I think that would help sort of highlight some of the things that we touched on and clarify the direction. I have, every confidence that the minutes are correct, but I think it'd be good just to put them next to each other just to see if they match up. But anyhow, but thank you. And I just one last comment before I hand it over to the next person is that, I do realize that, to Councilmember Davis's point, that there's a lot of other things that are calling us as it relates to spending of city resources. But in my mind, right, election integrity and where the money flows from and how it flows into the city elections and such, that to me is at the very core of our democracy. And so to me, everything flows from that. And so, I don't sit comfortably by, or I don't take comfort in knowing that, assuming we don't spend money on this and because we need it for officers or we need it for X, Y, and Z, and this lets, we let it sit idle while other things get funding, when I think that this is just so foundational to what we believe in, I think, as Americans in the city of San Jose and certainly the United States. And so that's why I think this is exceedingly important. I think we need to put our money where our mouth is and move this forward at whatever cost, because again, we may not see what happened in San Diego happening here, but I'm not interested in waiting to see, to see a headline and then that help lead us down a path to doing the right thing. And so I think it's a worthwhile effort that is going to require money. And I think we as a city should be spending the resources to make that happen. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of this effort and only am chiming in right now because I think it was a bit unfair to bring up the comparison of the effort that we are going down in regards to expanding voting to non-citizens. We haven't made a decision on that yet. I know where I stand. But when you look across the country and where a lot of this expansion has gone, specifically, it has gone to legal permanent residents that also, as Councilmember Cohen pointed out, have had the ability to donate in campaigns, but haven't had an ability to vote. But nonetheless, this is an issue that has not been decided upon by this council. All we did was agree to have a study session. And so I think it's unfair to bring that into the conversation and to claim that we're speaking out of both sides of our mouth if we're in support of this, which I do think is very important to limit the foreign influence. That's much different than expanding the opportunity for people that are living here legally, paying taxes, potentially donating to campaigns legally, but don't have an opportunity to vote. So I think that's very, very different. Regardless, I think we should have that conversation before we bring it in a comparison or an argument on this item. So I will be supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice?
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that. I also am going to support the motion on the floor. I don't think that a comparison between unions and corporations is fair. Unions are funded by the people that work for companies, but not for the interest of the companies, but for their interest as a whole. And so I just wanted to publicly differentiate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. I want to clarify a few things. First, just to go back to the November meeting, I'm still a little bit confused about the minutes from there, because the beginning of the minutes say, or for this item, it says, include recommendation 2 and 3 and defer recommendation 1 for 90 days. So what I thought we were doing today was that deferral of recommendation 1, and that 2 and 3 had been approved. That's why I was kind of confused hearing differently. It may not be, we obviously didn't approve a final version because they were supposed to come back with something as part of 2 and 3, but we did specifically defer recommendation 1 for 90 days, and that was the deferral we're dealing with today. That's written in the minutes. So I just want to be, I'm not sure we need the parts of the 2 and 3 in this motion. I just want to, I want this to be clean and accurate. So I don't know. I'm okay with leaving that in.
Your motion?
What was that?
You want to amend your motion?
Well, I mean, I'll amend it if I don't want the other things to just, not continue to be addressed. I want to make sure that.
Yeah, I guess part of the problem is I'm not sure we know exactly what happened.
So I'll leave that in the motion, but I just wanted to make that point. That's fine. It doesn't change anything to leave it in the motion, I guess.
The only item that was required to come back within 90 days was item 1, which is the campaign, foreign influence campaign. The other item, the return to council with the campaign finance program, just needs to come back to council, but was not specified when.
Right, exactly. No, I understand that part. We didn't. The 90 days was specific for this item. I understand that. The others do, though, regardless of this action, have to come back at some point.
Okay, so those would only come back to us theoretically when there's an ordinance of some kind. Is that your understanding, Councilman?
I'll schedule a report back. We are working on the charter review responses and the non-citizen voting responses, and I can bring back this.
Yeah, I mean,
we're done with those.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to amend my motion to say my motion can be bring back items 2 and 3 in the fall after the next election or something, so that we don't have to put a lot of effort into it before this election or something. That's okay with me. I just want to make sure we're not dropping those items. That's the only point of my.
Okay.
And Councilman Cohen, not sure it is even necessary, but I guess I was going to inquire to see whether you'd be willing to bifurcate the motion. I would call my position was against the extension of fundraising for the additional 60 days post-election. I want to make sure I'm still clear on the record about my position on that issue.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we can just.
You want to just drop it and assume it stays?
Assume that was already
part of council.
The vote from before was the vote from before. Although I will point out that you. I guess you were one of the no's. Yes, you're right. Okay, but that's fine. We can. Yeah, I mean, as long as the vote from before still stands, we can drop that from this motion now, so we're not confusing the 2 items. I think
Okay, we all agree it's still forwarded by the council previously, but I'd prefer not to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for that diversion again. So back to this item, I do want to say that in our memo, and I know this isn't clear because even I didn't fully understand all this language, but the memo defines corporation as the definition used in the California Political Reform Act, which was intended to include public and private corporations. It may not have been clear and enumerated there. The California Political Reform Act includes, but isn't limited to, proprietorships, partnerships, firms, business trusts, joint ventures, syndicate corporations, or associations. So there is a definition that was intended to be similar to Seattle's definition in the memo. So I don't know if anyone, I can clarify my motion to say modeled after, including public and private if necessary, but the intention of my motion was to include both. So I don't know if you want to.
By that you mean publicly and privately traded
and private
corporate, privately owned corporations. Okay. I think that's the way Mr. Vani's interpreted. Is that right?
That's correct. And when you say corporations, you mean just those that are incorporated as opposed to other types of business entities? Just to confirm.
Well, like I said, my understanding is the definition under the California Political Reform Act, which includes proprietorship and partnerships too. So I don't know if those are all corporations, I guess, by definition, or I don't know.
No, I mean,
So
there's
they're
legal.
not. So I mean, that was the intention here, was not to limit it to corporations, but to the definition under the Political Reform Act.
That's fine.
Okay. I mean, that's what's in the memo under in the item. So that's, I did want to just point out about the reason why this is important. You know, if there's going to be foreign influence or some intent to do what we heard about that was done in the other case in California, it's more likely to be done through a private entity than through a publicly traded company. And so if we're trying to prevent the foreign influence, which the Constitution says that we are, you know, certainly should be preventing, if not says that it's okay to prevent, then I think it's important to keep those in there. I'll just repeat what I said before. I think we get a little confused here, especially in a city as diverse with as many people born all over the world, like San Jose. The difference between a foreign-born person and a foreign entity. Again, legal green card holders, legal residents are not what are considered foreign entities when it comes to the ownership side. So while we certainly have plenty of corporations and businesses that are owned by foreign-born residents of San Jose, they're not owned by people living in other countries. And it's people living in other countries that the Constitution says do not have a right to participate in our democracy by contributing or influencing elections. And that's what we're trying to prevent. So I just wanted to make that clarification in the memo, in the motion, and about what it is that we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, just going to that issue, I know this gets messy pretty fast, but I took a look at the Blumen decision, and that actually involved the plaintiff who is here in the United States on a work visa. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay. When Councilmember Davis asked the question about your legal analysis, you said you had not completed your legal analysis yet. Is that right, or is your legal analysis completed? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I think my response to the question was there hasn't been an evidentiary analysis to see, you know, the impact of what this would do, or who would it cover, what business entities it would cover, things like that.
In terms of your legal analysis, is that complete?
Yes, I have a legal analysis that's informed by reviewing the cases as well as other cases in this area.
Okay. And the Washington State Democratic Central Committee, I think you know, was a client of Perkins Coie and asked that law firm, which is a long-established law firm, a very big firm, to provide an analysis of the Seattle ordinance. And I think you've got a copy of that memo, right? Because I think it's available online.
Yes.
And what Perkins Coie said about Seattle's ordinance to their client, the State Democratic Central Committee, was Seattle's proposed ordinance barring foreign influence corporations from making independent expenditures and contributions will be subject to strict scrutiny. I'm omitting some words here to get through this very long paragraph. Will be subject to strict scrutiny because it burdens core First Amendment speech. It's on page 6. The city's proposal is unlikely to survive such scrutiny as federal courts have not recognized compelling interest in restricting the speech of foreign influenced individuals or entities, nor in regulating U.S. companies with a nominal amount of foreign ownership. So in terms of your own legal analysis, is that different than Perkins Coie's, or do you agree?
Well, I think the two cases exist, right? Blumen and Citizens United, and Blumen was written by somebody who now is sitting on the Supreme Court.
Right, but Blumen does not involve a corporation or any legal entity. It involves individuals.
Correct.
Right.
I think, though, it stands for the proposition that the government can do something with respect to limiting foreign influence in elections. Now, what does that mean to be foreign influence? And I think our memo touches on that. You know, it certainly a higher threshold of foreign influence, 20%, 30%, I think has a stronger chance of surviving strict scrutiny. You know, Perkins Coie's memo is an opinion about Seattle's ordinance. It's not the final word on it. And no court has weighed in one way or the other. But there is legal risk in pursuing this because, as you mentioned, Citizens United exists.
Yeah.
It subjects laws like this to strict scrutiny. But at the same time, Blumen decision stands for the proposition that the government can do something with respect to foreign influence in election.
Where that line is still up for debate, but
Right.
certainly a higher threshold would be more defensible.
But the Blumen case didn't involve a corporation. It involved a federal statute. And that federal statute, I think, subject to the interpretation that you see, the regulation determined a foreign entity to be something with 20% foreign ownership.
I believe so. I mean, what federal law prohibits is certainly individuals who are foreign nationals and then foreign corporations with their principal place of business outside of the United States.
Right.
I know in other contexts, the Federal Communications Commission limits who can own licenses, broadcast licenses,
right.
As a matter of national security, things like that. And I believe that threshold is 20%. I'm not
Right.
entirely familiar with how it works, but
okay.
The state of Alaska has implemented something which I believe is 20%, and that's in the aggregate. So 5% single ownership, 20% in the aggregate. St. Petersburg did that as well, even though it doesn't apply. That is a significant ownership interest in a corporation, particularly in a corporation.
Yeah,
that have
I mean,
foreign
I'm not
influence.
focused on the 1% because the 1% is a very wealthy or powerful entity, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, 1% of any corporation that's publicly traded is a lot. What I'm more concerned about is the 5% aggregate, because at least according to the Federal Board of Governors, Federal Board of Reserve, the governors of the Federal Reserve, 40% of U.S. company equity, of the 6,000 companies on NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange, 40% of that equity is foreign owned, which means I would assume virtually every publicly owned corporation would fit in this category. Now, I wouldn't have any problem with that outcome because I think Citizens United was wrongly decided. And I'd be happy to support a constitutional amendment to change Citizens United. The problem is Citizens United is the law of the land, at least since 2010. And so my concern is that we have an ordinance which is going to essentially say any publicly owned, any publicly traded company, because virtually every single one of the 6,000 is going to fall into that category. It's going to be tripped up by the 5%. So virtually any publicly owned corporation cannot contribute. Again, I'm fine with that as a personal political matter. The problem is the Supreme Court has been very clear about what that means, and that's unconstitutional. And I hope that my classmate, Ketanji Brown Jackson, will persuade her colleagues otherwise, but I'm pretty convinced 6 of the Supreme Court justices are going to remain pretty stuck to that opinion for the next generation. So, I went back and read the Citizens United decision because I was really trying to understand this. The holding is, we return to the principle established in Buckley and Bellotti, there's an earlier decision. The government may not suppress political speech on the basis of the speaker's corporate identity. No sufficient governmental interest justifies the limits on political speech of nonprofit or for-profit corporations. Earlier, the court also says that this federal statute in question is not limited to corporations or associations that were created in foreign countries or funded predominantly by foreign shareholders. It therefore would be overbroad, even if we assumed that the government has a compelling interest in limiting foreign influence over a political process. In other words, of saying, if you're going to use this as a rationale for precluding corporate contributions, that is this foreign influence, it's pretty overbroad. And it isn't going to pass constitutional muster because the Supreme Court has told us this is a First Amendment right. So I'm trying to understand, do you really want to walk us into an ordinance that's going to basically tell every publicly owned corporation that they'll be violative of this ordinance if they contribute $1? Or would we want to at least look at that threshold to see if maybe we'd align ourselves with the FEC or some other federal standard that we would assume would be more protected under prior legal holdings?
Yeah, our memo indicates that where a higher threshold may be more appropriate, particularly if a low threshold is viewed as an end around an end around Citizens United, and that's why in our memo we mentioned the 20% threshold that's used for the FCC. As I said, the analysis of Perkins Coie is an opinion about Seattle's ordinance. As I mentioned, I think a higher threshold would be more defensible. There's nothing that says it has to be 1.5. It could be 1.20. It could be 5.20, as St. Petersburg has done. It could be 20.50. I think it's a sliding scale. The one thing is, the limits of this have not been tested yet. So Seattle is one end of the spectrum,
right?
And the city of San Jose can either do that or go in a different direction. But I think a higher threshold is more defensible.
I was told St. Petersburg was actually preempted by state law. Is that right?
Correct. That was passed by the state of Florida. They essentially preempted all local campaign finance regulations for other reasons, I believe.
So the ordinance that's out there right now is Seattle's.
The only ordinance that's effective is Seattle's, and I'm not aware of any legal challenge presently to it.
Right. So I guess where I'm going with all this, I agree with Councilmember Cohen. I don't think publicly owned companies generally don't participate in our elections, usually because their boards say you can't participate in elections, so they stay the heck out. I've fundraised probably for a couple affordable housing measures where some companies have contributed, but I'd have to think really hard, maybe beyond one company. I can't think of any publicly owned companies that have contributed to anything other than an affordable housing measure that I've ever fundraised for. So I think this is very rare, less than a fraction of 1%. I guess my concern is that we're passing a law that would essentially create a blanket preclusion. And that's a great opportunity for some litigant to come after us and run us around with a lot of litigation. That's probably not something we'd welcome, at least in terms of the cost. So I guess what I'd like to see is, Councilman Cohen, would you be open to having city attorney take a look at this threshold to see if there's a threshold we can set that will at least ensure that we are legally sound with this ordinance?
Before I accept that, let me defer to the legal experts that are online from outside, Ron and Michael.
Yeah,
who I think
maybe if I could
let them
clarify.
answer what they think the legal issues are, and then I'll consider that.
Yeah, maybe if I can clarify, I'm not concerned about the 1%. I'm concerned about the 5%.
No, I get it. I get it. But let's let Ron and Michael answer, and then we'll see.
Thank you. There are a couple of ways that you could look at this. And one way to look at it is that Citizens United described the corporations to which it applies as associations of citizens. That was the exact phrase. So an association of citizens was not precisely defined in that opinion, but corporations that have 5% foreign investment don't seem like associations of citizens. At that level of aggregate foreign investment, it's an association of citizens and then also a substantial mix of foreign entities. Now, what that means in terms of the corporate treasury is under California law, as stated by the California Court of Appeal, the shareholders are the residual claimants of a corporation's assets, meaning that even if they never actually make this claim, the money in the corporate treasury belongs to them. So when you talk about a corporation that has an aggregate foreign ownership of 5% or more, fundamentally, that money in the corporate treasury and a not insubstantial amount of it belongs to foreign investors. So when that corporation spends money on an election, that corporation is spending to some degree foreign investors' money. In terms of the analysis by Perkins Coie, well, it is true that it was nominally done on behalf of a Democratic Party entity. It was, Perkins Coie is a law firm that primarily represents corporations. And I think everyone needs to take that with a certain grain of salt. That was not adopted by the city of Seattle in their city staff's analysis. And it's worth noting that not on behalf of neither Perkins Coie nor any other firm has in fact challenged the Seattle ordinance, which has been in effect for now over 2 years, including through one major election cycle. The last thing I want to note is that there's an op-ed by Roma Dawson in the Mercury News just a day or so ago that talks about specific spending in San Jose elections from corporations and other entities that would meet this threshold, including Equity Residential, Essex Property Trust. I believe Chevron and Lyft as well. So I'm not personally familiar with all of those data, but it's in the Mercury News, and assuming it's accurate, that this is already a problem that's at San Jose's doorstep, if it hasn't already happened within the city already.
Mr. Fine, we're not debating whether to go forward. It's really the threshold. And you just described as any company that has more than 5% ownership is, in fact, somehow or another controlled by foreign individuals. I mean, I encourage you to think of the most American public company you can. Let's take Bank of America. I don't think they have any branches outside this country. I could be wrong. Maybe they do. But if they're like the rest of the 6,000 publicly traded companies in this country, then probably about 40% of their company is owned by foreigners, foreign entities. Are we saying that we're concerned about the foreign influence of Bank of America?
Actually, to be precise, and Michael Sozan has some more accurate data on this than I can recall off the top of my head, but among the S&P 500, 5% aggregate threshold does capture a very large majority of them. When you look at the other 5,500 publicly traded corporations, which are smaller, looking on smaller indexes, it actually captures only about a third of them. So even among publicly traded corporations, once you get out of those top 500, the 5% aggregate threshold isn't covering more. And when you talk about, for example, Bank of America, I think the quote from the CEO of Exxon where he said, "I'm not a US company and I don't make decisions based on what's good for the US," is applicable. It's not so much that foreign entities control these corporations, that would be an overstatement, but just as many politicians, I'm not saying anyone on this city council, but as many politicians know who their largest donors are and what their largest donors are interested in, whether or not they follow it, or for that matter, what their constituents want. The CEO of a company is going to be aware of the potential of foreign investors, including in the aggregate, to make trouble for the board, and that can affect his or her job and the jobs of everyone that's involved in corporate political spending decision. So unless you have another question from me personally, I would defer over, yield my time, so to speak, to Mr. Sozan.
Okay, thank you, and I'll make it quick. And Mr. Fine made a number of points that I was going to make. I'll echo a few of them, but just in very brief form. I will start by saying you're
you don't need to echo.
right.
We'll be happy just to take your opinion.
Oh, okay, good. Well, my opinion is that the ordinance is great and should be passed. But what I was going to say is that this is not a legal issue that's been settled. The limits haven't been truly, tested, of course. But we would disagree with the Perkins memo, and also there are two very respected constitutional scholars who actually disagree with it, and they are Senator Elizabeth Warren and Congressman Jamie Raskin, who are no slouches in the area of constitutional law and legislation. They disagree with the memo as proved in their legislation. I'll also remind people that President Obama himself and Justice Stevens in his dissent in Citizens United recognized the huge loophole that was opened up in Citizens United when corporations were given the right to spend in elections, but foreigners were invested in those corporations. And this was actually something that President Obama, you may remember, famously called out at his State of the Union address. So this was something that was recognized as needing to be fixed. I would also say, as Professor Lawrence Tribe says, these thresholds are very defensible because actually there shouldn't be even a drop of foreign investment in U.S. corporations under the law as it's been developed. As going back to Mr. Fine's point, that would make it not an association of citizens. I was also going to bring up the ExxonMobil point. And then I'll also say this. There was an example in California just recently with Proposition 22, where Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and other foreign influenced companies spent over $200 million in Prop 22 to reverse the state law. That happened absolutely. And I was going to also point to the research that Mr. Fine said about recent big spending in the San Jose elections by major Fortune 500 companies and other companies as well. So
Sir, can you name one of those Fortune 500 companies?
Sure. Chevron and Lyft. I don't know if Lyft is in the Fortune 500,
Could you tell us
maybe.
what campaign Chevron has contributed to in the city of San Jose?
What I read was that Chevron gave money to the Silicon Valley organization PAC.
Okay.
And that is in fact how most of this corporate money is spent. It's either given from the corporate treasury into PACs, super PACs, other IEs, and often through dark money channels to just political nonprofits where we don't even know how much is being spent. I would concede a point that was made earlier, which is actually very little of the corporate money we're talking about is given directly to candidates. It's much more about this money going through dark money channels, which is incredibly toxic to our political process, but also through PACs and super PACs. And apparently that's what Chevron, for example, did just last election cycle.
Yeah, I don't think that PAC exists anymore, but I understand. So I'm just trying to understand. I know you believe that 5% captures only a fraction of the companies, but the Federal Reserve Board of Governors study suggests across equity, it's closer to 40%. I'm trying to understand why there's such a disparity in understanding how many companies will be captured in this rule. And perhaps can you give us a citation or a source that can help us understand? Because I understand you're looking at these across the country and we're just trying to understand what the facts are, where the line's drawn.
Sure. I wrote a report in 2019 at the Center for American Progress where we did some analysis of this. And what we concluded was approximately of the S&P 500 companies, the biggest corporations and publicly traded corporations in the country, approximately 98% of them would trigger the 5% aggregate foreign ownership threshold. But as soon as you get out of the S&P 500 or Fortune 500 indices, and you get down into what's known as the Russell 1000 index, which is very large corporations, but that are smaller than Fortune 500 or S&P 500. They just have lower market capitalizations, but are still publicly traded. Only 26% of those trigger the 5% aggregate. So that's a pretty quick diminishment right there. Still talking about publicly traded companies, but that's how far it drops, just going from the biggest to the level slightly below the biggest. And that makes sense because foreign investors are almost certainly drawn to the biggest name brands and the biggest companies in the US. So hopefully that sheds some light on that question.
Yeah, it does. I guess it raises another question, though, and I know this question hasn't been resolved because the Seattle ordinance hasn't been tested. But if we knew that more than 98% of a set of companies would be banned from contributing under this ordinance, that is S&P 500 companies, which is typically the broadest index that most market watchers use to look at what's going on in the market. I'm having a hard time trying to understand how a court under Citizens United is going to say that's not essentially effectively banning corporate participation, which is what Citizens United is about. I understand what Councilmember Cohen's intent is to try to address foreign influence. And I think you can appreciate that these two concepts merge pretty quickly. And if you're talking about dealing with nearly every single company that fits in that category, it looks a lot less like foreign influence and a lot more like a ban on corporations. Now, again, I don't have a problem with that as a matter of policy. I just know 6 justices on the Supreme Court who almost certainly would, based on what we've heard from them so far. And so I'm concerned about this. And I guess I would ask, are your organizations willing to provide us defense if we get sued?
Thank you for that question. First of all, to just clarify, I don't think there's actually 6 justices that would take that position because Brett Kavanaugh is the author of the Blumen decision and also the Alliance for
Which did not involve corporations, involved a foreign individual under the federal law, which is subject to a 20% threshold.
Well, Alliance for Open Society International did involve corporate entities. But anyway, to answer your question directly, subject to the city of San Jose passing an ordinance in a final form that we need to see the final text. I can say that Free Speech for People, which employs several lawyers full time and works often with outside law firms, would be happy to enter into an arrangement with the city attorney's office, if they would welcome this, to assist in the defense of any such ordinance at no charge for our legal services.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Suzanne?
Thank you for the question. Center for American Progress does not involve itself directly in litigation, so we wouldn't be able to do that, but certainly we'd be able to continue to provide our research and our materials and talk to whoever is involved. And if I can make one point about how this would potentially cut off all political spending by the biggest corporations, I just would like to say that my understanding of the ordinance would be that it would only be cutting off spending from corporate treasuries. There would still be multiple ways that corporations would still be allowed to exercise their free speech rights. So for example, CAP believes that a corporate PAC should still be allowed to exist from a foreign influenced U.S. corporation. That's largely because PAC money is made up of just money given by U.S. employees. So the corporate PAC could continue to exist. Individual executives and employees would continue unrestricted to be able to make donations as they always have. There would be no restrictions on that foreign influence company being able to do lobbying activity or even joining an association, a like-minded association. So there would still be multiple avenues of First Amendment speech rights.
Mr. Suzanne, if that's true, they can just give through the corporate PACs. Why are we doing this?
Well, because the corporate PAC, very importantly, is made up of money that's only from U.S. employees and also is given in much smaller increments that are carefully circumscribed in law. $5,000 approximately, for election cycles, for example. So it is in smaller increments. It must be reported, and it is U.S. dollars. So it's actually quite different.
Okay. All right. As you can tell, I'm skeptical and concerned about the constitutionality at the threshold that we've currently set. But I appreciate Mr. Fine's offer. And so we'll happily, I suspect, take him up on that because I think we're going to have ourselves a challenge. So I'm happy to support it if we've got organizations willing to take up the fight for us. But I'm concerned, as I've expressed, about this. And, frankly, I'd hope our city attorney's office would raise issues like these that are raised in this memorandum with the council so we can be fully apprised of the concerns that clearly at least this attorney for the State Democratic Central Committee in Washington had. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just had a quick question. What I'm wondering is, Nora, I think I can't see who's in the hall. I assume she's there. What I'm curious about, Nora, is do you think you can approach the Kachet law firm and ask them if they'd be willing to defend us on this, assuming we get sued? I know they step up on many other sort of instances, and I'm wondering if this is something that you think they'd be willing to take up pro bono.
I could certainly ask them. That we've got them fairly busy right now, but I could certainly ask them. And I would like to say, because I think it's important, we would need a record to bring something forward like this. There are things that we would want to know and develop, and we would probably have to work with city staff on that, maybe the Office of Economic Development, but it would be very helpful to know how many entities in the city, because right now, as I understand it, this is the direction is fairly broad, and it's not limited to publicly held corporations. And I think we would want to take a look at that and advise the council on what that picture looks like. We don't have that information right now. And also whether or not there are implications for equal protection once we start parsing ownership size and size of corporations. We may be just fine, but that's something we're going to have to look at. So my only point is this is going to take us quite a bit of work. That's all to bring something back that is as defensible as we can make it, and with a record that would support what the council wants to do.
Okay, and then you know, I'm assuming that work's going to take place, and so what I'd be curious about as it relates to my recommendation to reach out to the Chet Law Firm, would you need explicit direction for that, or could you just do it in the course of just business and conversation with him, or?
I don't need explicit direction for that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
it would be a budget item otherwise for a lot more lawyers. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, well, that's all assuming we get sued, right?
Even
well, I
to
guess,
do a lot of the research that we would want to do, bringing something forward, and as I say, creating a record. But yes, if we get sued, that's a different kettle of fish.
Right, and then as it relates to some of the work involved to sort of get this ready for prime time, is what I get you're saying. Can we rely on some of the organizations that are here, say the Center for American Progress and other folks that I think potentially have already done some of this work to just you know, bridge that, you know, with the city and be that source of information? Would that be easy enough, or do you think it needs to be done independently?
We certainly would look to anyone who is willing to help provide information to support something we would bring forward, and to have information that we would need to have in the record to support an ordinance like this. So we certainly would reach out, and we would certainly be doing a lot of internet searching and things like that also.
Okay, thank you. And I would just conclude by saying that, you know, it's often the case that we make decisions on this council that we know that the likelihood of getting sued is highly likely. And we don't need to think that far back. You think about the gun harm reduction ordinance. We already knew we were going to be sued, I think, most of us, and we have in fact been sued. And so that has never stopped us from doing the right thing. And so I think it's just important to certainly go forward with eyes wide open. I think these are all good questions that the mayor was asking, and I'm glad we had experts on the panel that can answer those questions and hopefully allay some of his concerns and his fears. But, you know, time and again, we go down this path where the likelihood of being sued is very present. And I don't think we've shied away from doing the right thing in other circumstances. And so I just find it a little strange that in this circumstance, we're just super concerned and we're not ready to move forward. And so I just wanted to express that. I think it was important because I think, you know, to Councilmember Davis's point, you know, speaking out of two sides of our mouth or whatever the comment was, you know, I think we need to be consistent in our ability and our willingness to move forward on these controversial issues that we think are important and very core and bedrock to our democracy and what we think is right in our society. And I'm not a fan of shying away from some of that. That's why we have a city attorney's office. And I have every confidence that if in fact we go down, well, when we go down this road, and if something arises, that along with them and other folks, we'll be able to take on this challenge and do the right thing by way of our citizens. Thank you.
Councilman Jimenez, I appreciate your points. And let me just clarify, I don't have a problem doing the right thing, knowing that we're going to get sued. I have a problem doing the right thing if we know it's illegal. And that's the challenge here. We have to do the right thing and the legal thing. And it seems to me that I am concerned when Mr. Vani, when given the opportunity to raise these issues with the council. I mean, I read the memo, but he's been provided this Perkins Cooley memo. It's one of the top law firms in the country that said very explicitly, this proposal is unlikely to survive scrutiny. And I'm concerned this wasn't brought to the council's attention. So bluntly, I'm concerned. I'm concerned we've got advocates telling us to do it. And the question is, are they looking out for our city's best interests? We have to look out for our city's best interests. So I'm going to support this going forward. And I take Mr. Fine at his word that he'll be there to support us legally when we get sued, because we'll probably need it. But I'm concerned about doing things when we see very strong indicators that the Supreme Court has ruled in this area, and it's not in the direction we'd like. So I leave it at that. Happy to support the remaining motion. Councilmember Perales.
I think we have to recall that we have plenty of people that think that the decision that we just made on the gun ordinances were illegal, and what's legal and not is I think best left up to the court system and judges. And even in that case, as we know, it's really a matter of opinion at best, and we see that change from time to time. So I think in this case, we don't have a definitive answer. So I appreciate that you're willing to support it, because I do think that there's a likelihood it may get challenged, but I don't think we could say definitively that what we're doing is illegal at all. Just like what some may have challenged what we did with the gun ordinances was illegal. I don't think that was that was a proper statement either.
No, I didn't say that what we're doing is illegal, because there hasn't been a ruling on this ordinance, right? We won't know until we get that ruling. I'm just concerned, very concerned, based on the cases I've read, and specifically I'm referring not just to Citizens United, but also to decision in the Blumen case, which is the case written by now Chief Justice, I'm sorry, not Chief Justice, but rather Justice Kavanaugh. And what I think we can derive from that. So I take the time to do the reading, and I'm concerned based on that. All right, any other questions?
It was inferred, so I can look back to what you said, but that's what I believe, that it was inferred what you said. So, but I'll listen to it again.
I'll leave you to your inferences. I'll claim exactly what I say. I'm only an expert in what I actually say. Okay, any other comments? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on now to item 5.1, which is the Federal Aviation Administration grant funding for the Airport Terminal Americans with Disabilities Act projects. John Aiken's been patiently waiting. He is saying, I don't want to talk, just get me out of here. John, I'm going to make you talk anyway, because I got a question, but let's first ask if there are any members of the public who'd like to speak.
Give me a second. I have no hands up.
Okay, John, sorry to make you do this, but I got a question for you. Appreciate that we got this federal money. We're making good improvements for ADA access. It's important. We've got a lot of seniors, a lot of residents with disabilities, and we want to make sure everyone can use this beautiful airport. I get lots of compliments about our airport. There's only one complaint I get, and it's the same consistent complaint, which is it's a really, really long terminal, and or set of terminals. And when you get through security, then you got a long walk quite often to the gate. And obviously for seniors and those with disability, I know we provide help, wheelchairs and so forth, but we also know things get busy, and it's inevitably there that we can't help everybody. And there are lots of people frustrated with this. I understood in the original design for this airport, we did have a people mover, and that was taken out to deal with cost issues, I think, as this thing got more expensive more than a decade ago. And I guess the question is, have we thought about putting the people mover back in the airport?
Mr. Mayor, council members, John Aiken, Director of Aviation. The people mover was actually outside the airport for moving people from the rental car center to the other terminal.
Okay.
The inside, if you envision the concourse, the terrazzo is so narrow that if we did the bypassing, moving sidewalks or anything, it would shrink the walking space down to the point where we couldn't maneuver. So because we're a long, narrow airport, we don't really have an option for an indoor unless we went up a level, and that would change the entire architecture of the thing, and it would cost quite a bit of money. Now, two things. One, we don't have this grant. This is permission to ask for this money.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify that, but you may have seen just recently, we did this self-driving autonomous little wheelchairs. We did a thing with that.
Great.
We extended the pilot program with the company, so they're staying for the remainder of March and April. So it's a great opportunity we have in the budget going forward, some money to continue that program. So people that need a wheelchair take a wheelchair, but there's a lot of people that just feel they can walk, but when they see the distance, then they get concerned. We'll have that automated wheelchair that they don't have to ask for help. They can just do it themselves. We also have money in the budget this year to start back up the golf carts that we used to use to transport people that need a little bit of mobility help in there. So those are the two options. And I know it's operating expensive and capital cheap, but we just don't have the room to do the capital improvement to do it right.
Physically, you don't think there's room in the terminal?
No, because every time you go to the large airports, it's 4 foot in each direction to get the moving sidewalks going. That's 8 feet out of that. And you either put it in front of the concessions on the east side of the concourse,
right,
or you put it over by the gates on the west side. You're blocking one or the other as you're doing these 150-foot jaunts of moving sidewalks. So I really don't think it's an option in the long, skinny layout that we have.
Right. So we got what we got.
Yeah.
I appreciate your efforts to try to find more ways to improve mobility for those who are struggling. Don't leave yet, John, because now apparently we've got more questions coming. So you can blame me for this. Councilor Prowse, is this a prior?
No, you excited me with your, I knew where you were going before you even said it. So yes, please stay, John. And first off, can I say, I didn't know how much I missed arguing with you in person, Sam, so it's great to be back. But in this case, I'm totally in line. And like I said, I knew exactly where the mayor was going. And I want to disagree for a moment that we can't make this happen. I think that it may take a little bit of creativity. I have seen in different airports where it's actually broken up. So you actually don't have a very long section of movable, walkway. Because I agree with you, it's not going to be as easy as it is in other places. But I would like to think, and I'm trying to look at some internal pictures online right now of the terminals. I'd like to think there's some places where it is wide enough, where maybe we could get a stretch, right, where it goes. And honestly, creatively, if indeed it looks like we can't get going in both directions, I don't think we should put it past us that maybe we have it go in one direction, but have it be reversible. For instance, most people are in a hurry when they're trying to get to their flight. They're usually not in a hurry when they're getting off, right? Besides maybe to go rush to the restroom, right? So, but most people coming into the airport, if you come in, your flight ends up being all the way down to what the mayor's point is, right? You have this long, stretch to get to. I think that a one directional, assisting moving, walkway could be beneficial. So I wanted to put that, right, plant that thought. I don't think there obviously needs to be any formal decision yet, but let's say, for instance, there is some funding that we do get out of this. I would like for you to maybe put a little bit more thought rather than just say, hey, sorry, we don't think it's possible. I'm happy to get your reaction.
No, that's fine. I mean, we can review it again and look at, it's not like we've never come up with creative solutions to a difficult problem. So we will dig into it and see if there's opportunities and try and see what we can do. This grant is focused on projects that are already designed and ready for bid because remember the infrastructure money wants to be spent by Congress as soon as possible. And so that's that part. It doesn't mean there's more money coming every year for the next 5 years.
Okay, so we could design something and potentially tap into future resources
and see if there's opportunity. So I will take that back with me.
Okay, that was it. I'll move approval of this item. Thanks.
Second. Councilmember Foley, don't go anywhere yet, John. Now we got more. Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Perales, for bringing up the area that's of biggest concern to me. And you know this, John, because I think one of my first council meetings I talked about my mom not being able to walk down the long terminal. So I'm all for the people mover. I think we should investigate that and be as creative as possible. But I just wanted to share a little story with you and get some feedback from you. I was at the airport around the holidays, and I noticed that the escalator was not working. There was no sign to me that said where I could go or where someone could go to gain access to security. You have to go up the elevator or up the escalator. So there's no elevator, or I'm sure there is, but there was no signage. All there was something in front of the escalator that indicated it was out of order, and the choice was you have to go up the stairs. So I would suggest that if we're looking at accessibility, that we also make sure that we notify people what the alternatives are when access is prohibited because of I assume it was a mechanical failure. So first of all, can you tell me where the elevator is in the airport in relation to check-in?
For Terminal B?
Yes.
Yeah, for Terminal B, you would walk past the escalators towards the restrooms that are between the ticket lobby and the baggage claim, kind of where the information booth is. And that the elevators are right there, and they pop up next to where you do your clear. If you were a clear member upstairs, they pop out right there at the beginning of the queue.
Okay.
So it's not very far. I think intuitively we thought you could see them. Obviously, we need to do some additional signage. That's also the reason why there's two escalators that go the same place. Hopefully,
They were
you don't
both
have
broken.
both out at the same
They
time.
were both
but
not working.
apparently, it was one of those moments when we didn't have everything together.
So
But
I'm just saying,
yeah.
and I appreciate that, and I don't mean to scold you publicly, but I guess I kind of am scolding you publicly. It's a problem, and I have had a knee replacement, so it's harder to go up steps. I can do it, and I did it, but when I looked at it, I thought, holy cow, I got to go up these stairs. How am I going to do that with my luggage? And it just made it really difficult that it wasn't so easy. And then I think about senior citizens, or, okay, I guess at 62, I'm technically a senior citizen. But anyway, you know what I mean? People who are 80, 85, 90, who need that mobility or need that access, we need to let them know in an easier way without having to walk around all over a terminal and then try to find someone to ask where it is. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. I think it's really critical that we're looking at accessibility, and I'm really glad to hear this for all types of accessibility issues. But I understand this is a competitive grant. So what alternatives do you have in place, or will you look at if we don't get the grant, or what is the likelihood we will get the grant?
The grant is, we're putting in for two different types of the grant. There's a chunk of money that's set aside for terminal buildings, and then there's a chunk of money that's set aside for both discretionary and entitlement grants for the airport. We have an estimated 15.5 million in entitlement. Means I get it no matter if I have a good reason or not, I just get it. So this is to put it into the terminal grant so I can use that 15.5 for something else. If I fail getting in the terminal grant, this project's important enough to me that I will use the 15.5 to complete this, because I think, as the building ages and codes change, we need to keep up with it for these reasons. So I have a backup plan in case we don't make it. Phase 1 will go, period, no matter what. Phase 2 and 3, we're trying to advance them with the grant, but if not, they will follow each year. We do one of the phases until we get everything up to par is the plan.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I may need to clarify something with you. I was near Alaskan Air Terminal. Is that Terminal A or B?
That's B.
Okay.
You're correct.
That's where it was then.
Yeah. But I don't take it as you scolding me publicly. Remember that I walk in that airport every day, 10 times a day. And so what's natural to me is I see the elevators every time I walk to the escalators. So it's always good to get a perspective of someone who doesn't live their life in the airport. I used to use my mother before she passed away.
Yeah.
Mom, can you do this without me? It was a great opportunity, right, for me to see it with someone else's eyes.
Right.
So I appreciate the input, and we'll make that change on the signage.
I really appreciate that. I'm really glad to hear you bringing back golf carts, because some people don't want to wait for the wheelchair, and they also don't want to activate their own wheelchair if they have to deal with their own luggage and that sort of thing. So I'm absolutely will support the motion, and wish you Godspeed in getting the grant money and implementation in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, and I hope you're not like Tom Hanks in the terminal. You do leave the airport sometimes.
I
see.
do, yes.
Anyway, first of all, I wanted to say I was very excited when I read the release about those autonomous vehicles. I mean, I think that'll help a lot to have that kind of opportunity. And now we'll have to train. I guess the question is, how are we making sure people who come into the airport will know how to activate them, how to get, if they need an app to run it, and how they're going to be able to figure that out quickly when they're on, in a hurry to get from place to place.
Yeah.
I don't need to ask you that question right now. I'll learn more about it later. But I did want, back to the question about being creative on moving people around the airport. One of the things that was exciting to me when I was looking into the and talking with some of the providers for the airport connector project was that, the idea of maybe these single vehicle connectors could be used as interterminal transport as well. So as we build from Dearden to the airport, trying to figure out how to build that in a way that could be an interterminal transport vehicle, or even, having a couple stops within each terminal so that people could use that vehicle. And I know there was some talk about potentially at least coming into the one end of the airport directly into the terminal with one of those vehicles eventually as things are getting built out. And then, these airports are building these elevated trackways, and it's possible that even this airport connector could have an elevated trackway in the terminal to be able to go back and forth with these autonomous connector vehicles.
Yeah, the way we're looking at the Dearden Airport connector is the basic requirement is to get to Terminal B because there's a space built for it. And then options as the P3 person, kind of is creative. There are opportunities to connect B with A on the outside, which would eliminate the need for me to run a bus between Terminal A and Terminal B. And then they've even talked about continuing on to the long-term parking lot, so I don't have to run a bus from the long-term parking lot in. So it depends on cost, obviously, cost, operations, maintenance, all of those things. But those will be things that DOT and the airport will look together as we evaluate these opportunities.
And one of the things I heard was that while there would be some fee, potentially this could be set up so that while there's a fee to get to the airport, that vehicle could be free for people using it between terminals, so that it wouldn't necessarily, you have different types of trips.
The only way it would work is if it's free. Once you get to the terminal and you're in the airport property, it has to be free.
It has to be free. Yeah.
Right.
Just like the buses. And then just to clarify what Councilmember Foley's questions were about the existing project. We've already approved, I think, as council phase 1 anyway, right? Of that work. Was that true? We approve that contract for
of the ADA project?
Yes.
Yes, because it's actually under construction.
Right. So we already
now.
approved that, and if you get this grant, that could then supplant that money and bring that money back for other uses in the airport.
Plus
accelerate phases 2 and 3.
Phase 2 and phase 3 that are also listed in this memo. So that's the real benefit, is we can pay ourselves back for what started and then accelerate 2 and 3 so we get more ADA solutions quicker.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, now you're done, John.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience, John, but we got another airport item after this one. All right. All right, we have a motion, don't we? Let's vote.
Jimenez? Morales?
Yes.
Yes, on Jimenez. Yes.
Thank you. Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe? Roscoe? Davis?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 5.2 is the Federal Aviation Administration grant funding for the airport terminal roofing projects. I'm guessing this is going to elicit fewer questions.
I'll move approval before you get started again, Mayor.
All right, any comments from the public? Any
There are no hands.
no anti-roofing advocates? Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe? Davis?
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you. Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, now we're rolling. Thanks, John. 6.1 is storm drain system improvement project rebid. We don't have a presentation on this, so let's go to the public.
I have no hands. Oh, Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Just a quick thank you that you're working on our issues like this. And I'm learning really important lessons about what to expect in terms of natural disaster for the next year compared to, say, well, how we're going to deal with oil prices in the next year and energy use in the next year. I'll be talking more about this in the coming weeks, and I am trying to make all these adjustments and understanding what can be our natural disaster worries for the next few years. So thanks for your work on this, and as always, your good prep practices, just so we're aware, up, and informed on these matters and can be prepared in case of the worst. Thanks a lot.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. I don't think I heard a motion, did I?
Move approval.
Oh, you already made it? All right, Councilmember Morales made the motion. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on item 8.1, the fiscal year 22-23 annual action plan priorities. There is a presentation. Reagan Henniger has patiently been waiting. Welcome, Reagan.
All right, good afternoon. Reagan Henninger here with the Housing Department, and I should be joined momentarily by Kristen Clements, who is our Division Manager in the Housing Department. We are here this afternoon to hold a public hearing on the proposed funding priorities for our fiscal year 22-23 annual action plan, which directs how we are proposing to spend our federal entitlement funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So this is our annual cycle, which is a cycle actually for a 5-year consolidated plan or 5-year strategic plan. The council approved the last consolidated plan in August 2020. And fiscal year 22-23 will be year 3 of a 5-year plan. We are at the point in the cycle, at the 2 o'clock point where we're selecting funding priorities. And next month, we will be back with a proposed annual action plan. The city receives 4 funds via formula. The first is CDBG, and we're anticipating to receive approximately 8.8. The second is home. The third is ESG, and the fourth is HOPWA. And these are all estimated amounts. We haven't received our actual award for next fiscal year. And our priorities that we propose in each of our annual action plans have to align with our 5-year strategic plan goals, which you can see on this slide here, which is preventing and addressing homelessness, creating and preserving housing, promoting fair housing, and stabilizing and strengthening communities. So our proposed spending priorities for CDBG, this is our public service category, and public service is capped at 15% of our total award. So we are proposing to continue the same priorities that we have in this current fiscal year, which you can see are senior services, neighborhood engagement and leadership, services for homeless, and then some legal and fair housing services. This is our proposed priorities for what we call our community development investments. And this is a pot of money that we use for a lot of place-based street and infrastructure enhancements. We also pay for targeted code enforcement. That's code enforcement that is above and beyond what the city typically provides in our budget. And then we also can pay for acquisition, rehab, and infrastructure improvements. So one thing we have paid for in the past couple of years is our community Wi-Fi projects out of this pot of funding. And then our proposed priorities for home, we are saying we are going to put all of that money into new affordable housing developments. And for HAPWA, we pay rental assistance with that funding. It's a pretty narrowed use. And then for our emergency solutions grant, this is funding that can be used for addressing homelessness and particularly unsheltered homelessness. So we use the majority of it for street outreach. And that is it. Just a reminder that this is a public hearing to receive input and feedback on our proposed spending priorities.
Thank you, Reagan. Thanks to you and Kristen and everybody on the team for your hard work. Let's go to the public for this public hearing. Do I have to declare the public hearing is open? Okay, the public hearing is open.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for the presentation by Reagan. It's my feeling it's the time to try to kind of remind yourselves that, you know, with federal help, you know, and Reagan's reporting how these federal programs are going to be dealing with homelessness, unhoused issues in San Jose, that federal agencies have been passing along a lot of money to state agencies and wanting them, you know, state budgets to put them in state plans, you know, for continual plans. And it's very large amounts of money that I think the state of California, we can have interesting new pots of money to be dealing with in our future. And we can be asking about and asking for each year. And for as important as the Home Key program has been and interesting has been, we can't shy away and forget that, you know, this money that we're building and growing right now should really be with the intention to build, you know, the future of our unhoused system. How are we going to help the unhoused in the future? And we can't be shy of the good subsidy programs that can be available for programs we've already been practicing and establishing for years before Home Key. And we have to learn how to apply this sort of good money now available to, you know, already existing programs we know how to do well. And we can just simply subsidize people much better and easier now. I think we're a bit afraid to do that and a bit afraid to openly talk about that. Good luck in making that a more open, accessible subject matter for ourselves. And good luck with the Wi-Fi things, you know, as always, that openness and accountability and open public policies is an important factor in the future of those policies.
Back to council.
All right, back to council. Questions, comments? I don't see anyone present who would like to speak. I don't see anyone on Zoom. I believe we just need a motion to receive the, oh no, we need to actually implement. Is that right?
I think it's just a public
Just a
hearing,
public
Mayor,
hearing.
so I think you can close the public
We'll
hearing.
just close the public hearing and move on?
Yes. Okay.
All right, let's do that. The hearing is hereby closed. Thank you, Reagan. We'll move on to, we got more housing coming though. 8.2 is a report on the status California's COVID-19 Recovery Act, State COVID-19 Rental Assistance Program, and implementation of local eviction, diversion, and settlement program. Welcome.
Hi, Reagan Henninger here, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I'm joined this afternoon by Emily Hislop, who is our Housing Planning and Policy Administrator overseeing our Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as well as Christopher Alexander, Deputy City Attorney. And Jackie will not be joining us this afternoon. So in June 2021, Governor Newsom signed AB 832 into law, extending the state's eviction moratorium through September 30th, 2021. Then beginning October 1st, 2021, AB 832's COVID recovery period began, ending the 25% rent obligation that was previously established and setting in place new, more limited protections for tenants. However, on March 31st, in just a couple weeks, those limited protections are set to expire. You can see here that AB 832 lays out 3 periods. The first period, March 2020 to August, is defined as the protected time period. A tenant with unpaid rent from this first period can never be evicted based on that unpaid rent, so long as they signed and submitted a declaration of COVID-19 related financial distress to their landlord. The second period here in purple is called the transition time period and has the same protection from eviction with one additional requirement: tenants having signed and submitted a declaration of COVID-19 related financial distress to their landlord, and they had to pay at least 25% of their total rent due. And then the last period, which is the period we're in now, is called the recovery period, and tenants with unpaid rent during this time only have procedural protections related to applying for rent. So landlords are required to include information regarding rent relief on their notices to pay, and landlords must certify they applied for rental assistance and the application was denied, or 20 days have passed and the landlord had not received notice of the tenant applying. So the limited protections for recovery period do end on March 31st, and tenants cannot apply for rental assistance for April 22 and on through the state program. So the state program is going to stop taking new applications on March 31st. After April 1st, only tenants with approved rent relief applications can seek relief from unlawful detainer actions based on non-payment. Or the tenant could also pay for a 40-day stay of eviction by depositing per diem rent with the court. And in the meantime, the state could approve their rental application. But the message is there are very, very limited protections that exist right now, and those are set to expire. So the state has money. They have money to pay the applications that have been submitted between ERA 1 and ERA 2 and additional reallocations from the Treasury. The state has indicated to us in our weekly meetings with them that they will pay out all of the applications that they have received. And in addition, they have SB 115, which authorizes state general funds to be used for either approved applications while the state is waiting for reallocations from the Treasury, or it can also be used to cover any deficit in the rent relief program resulting from an oversubscription. So there is money, is the good news. However, there are several challenges that still exist. Legislating COVID-19 rental debt for backward-facing rental debt in any of the 3 periods I mentioned is preempted. And while the state does have funding to pay all the applications submitted, they are very slow to review and pay. So there are over 7,000 San Jose households waiting for payment from the state. By our estimates, the state processes and pays 200 to 250 applications a week. And the state has told us several times that they are not adding any capacity or any ability to process and approve payments faster. And so with that, we estimate it will take them 7 to 8 months to pay out the existing 7,000 applications that are there. And so that leaves a lot of households that are going to be at risk in just a few short weeks. So I'm going to turn it over to Emily, who is going to talk about our eviction, diversion, and settlement program that we've developed.
Hi, everyone. Mayor, council members. This is my first time, so.
Welcome. You're doing great so far.
I just want to highlight, so the 7,000 applications that we're talking about on this slide are tenants who've applied for rent after October 1. That's the recovery period that they don't have any protections on April 1 except for an approved application. So this is the problem we're trying to solve. These roughly 7,000 applicants that could be at risk of facing an unlawful detainer eviction lawsuit come April 1 through no fault of their own. They've applied for rent relief. It's just the state taking time. So way back when, in the beginning of the rent relief program, there were two. There was the local program and the state program, and we were using ERA 1, the first round of funding, direct allocations with our local program in collaboration with the county. We had to close that program, as you're aware, and it turns out through duplication and all sorts of other things, there's some money left over. So we've explored and confirmed with Treasury that we can try to use this, well, it's $3.5 million for San Jose, but I think a total of 10 million with city and county, use these ERA 1 funds to intervene in when a tenant is facing an eviction lawsuit. So we've worked with the court, the county, and other partners on how we can make this work. First, targeting landlords that have filed evictions where tenants have not received an approval. So this would be for rent accruing after October 1, and either side has a rent relief application pending. What would we do? Who would be eligible is that the landlord agrees to dismiss the action, and we, with the county, would pull the application from the state, review it for eligibility, and then use the ERA 1 funds to make the landlord whole and be able to do it on a much more rapid timeline. In order to do this, we need the tenant to be able to pay current rent. After April 1, we understand some people are still struggling, and sometimes a condition of this settlement can be just more time for the tenant to work with the homelessness prevention system and get into a more stable housing situation. So how will this work? Our first tactic of intervention is day of court. So there's 2 mornings each week where the unlawful detainer or eviction calendar is heard. We are already there with our rental assistance navigators to support litigants in looking up status of payments. They work with the mediators, the landlord attorneys, and including the bench officer to identify tenants and landlords where our assistance can be helpful. In April 1, we can shift to identifying these matters that would be appropriate for the eviction diversion and settlement program. And in addition, we would have partners from the county, from the homelessness prevention system there to all work together to help the parties come to an agreement and with the mediator either continue the matter and get it paid very rapidly. our staff would work with the landlord and tenant to download their applications from the state. We and the county would review the applications to confirm eligibility. And as I said, the landlord and tenant would sign an agreement. And after the review, the county would process the payment. We're already have worked with the state on this program and how we can avoid any duplication of federal funds. We have talked to tenant attorneys, landlord attorneys, the mediator in court, and the bench officer, and everyone is highly supportive of this and willing to participate. So as I said, so on the city side, this is a collaboration with the county. We will work with landlords and attorneys. We've already had conversations with at least 2 prominent landlord attorneys who have a bulk of the caseload. They are already identifying cases they have pending that might be appropriate. We also, just through the Eviction Help Center, can identify what tenants need help completing their application when they've received an unlawful detainer. And at the city, for properties that are covered under the tenant protection ordinance, 3-day notices to pay or quit and unlawful detainers lawsuits are actually uploaded. So we can contact those landlords directly and see if this situation, if they'd be agreeable to us processing the application and them dismissing the action. We also help tenants already identify, if they receive an unlawful detainer, we help tenants let the state program know so their application can be prioritized. So that's another level of intervention that may not involve our funding. On the county side, they're working with the state to get a list of the most non-responsive tenants. So these are tenants who maybe started the application and there's been multiple attempts to contact them by the state program, but it just, they were never able to. So rather than expend their resources any further, the county's offered to take that list and try through their methods to reach out to the tenants and get them engaged in the process and completing the application. And the goal of this would to be have more completed applications to avoid eviction. Just talking a little bit about going on to what our eviction prevention help centers have been doing. We've been connecting people with legal support, both with our on-site presence of Law Foundation in Silicon Valley. We also have people assisting virtually through Bay Area Legal. We are still in discussions with Santa Clara University about beginning a law clinic to shift some of the more light touch legal tasks to law students supervised by Santa Clara University staff rather than Law Foundation and Bay Area Legal and the other legal aid organizations which are having tremendous staffing and capacity issues right now. I had talked about our eviction diversion and settlement program, but there's an additional program that the court applied to fund that was in collaboration with the city, the county, and all these other partners from the National Center for State Courts. The grant went to the second level of an on-site interview, and the decision will likely be made in early April. This would be what we proposed along with the court was a collaborative eviction diversion program, which would first start out as a weekly workshop for litigants to go get connected to all services, both landlords and tenants. We are working with the court and county and partners to try and do this no matter if the grant gets funded or not. If that workshop is not successful, the court will then implement a collaborative housing court like what was discussed pre-pandemic. Our Eviction Prevention Help Center, Education and Outreach, this is what we're going to pivot to now that the main work of helping people with rental applications has slowed. We are going to pivot to provide more legal education and referrals. We've found that one of the biggest things is people don't know what documents mean. We've had numerous people come in with an unlawful detainer, court papers, and summons, and have no idea the seriousness of what that is and how quickly you have to respond. So some robust outreach and education, not just to tenants themselves, but to grassroots partners where tenants may go to for help We want to make sure everybody knows what papers they're looking at and where to go for help. So this would just be providing general legal information and where to go. And then we would pass to the local nonprofit entities to perform limited or full representation. And just to get an idea of what this fantastic team has done for 7 months, they've helped 1,424 or more households apply for rent relief. We've made over 179 legal referrals, and the staff in 5 languages has fielded over 7,500 calls and emails. I want to take a moment to recognize all of the staff that has made this possible with the Eviction Prevention Help Center, and note that all of these people have come during the Delta wave, during the Omicron wave, and help people in person out of a commitment to their community. And just want to take a moment to recognize their dedication and the work they've done.
Thanks. That concludes our staff presentation.
Thank you. And thank you, Emily, for thanking all of them. It's been a great collaboration dealing with a very, very hard situation. Not made any easier given the very slow pace of getting these checks out. And I appreciate the solution that you all have worked together on building around a collaborative eviction diversion program. And I think this could be a great model for others as well. Let's go to the public.
Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Yes, my name is Ms. Rayan Mendoza, and I'm a community navigator with Amigos de Guadalupe. We understand that our community is in a different place than we were in 2020, but many tenants are still trying to recover from these hardships. This pandemic has caused, and we still have renters all over the city and all over the state that haven't received the rent assistance to cover past debt. We cannot expect to move forward in this time when many of are struggling to get out of the hole. The extremely high risk of increasing evictions, filings, and mass displacement should serve as a serious warning to what will happen if we do not reinstate the moratorium and provide cover for tenants to continue to be impacted by this pandemic. We urge you to please move forward with the recommendation before you from Council Member Carrasco memo, so we can protect renters from massive displacements. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Gabrielle Manrique. Gabriel.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer with Luna. I am canvassing every day with a group of promotoras in different neighborhoods of San Jose to inform tenants about their rights and about the state rental relief. We have seen the need in those communities. The extremely high risk of increased eviction and mass displacement after AB 832 expires should serve as a serious warning to what will happen if we do not reinstate protections and provide coverage to tenants who continue to be impacted by this pandemic. We understand that our community is in a different place than we were in 2020. However, many people from our communities are still trying to recover. We, as Luna, are also assisting folks to apply for the COVID-19 state rent relief. Unfortunately, the state is processing applications too slow, and tenants have to wait between 2 to 4 months to get an answer if they will get the assistance to cover past debt. We cannot expect to move forward in time when many are struggling to get out of a hole. We urge the council members to move forward with the recommendation before you and Councilmember Carrasco's memo, so we can protect our renters from mass displacement. Thank you.
Jeremy Bruce.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Baruz, Policy and Organizing Manager with the Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment. And I'm here to stand alongside our community to ensure that renters who continue to be impacted by COVID are not at further risk of eviction and displacement. Every day we have people walking into our doors at Amigos de Guadalupe who are still feeling the economic impacts from COVID, who are in real need of rental assistance. We are also assisting individuals with applying for the state rental relief, who had applied months ago and still have not received assistance. They are constantly living in stress of being evicted come April 1st. The extremely high risk of increased eviction filings and mass displacement should serve as a serious warning to what will happen if we do not reinstate a moratorium and provide cover to tenants who continue to be impacted by this pandemic. For that reason, we urge the council to pass recommendations in Councilmember Carrasco's memo so that this conversation can be revisited next week with the opportunity to reinstate the city's eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Emily Ramos.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Emily Ann Ramos. I am with Silicon Valley at Home, and I'm calling in support of staff's recommendation and the Carrasco memo, or Councilmember Carrasco's memo, sorry. Last time we faced an eviction moratorium deadline, the council took action to protect our community members without knowing what the state might do. We ask that you do that again. Staff has done an absolute heroic job, and I applaud their proposal, but you can give them more protections to work with. So I wish that you would protect our community and honor their work, pass the staff's recommendation and Councilmember Carrasco's memo. Thank you so much for your time.
Oscar Castro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Oscar Castro, Working Partnerships. We would like to express our support and recommendations laid out in Councilmember Carrasco's memo calling for a reinstatement of San Jose's eviction moratorium to be enacted April 1st. While we understand that we are moving towards recovery from this pandemic, our community will be feeling many lasting impacts, such as economic ones, which will take a much longer amount of time. We appreciate staff's efforts to the eviction diversion program. That is an extremely important part of this conversation. However, on top of those efforts, we need to provide cover for renters that will still need protections as we continue to deal with various levels of instability. With much of these rental assistance dollars yet to be dispersed, we have tenants that have incurred thousands of dollars of debt and will be in an extremely vulnerable state after March 31st. I know that we are dealing with finding the findings for supporting a reenactment of a moratorium, reinstatement, excuse me, but we have local jurisdictions such as San Francisco and Los Angeles County that have moved and reinstated their own moratoriums with the findings that not having these in place will only affect renters, impact them, and put folks at a higher risk of displacement and eviction. With that being said, we urge council to please support the recommendations laid out in Councilmember Carrasco's memo. Let's come back next week and look towards seeing what protections we can further provide for renters in San Jose. Thank you very much.
Claire Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the words of the previous speakers, and a thank you that you are trying to continue the efforts of the eviction moratorium process that can really be of help to tenants a lot, and of owners too. And it's been quite a process we've all been going through the past few years. Good luck in keeping up the efforts to work for tenants' rights issues at this time. The COVID variants around the world are on an increase right now. It may not be huge, massive numbers, but it's significant that I think we have to really be on guard in this country still, and we have to continue the ideas of mask use and just respecting social distancing ideas, and be wary, be careful, and having these eviction moratorium options just really helps us at this time. And just to thank you in this work and effort, and thank you again.
Soitza Del Real. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Okay, we are not able to allow that person to speak. Something weird went on and they put their hand down. So if raise your hand again if you need to talk, and we'll see what we can do. Next speaker is Dilza.
Good afternoon. My name is Tilsa Gonzalez. I
I live in the Mayfair community, but I am also working with Somos Mayfair. I am here to urge you to pass a memorandum of Council Member Magdalena Carrasco. As a community member and member that work with community, I have seen firsthand how COVID has affected our families, not only with rent and their employees, but also emotional and mental health. Cutting right now and putting our community in a more hardship situation is only gonna um, damage our community a lot more. It's gonna damage our students and our youth that are trying to make us and come out as normal as possible from a 2-year lockdown, basically. So I will urge all of you to please consider the mental health, the social emotional well-being of our communities and our children and youth that right now are in your hands. Please respect the memorandum, pass the memorandum, and vote in favor of our community that it's the most vulnerable right now, based on the rent relief. That is not, it's not because they don't want to or can't or won't pay, it's because they can't. And this process is taking way too slow. It's way too slow to support all of us. Thank you and have a really good evening.
Sandy Perry.
Hello, I'm Sandy Perry, and I'm speaking for the Affordable Housing Network. As we heard in the staff report, there's 7,000 people who are at risk of eviction on April 1st because their application for assistance has not been approved. We support the eviction diversion program, but we also support an extension of the eviction moratorium in order to protect the tenants that are at risk. And that are falling through the cracks of this incredibly bureaucratic and difficult process of receiving rental assistance. San Jose is already in a crisis of homelessness and displacement since before the pandemic, and it looks like that's shaping up to be one of our biggest election issues in the election coming up. So how we respond to this April 1st crisis is going to play into that. Every single eviction of a family is a humanitarian tragedy, and we need to do everything possible to avoid it. We support Council Member Carrasco's memo to reinstate the eviction moratorium for 6 months. This is a chance for us to be proactive and avoid a further worsening of our housing crisis in Silicon Valley. Thank you very much.
Anil Babar.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to the Mayor and City Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. We're here to speak in opposition to Councilmember Carrasco's memo suggesting any extension of the eviction moratorium. State law has kind of taken the occupied area around evictions for non-payment of rent up until March 31st. And I would be surprised to hear otherwise, that the city has any legal basis for extending it further. The justifications for passing the initial eviction moratorium are no longer in place, and therefore I don't see a reason why you would support extending it any further. I also like to state that we, as the California Apartment Association, had done quite a bit in the area of helping landlords and tenants get their rent paid. One of the areas we're really stressing on right now is through the use of Senate Bill 847. That would increase the number of people who would be eligible for rent relief. And so I think there are a lot of measures being done now to help in that respect, but extending the eviction moratorium is a non-starter. Furthermore, I think what this housing department is doing around eviction payments is a good start to kind of address some of the people who are looking for their rent to be paid. But again, we would strongly oppose any extension of the eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Yolanda Chavez Yaw.
Buenas tardes, alcaldes y concejales. Mi nombre es Yolanda Chávez, líder comunitaria con Luna. Estoy aquí en apoyo a la comunidad para garantizar que los inquilinos que continúan afectados por el COVID-19 no corran el mayor riesgo de desalojo y desplazamiento. Desde enero de este año he tocado puertas en llevar información a las personas sobre la ayuda de renta. He estado informando a mi comunidad. Hemos encontrado decenas de personas que no han podido pagar su renta porque perdieron su trabajo a causa de la pandemia. Sin embargo, la mayoría que ha aplicado a la ayuda de la renta no la ha recibido. Las protecciones AB y 832 expiran a finales de este mes y desafortunadamente la cantidad de desalojos aumentará. Les incitamos a que sigan adelante con la recomendación que tienen ante ustedes con el memorándum de la concejal Carrasco para que podamos proteger a nuestros vecinos del desplazamiento masivo. Mi nombre es Yolanda Chávez y no quiero ser una hombre más. Favor de apoyarnos en arreglar algo para los inquilinos. Gracias de antemano.
Gracias, señora. Do we
Mi
have
nombre es
interp-
Yolanda Chávez y
No,
soy
we don't.
latina, trabajo para Latinos Unidos por una Nueva América. Gracias.
No, we don't have interpreters for this meeting. I know some
Okay.
council members will have understood that.
Yeah. Sí.
Yes.
Señora, hay una persona allá que puede interpretar lo que ha dicho. No.
Vamos a ganar mi marca.
694.69.
¿Y Juan ya brindó los juegos o no?
No, todavía
No,
no.
no.
Hay. Cabrón, yo no quiero ni a la escuela, oiga. Ni a la escuela.
Señora, no hay otro miembro de la familia que puede interpretar. Okay. All right. We'll proceed.
Soitza Del Real.
Hola, miembros del ayuntamiento. Mi nombre es Oicha del Real. Yo vivo en el este de San José y soy navegador comunitario en Illusion. Yo le pido al ayuntamiento que por favor reintegran la moratoria de evacuación.
Señora, un momentito, lo siento, pero no tenemos un intérprete ahorita. Vamos a determinar si hay oportunidad para
Mayor,
ofrecer un intérprete.
a member of my staff here has volunteered, if that's okay.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Sarah, would you mind?
Are you willing? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sí, un momentito.
Sí,
Vamos
está
a
bien.
ayudarse.
Either one, whatever's easier.
And so what we'll do is we'll have her talk, and then at the conclusion of her statements, then if you could offer an interpretation, that would be helpful. Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry.
We'll allow her to go through her whole statement, and then we'll come to you.
Okay.
Unless you think it's easier for us to ask her to stop after each sentence.
Yeah, if they could pause just so I
Yeah,
can hear
okay.
everything.
Okay. Señor, después de cada frase, pudiera cesar para asegurar que el intérprete pueden ofrecer su. Actually, perhaps you could explain better.
yes,
Yeah, why don't
Sí,
you?
está
yeah.
bien.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escucha?
Sí, sí.
Le pido paciencia, por favor, y si podría pausar para poder traducir.
Muchas gracias por la ayuda.
Sí, claro.
Miembros del ayuntamiento, mi nombre es Gabriela. Vivo en el este de San José.
Members of City Council, my name is Gabriela and I live in East San Jose.
Soy navegador comunitario de Illusion.
I'm a community navigator at Vegilution.
Estoy aquí para pedir al ayuntamiento que por favor reintegren la moratoria de evacuación.
I'm asking City Council to reinstate the moratorium, the eviction moratorium.
Por favor, para aquellos que siguen esperando asistencia de renta.
For those who are still awaiting rent assistance.
Estamos viendo que estamos saliendo de la crisis de COVID pero nuestra comunidad aún se está recuperando económicamente y tienen miedo de ser evacuados.
While we are coming out of the COVID pandemic, we are concerned and folks are scared and concerned that they'll be evicted.
Sinceramente es muy estresante cuando no sabemos si podremos permanecer en nuestros hogares mientras pasan los meses.
It is honestly really stressful to feel like we might be evicted. ¿Podría repetir la última parte, perdón?
Es muy estresante para la comunidad saber si vamos a permanecer en nuestros hogares mientras pasa cada mes.
Yeah, it's very stressful for the community to be unsure as to whether they will be evicted every month with month.
Y reintegrar la moratoria nos dará paz y tranquilidad a nuestra comunidad.
Reinstating the eviction moratorium would bring peace and stability for our community.
Muchas gracias por su consideración a este tema tan importante para nuestra comunidad.
Thank you for your
Gracias.
attention to this important issue for our community. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Sarah, thank you very much for being willing to jump in. Appreciate it.
Bertha Melchor.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. La escucho, ¿le puedo traducir?
Sí, por favor. Gracias.
Sí, no hay problema.
Ok. Mi nombre es Berta Melchor. Soy líder comunitaria con Luna.
My name is Berta Melchor and I'm a community leader with Luna.
Todavía tenemos inquilinos en toda la ciudad de San José que no han recibido la asistencia de alquiler para pagar sus deudas.
There are still tenants across San Jose who've not yet received assistance, rental assistance.
Yo estoy ayudando a llenar aplicaciones para la asistencia de renta en la oficina de Luna.
I'm currently supporting folks as they fill out their applications at the Luna office.
El Estado está tardando más de 3 meses en ayudar a los necesitados.
The state is taking more than 3 months to help those in need.
Los inquilinos están desesperados y ya no saben qué hacer para que no sean desalojados.
Tenants are overwhelmed and they don't know what to do to avoid getting evicted.
Por esa razón necesitamos a los concejales aprobar las recomendaciones establecidas en el memorando de la concejal.
This is why we need council to support what I'm assuming Councilmember Carrasco is asking in her memorandum.
Esta conversación pueda revisarse la próxima semana con la oportunidad de restablecer la moratoria de desalojo en la ciudad.
I ask that you continue this conversation on March 29th and continue the conversation around the eviction moratorium.
Es importante proteger a las comunidades más vulnerables de desalojos.
It's important to protect the most vulnerable communities from eviction.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Back to council.
Great, thanks, Sarah. All right, let's go back to the council. Councilmember Mahan.
Oh, thank you. I did not expect to be first. Well, I want to thank Sarah Garcia on my team for the jumping in. Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate it. I just had a couple of questions, and then I may want to circle back as I collect my thoughts. But I was maybe confused by the preemption section in the staff memo, and I don't know if the question is for our housing staff or Nora, but can you just clarify what we are and are not allowed to do? And Reagan, would it be better if I direct that to Nora?
I think Chris can.
Or Chris,
probably
sorry.
answer that.
Okay.
Either way, either one of us.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Chris.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Chris Alexander, City Attorney's Office. So the preemption that I believe is addressed in the memo has to do with state law provision that was passed under AB 3088 and then subsequently and further amendments to the provisions, but it's under the Code of Civil Procedure, and it basically requires that local jurisdictions not regulate a period of time of rent with regard to eviction. So there's a 2-year period under the statute that it says that local jurisdictions can't regulate the grounds for eviction based on that period of time of rent. That period of time is from March 2020 through March 2022, at the end of this month. And so that, I believe, is what was in the memo that was trying to clarify for the council to be clear about.
And then how does that, can you just help us understand the interplay then with the proposal in Councilmember Carrasco's memo?
Sure. So
specifically recommendation 1.
Right. So recommendation
1A, I'm sorry.
Right. So it indicates to reinstate the moratorium for 6 months that would apply to those that have a COVID-19 related impact. So in terms of how that plays with state law's prohibition, it would have to apply to rent that becomes due April 1st and onward, not to rent that's due before April, because that would then fall within the period of time covered by state law that's specifically prohibited.
Okay, and the tenant would have to demonstrate a COVID-related loss of income after April 1st to be eligible, April 1st of this year. Is that right?
According to, I think, the recommendation, yes, that's what it states. And that's what we've done in the past and what other jurisdictions are doing.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood what was and wasn't legally possible. And then just back on the underlying, the staff recommendation, which I appreciate, by the way. I clearly should have started by saying, you know, I think what the slow processing at the state level is a huge problem. And the last thing we want to see is hundreds of people, if not more, being evicted without the opportunity to have their application reviewed and hopefully accepted. I guess what I wanted to understand was in the implementation of this, is our expectation that the city, that we would be offering the full amount applied for, or how would we make a determination in terms of unwinding this debt with the landlord through the proposed approach here?
So I'll start and then Emily can add anything that I've missed, but we would be using in our proposed diversion program, we would be using US Treasury funds. We call it ERA1, which is Emergency Rental Assistance. And that is actually what that is a source that the state is using for the state program as well. And so there are restrictions within Treasury for 15 months is the maximum amount of rental assistance a household can receive, for example. So we would work with the household, a tenant or landlord, whoever applied, to literally download their state application and turn it into, I'm oversimplifying, there's a lot of details in the weeds, but we would turn their state application essentially into an application to a local program, and we would be required to meet the same regulations by the US Treasury in terms of amounts and documentation and paperwork. We would just take their state application, withdraw it from the state so there's no deduplication or duplicate payments.
Right.
And then pay them from San Jose's direct ERA1 allocation.
Got it. That's helpful. So in theory, it's just a much faster way of processing the application, but according to the same rule set. There's not a different set of rules here. Okay, great. And is this totally optional for the landlord in this case, in what you're proposing? Okay, that makes sense. And then let's just talk about an edge case that could be unfortunate. If we begin this process, thereby, well, I guess we're not actually reducing or extending the date. With the staff recommendation, we're not extending the date beyond which someone could be evicted, are we? We're not affected, like we're not impacting the eviction moratorium, are we? This would only be a voluntary.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then that was actually my last question. So I guess I'm fully supportive of the staff recommendation. I'd like to hear my colleagues' questions and comments on my colleague's memo, but thank you. That's it for me for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. And forgive me, I know Councilmember Carrasco had her hand up online. Forgive me, I've been instinctively just going to the folks present here. So Councilmember Carrasco, I know you have the memo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate that I get the protocol, so it's fine. And actually, Councilmember Mahan asked one of the questions that I had, because I think that there was some confusion about state law prohibiting us from extending the moratorium. So just to clarify, I wanted to ask staff just one more time about extending the moratorium and what our abilities are beyond March 31st.
So I'll start, and then Emily or Chris can jump in. But going forward, we did not recommend an eviction moratorium under an urgency ordinance, because you would have to make particular findings or conditions that were present. So for example, when the city first enacted a moratorium in March of 2020, there were certain conditions that existed. We were under a shelter in place order. There were businesses that were closed by mandate. COVID-19 cases were rising. So there was an urgency to protect public health. And so we don't think that those conditions are present now to enact a moratorium under an urgency ordinance going forward. And I will let Nora or Chris correct anything that or add to anything that I just said.
Chris Alexander again from the City Attorney's Office. So under the initial moratoriums, we did include certain findings that existed at the time to substantiate as an urgency measure, passing an ordinance, putting in place a moratorium. And that was continued to be found every time that we returned to the council and proposed it. Under this time, the conditions we understand have changed, the circumstances have changed. And if the council were to consider a new ordinance and wanted to pass it under the urgency provisions under the city charter, they would have to make the findings to support that, that it's an urgency for the public health, safety, and welfare. If it's, I think it's staff at this point, due to where the recommendations were for an eviction diversion program, hasn't put together any facts that support the current passing of a new urgency ordinance. However, I think it's possible that if those facts existed, we could do that if there's the votes to pass it pursuant to the city charter's requirements.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Jackie, I know that you were here when I first took office, and back in 2015, did staff not bring up an urgency ordinance based on the ARO? Wasn't it framed in that way? This was way before COVID, obviously, and there were some changes that were taking place. I thought there was an urgency ordinance. It didn't pass. We had a very different council at that time. And for the fear of massive displacement brought on through eviction.
Thanks, Councilmember. Jackie's not here today, but Rachel is here, who was present during that time.
Thanks so much. On my screen, you guys look teeny weeny. I can't tell who's in the box.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. So yes, Councilmember, you are recalling correctly. So in 2015, when we passed our tenant protection ordinance, we did pass an urgency ordinance. The reason for that was because we were concerned that because of the nature of the tenant protection ordinance, which provided protections against eviction, that without passing it with urgency, which meant that it took place immediately and we didn't have to have a first reading, second reading, and then 30 days to follow, that would provide protection against evictions that may have moved forward just because the legislation would have been put in place. So at that time, we did take action with urgency.
Uh, I guess I'm just trying to understand under what conditions or what findings we're able to bring forward an urgency ordinance, given that I'm not a lawyer. And it sounds like it's a difference in interpretation. I know that San Francisco brought forward an urgency ordinance, and that their justification or finding was based on threat of increased displacement. And would that not be one of the concerns that we would have is as we're listening to speakers and we know the number of applications that have yet to be processed, even through the end of this month, with the economic impact that many of the families are still dealing with, that we would have a tsunami of displacement?
So we can't, as we said, we can't legislate, council member, for that back owed rent or people who are waiting for the state to process their payment. But going forward, if you wanted to enact an urgency ordinance for not rent due before April 1st, we would have to make certain findings of urgency. And what those findings might be, it could be like economic findings if people are not back to work, if there are still COVID related impacts, perhaps. I don't know if city attorney, if you have any other
Right,
findings that might be.
that's what I'm laying out. I understand pre-April 1st, we've got that covered. I understand that, but going forward, after March 31st, we still understand that there are many folks that are dealing with the economic impacts of COVID and what was the shutdown and getting back to work and catching up on their whatever it is that they had to catch up on. Do we not, as a city and staff, still consider that moving forward beyond March 31st, that we have families who will be in jeopardy of losing their home?
I think we do say that, council member, in our staff report. One of the blessings or gifts of COVID was this one-time infusion of emergency rental assistance. But that did not solve our affordability crisis. That continues well beyond COVID, where families are paying far more than 30%, far more than 50% of their income on their rent, which places many families just teetering on the edge of homelessness or displacement, one emergency or one accident away from not being able to remain in their home. That existed before COVID-19, and it will exist beyond COVID-19 and beyond this recovery. So I guess I'm certainly not disagreeing with you, Councilmember.
Okay. I understand that this is one of the most expensive areas to live in. My concern is for those families who have been impacted by COVID. We know that there is our communities. I'm representing one of those communities who is highly impacted, regardless of COVID pandemic, next emergency, and next natural disaster. These families are struggling, And this is why it was ground zero when we were looking at infections and death among our COVID infected families, because they were living in overcrowded conditions as it were. But what I'm referring to are those families who are impacted by COVID related situations. So they've lost their job, they had to close down their businesses, they're trying to reopen their business, they're trying to get their clientele back through those doors. People are getting back to work, or they finally found a job maybe that can pay them enough to try and support their family. Or if it was a family who mom, dad, and their 18 or 19-year-old son was helping out, all three of them aren't necessarily working or finding jobs at the same time, so they're slowly getting back to work. My concern is that these are still families that may be impacted by the results of the pandemic. So moving forward, besides the cost of living, are we not concerned that we still have families who are reeling from the COVID impacts, and how they're going to resolve their economic situation? And wouldn't that, in our mind's eye, be justification enough or findings to call for an urgency ordinance?
I think we're not, again, disagreeing with you, council member, that there are very vulnerable families out there who are suffering. I think there's just concern about whether or not, if we were to enact a moratorium going forward, whether or not those findings are strong enough that we would not be put at risk where that moratorium would be challenged.
So do we
Nora
know,
or Chris want to add anything that
do
would?
we know if they're being challenged in San Francisco or in Los Angeles County?
Councilmember Carrasco, this is Nora Freeman. Thank you for your questions. And I think one of the issues is that you're talking about an extension or a moratorium that would last for 6 months. San Francisco, for example, is through the term of the proclamation of emergency related to COVID-19. That is probably easier to make the findings around and to defend, rather than a set period of time. So that's one of the issues that we see with this, should council want to move forward with your recommendation. Chris, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, I agree with Nora that would be probably the best approach, because there are findings to support the continued declared state of emergency. So that would be, one of the reasons why I think, and what we should connect it to if we were to pass a new urgency ordinance. I think that there can be facts that we can research to determine whether or not we think there's a basis for an urgency measure, and we can bring it to the council, and the council can weigh those reasons and make a decision whether they feel that there is an urgency to pass an ordinance. And as the city charter requires, it does require 8 affirmative votes. So it's certainly possible to bring that forward if the council would like us to return.
Thank you. I believe Nadia from the Law Foundation is still on. I'm not sure. I don't see her, but I was told that she may still be on. Tony, I'd like to ask her. I trust Nora infinitely, Nora, but I'd like to get her legal opinion as well.
She's coming over as a panelist.
And I'm not sure if she's there.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Nadia.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Nadia.
Thank you for inviting me to speak on this. I agree that other cities have passed urgency ordinance. I think the real issue is that there's 56% of of San Jose residents who are still pending rent assistance, and come April 1st, they could be evicted. And so I do think that there are facts out there to support the city enacting something short-term while we have a COVID emergency in place, while rent money is still getting out there. We know that it's been slow to get out there. And so, you know, like we're really at this point asking the city council to do something to be able to take those people who are still waiting rent assistance, who come April 1st, like they very well could be evicted. And really, this has been a lifesaver for us in our community. We've been able to prevent so many evictions because this rent assistance exists. And so, you know, we hope that the city council does something. I think there is legal authority to support reinstating the moratorium in connection with the emergency, like the city attorney has stated.
Thank you so much, Nadia. If you could just hang around, my 15 minutes are up, and I'm going to have to yield my space until the second round. And so if you could just hang out for a little bit.
I just, this is Reagan with the Housing Department, just wanted to piggyback on something that Nadia said, that while there are thousands of people waiting to be paid by the state, if we enact a moratorium going forward, they could still be evicted for that back owed rent. So it's not necessarily solving the problem.
Okay, Councilmember Carrasco, did you have another question or?
No, I'll come back to it.
Okay, Councilmember Paulus. Actually, Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. Just a question to clarify on that.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll let Perales go first. Easy.
Ed, Councilmember Paulus.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know if you were calling on me or Councilmember Cohen. So I appreciate that. You know, my office was very interested in working through this as well and trying to see where we could provide some assistance, because I agree that there's thousands of people that, for nothing other than just a time delay by the state, are very nervous and, you know, and concerned about what's going to happen going forward in April. Where I was concerned that we were sort of, you know, thinking we could provide them some assistance, but ultimately not, is basically what Reagan just stated, which was that if we create a new eviction moratorium under an urgency ordinance starting April 1, that it doesn't actually apply to anybody who is potentially in that waiting list, the thousands of, you know, people that need to you know, get their back due rental assistance. And I just wanted to see, Reagan, if you could expand on describing sort of why that's the case. I understand it, but I want to make sure that it's clear for everybody.
This is Emily Hislop. The reason that's the case is because we're preempted from legislating anything that has to do with rent that accrued between March 2020 and March 2021. And that doesn't go away. And April 1, the only thing that would prevent the eviction of a tenant with a pending rent relief application is an approved application. They could still be protected from getting evicted for April rent with a moratorium, but that's not going to solve the issue of their pending rent application. I hope that clarifies. A landlord could still walk in and file an unlawful detainer lawsuit on April 1, regardless of whether or not the tenant can pay April rent.
It does clarify it for me. I was clear on it previously. I had some time to engage with yourself in our housing department over the course of last week to understand what the opportunities were here, and then understood here what this challenge was. That, you know, I also was considering that we could do something to come in and enact or further a eviction moratorium that would help pre-April 1st, but recognizing we're preempted by the state because we didn't have an ordinance in place prior to the states, and so we are now preempted by them. And so I understood that the only thing then that these tenants could look to for support is essentially what staff is presenting today. Is that correct? The staff direction is looking directly at that because of the preemption. And if we approve the staff recommendation, that's sort of the best tool. And regardless if we have a new eviction moratorium starting April 1st, we would still need what staff is suggesting to help tenants that are in the waiting list, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so we could potentially explore both, which I think is what obviously Councilmember Carrasco is suggesting, but it just doesn't necessarily. I want to make sure it's clear for not only my colleagues, but more importantly, I think for the residents that we can't preempt what the state's doing. So really, we need to pass what the staff is suggesting because that's the best tools that we can put in place to help people that have a back due rent. And then I think we can discuss, because I do think there's some merits, as Councilmember Carrasco has already highlighted. And I think, nobody is going to deny that it's extremely challenging, pandemic or not, for some of our families to be able to afford rent. And there are still lingering impacts because of the pandemic. And so I do think there's there merits a good discussion on what we can do going forward. My only question in that regard, it sounds like we may have to come back on that discussion, but it would be what happens after the 6 months or after whatever time that one might expire. I don't believe the rent relief funding can be utilized for those time periods. Is that correct?
Sorry, Councilmember, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, the question was, if we do extend the eviction moratorium starting April 1, let's say it does go for 6 months, just for hypothetically speaking, after those 6 months, can those tenants tap into any of these state resources or federal resources? Can they tap into any of those resources to help pay now that rent? Or no, all of that funding is subjected to the time period that the state had set up, correct?
Yes, so the Treasury has outlined the spending dates. And so ERA 1, for example, has to be spent by September. So I think the answer to your question, Councilmember, is there may not in 6 months be those funding sources, and there won't be a state program, right? They're closing their program to new applications after March 31st.
Yeah, the gist of the question there is would these residents have any, could they tap into any of these resources after our hypothetical extended eviction moratorium ends? And I think you answered it that the state resources no, but maybe up until September there could be some ERA funds, but that likely would be it, right? There isn't another source of money that we could tap into. So these individuals could be then facing eviction whenever this extended moratorium ends.
Yes.
Okay, that was just another concern for me in discussing this, because I recognized that the funding was expiring and that there likely weren't going to be any new sources of funding to then cover what may be future back due rent from April 1st moving forward for anybody that now falls under our potential extended eviction moratorium. So I just think that should be another component if we are going to come back and consider the urgency ordinance, extend the eviction moratorium. I think the other component that we have to talk about is where would we then be able to allocate resources or locate resources to then allocate to these residents to assist them. So then that way we're not just prolonging the inevitable of an eviction whenever the moratorium expires. That was it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, Councilmember Perales asked a number of the questions I was going to ask, but let me just first let me just say it's very frustrating that we, to know that we agreed with that we would have this, we'd be better off having the state run this program for us. And then they've been so bad at implementing it that all of our residents, or a large number of our residents, are at this point now where they haven't gotten the help they need, and we hopefully could have implemented it in a better way. And so it's very frustrating to be in this position, but I appreciate the proposal that came forward that will help people starting April 1st. And as it's been pointed out, I think that's the most important tool. Let me ask the question about the next 6 months. So you said funding has to be spent by September 1st. So it could, in theory, if there were enough of it available, cover people for the next 6 months. But what are the amounts we have available? I mean, we expect that most of that will be spent now in the back rent, so that we won't have that much available for future months if we were to try to extend it?
So we have unspent ERA1 funds, which for San Jose is about 3.5 million. The county has another approximately 6 or 7. So we're, I think, around 10 or 11 million total of unspent ERA1 funds that we could use for one-time emergency rental assistance.
That's above and beyond what we think we're going to be spending to fulfill the applicants for the program up to March 31st, or that is included? Maybe that
Say
question's
that one
not
more
clear.
time.
Okay, that wasn't a clear question. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. So we're going to be spending resources now to try to complete the applications, people who have applied by March 31st. That money is separate from the money you just mentioned, or is it the same pot of money?
Same.
Right, it's the same pot of money. So I mean, I guess the question is, how much of that will go towards the completion of the applications that are out there, and would there be resources at all available for carrying this forward? I assume, I mean, even if we as a council decided to move forward with an extension of a moratorium, the reason that works is, at this point, is that we have resources to help people pay that rent, so that the people are getting the landlords are getting their rent, and the residents have a way to fill that hole. If we don't have the resources to do that, then it kind of becomes a moot point, right? I mean, unfortunately. So I'm just asking about, do we know the magnitude of the money, and how much covers the past, and how much we'd have left to cover ongoing if we decided to continue?
There's one tricky part with the ERA1 funds, and that tenants are limited to 15 months of assistance. So if they've used that up already, we wouldn't be able to use those funds for April forward.
For the same renters?
Right.
So only if it were new renters?
Right.
Okay.
And we already know that 80% of the people with outstanding applications with October forward rent are very low income and extremely low income. 65% are extremely low income. And a lot of those have recertified for further funding, so they're probably near maxing out. So those are probably the people most at risk, or for April and forward, and just by what our experience has been. And we couldn't use those CRA funds for them because they do max out.
So we don't necessarily protect them from eviction. It just maybe delays eviction, is what you're saying. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
I think in this scenario, we're just sort of kicking the can down the road, if you will. And I think that's what I meant by this one-time money, all these millions and millions of dollars, has been great. And I think it has kept people housed. But we didn't solve for the many people in San Jose who are just extremely low income and one emergency or unexpected event away from displacement or homelessness. That core problem still exists.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the point to all that, Reagan, I know it's implicit in what you said, is while that emergency certainly continues, that doesn't, I think, based on what Chris said, doesn't give us a legal basis for extending a moratorium. Okay. Um, I just had a couple questions about what we can do within the constraints that we've got. And I think we're doing a lot, and I really appreciate what we're doing through this eviction diversion program. But we have a March 31st deadline for a lot of families who have not yet applied. And I'm just wondering, do we believe we've largely exhausted all the outreach avenues out there to get to those families, or is there anything significant we can do that can ensure we get more families to apply before the deadline?
So one thing that we are doing is we do get notices. The housing department gets notices when someone is in an eviction process. So we do contact those households with information on the rental assistance program. But I think, there's always more you can do in terms of communication. And I think having a big push over the final weeks that remain would be extremely helpful. I do think Emily said that the majority of people who are coming to the either eviction prevention help center, the majority already have applications filed.
Yeah.
They're just coming to check on the status of their application. We're not seeing a high volume of new applicants.
Got it. And I know it's impossible for us to know who's out there, who doesn't know, but it sounds like you're saying we pretty well, we think we've at least within reasonable bounds have exhausted what we can do in terms of reaching new people.
I think we'll make a final push in these coming weeks with PSAs and contacting media partners to help get the word out.
Right.
But I'm not sure there's much more new or creative that we could do.
And we're doing that, of course, in multiple languages. Okay, great. Then with regard to, I know you're all very familiar with the reality that an awful lot of families are simply never going to get to court because as soon as they hear they could be evicted, they scram for a variety of reasons. They may simply believe it's futile to push back. They don't have any legal help. They don't understand what rights are out there. They may be undocumented, fear any contact with the government, a whole host of reasons. And I appreciate all the work that's being done with the eviction help centers and all the good folks who are working hard in the pop-ups and work with the grassroots organizations. But are there any ways that we can force notice through whatever legal process? I assume that the unlawful detainer action, is the sheriff involved in serving that, or is that just purely private parties?
Mayor, usually it's a process server, or the plaintiff can serve it themselves if they'd like.
Okay.
The sheriff only gets involved at the very end after a judgment and a writ has issued.
That's to kick people out. Yeah. Okay. So have we already explored the possibility, at least with those notices, that the courts could require there also be a notice letting folks know, if they're San Jose residents, that, hey, here's some options where you can actually get funds to pay back rent, et cetera?
The tenant protection ordinance does require certain disclosures about resources available at the department. I think it's a form that we have, that we provide, and that can be updated if it needs to be to include more information specific to the eviction diversion program or other resources available to address that issue.
Do you have any idea how we know whether or not someone's actually complied with that ordinance to provide the tenant the information that they're required to provide?
Yes, so every notice that is filed in the city of San Jose, that's covered by the tenant protection ordinance, which is quite broad,
Yeah.
is required to be sent to the housing department. So we receive those notices. And as Chris indicated, the ordinance requires that a second document be included that provides phone numbers for legal help, rental assistance, multiple things like that. And so we can see if that was provided or not because it's sent to our office.
Okay,
And we have seen a very high level of compliance with that.
good. That's great.
To your point about the court, AB 832 did require local courts to develop a form that would have to be served with a UD. And just know that the city and lots of county partners were all work together on that form. And that we copy that form on the flyer that we distribute, and we had it translated into 5 languages. So technically the landlords or process servers are supposed to serve that with the UD, but it's maybe we can figure out if San Jose has been doing that, but the court doesn't actually provide it. So we've been working really hard with the court administration to try to improve that, but I believe we're precluded from requiring the court to do.
Yeah, we
require
can't tell.
something.
It always works that way. We can never tell the judges what to do. Okay. And it sounds like all the stuff we're doing around grassroots organizations and so forth is designed to focus on that part of our community. Is that right?
Yeah, it's designed in the same way that we did the rental assistance application pop-ups. Like we want to target certain zip codes and neighborhoods and even certain apartment complexes. But instead of helping people fill out a rental assistance application, we want to help people know and understand the eviction process and know and understand their rights and where in the process do they need to respond and by when.
Yeah.
But we're certainly open to other means of, I guess, that really creating a really robust tenant education and know your rights kind of campaign.
Thank you. Thanks, Regan. Okay. I have to apologize to my colleagues because there was someone who I don't know. I accidentally cleared their name. They raised, okay, Councilmember Ranis. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, you asked some of the questions that were left that I wanted to also explore. And just building on what the mayor was talking about, I know that we did texting for the vaccinations and for tests, and that was really effective. Could we do that once again? Could we include that as part of the outreach efforts?
Yeah, when we do testing to also provide rental assistance information?
Right. Well, when we were doing, when we were providing information to residents, very targeted information, we were during the time that we were setting up tests and that we're setting up vaccination clinics, we're sending out texts. And so I'm
Yes,
wondering, are you
we do that.
using? Okay, so you're already doing that, but are you continuing to do that based on the eviction right, their rights and that kind of information, or the assistance to the state?
We'll pivot to when there's no longer a state program to apply to know your rights.
And how many texts are going through each day? How does that work?
I don't know the number, the daily number.
Who takes care of the texting?
Okay, we have a little bit of confusion about the texting and who's responsible. We may not be doing the texting.
Got it. Okay. So I'd love to have that added as a way to connect with folks because they may not pick up a flyer, but we always pick up our phones and we may not respond, but at least we have the
Yeah.
information, right?
We are doing the door knocking
Perfect.
with our in partnership with the county and their community business engagement.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I really love that. And just to confirm, the 31st is the last day um, that the state will take applications, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so up to that date, you could still submit applications, and then the state will still close up the program, but they'll still process those folks, right? You're not going to cut off just because you applied late.
That's correct.
Okay, awesome. The other thing that I was hoping that we would add in, and I don't know, whoever is in charge of the outreach portion of this, last leg of campaigning here to have people understand their eviction rights, but also to know about the state program, is the schools, right? So are you sending it through, and I don't mean through the phone, I mean, like a paper, you are?
We have relationships with many of the schools and school districts in impacted areas and have been doing presentations during their ELAC meetings and giving information and flyers for them to push out. And we're developing a new flyer, and that will be, the schools are definitely a main source of our outreach efforts.
Okay. I think it's important for us to remember that there's a lot of folks who like to receive information through an actual newsletter, something in print versus something in some kind of message that we get. Even though I just said that we should do texting, we need to cover all our bases. And I know you know this because you've been working on this. I don't need to tell you the urgency of what you are all doing. I think for us, I'm also thinking about, gosh, all those families that we could have gotten that will come out of the woodwork once the state ends their program and, throw their hands up in the air and wonder who's going to help them. And I don't know that it's going to be us. And so I think that, we also, our council offices also need to make that commitment to send that information off to our own respective communities as the last effort to let people know to qualify, to apply to the state program. And so if you send me that information, I'm more than happy to get that through. Evergreen School District may not be the target of a lot of the folks in the county and nonprofits, but 8 out of our 15 schools, that's are Title I schools. And so nobody really targets them. And I know that there's many like that throughout the city. And so I'm really hoping that you can give us the information and we'll help spread that. And just another question about the reimbursement. Will we get reimbursed from the state if we help those folks who you're facing in the courts? They'll eventually reimburse us, correct?
No, they won't. We would have the household withdraw their state application, and we would use our ERA1 funds to pay them out. So the source is the same, Treasury funds. We would rather use our ERA1 money and pay someone quickly and prevent an eviction, rather than send our Treasury funds back to the Treasury. They would send it back to the state, and we would still be waiting for the state to make payments.
Got it. Okay, so got it. All right, well, more reason for us to make sure that everybody who is eligible applies. The one thing that I know is that there's a lot of very informal living arrangements, and so I hope that our PIO is also involved in sharing some of this information and making sure that we target some of those informal living arrangements, like people who who rent out their rooms and whatnot. Is our PIO involved in this effort?
So we have a housing department PIO who's very involved and then communicates upward to the city manager's PIO. So we've included things in like our the daily flash report, for example, or they can help us also amplify the messages, whether it's social media channels. So yes.
Okay. Great. They were having some really good results with some of their local efforts, like targeting some of the influencers or some of the local radio stations. And so I was hoping that we wouldn't lose what we've found to be helpful with vaccinations and with testing. And it sounds like you're already connected. I just hope that we could reinvigorate all of those pathways once again before the 31st, because that's looming. And I know that you care about this so much that you've created this alternative for our local residents. So I want to just thank you. Thank you for thinking about them. Thank you for seeing this crisis inside the courts and coming up with something absolutely creative that I know is going to prevent homelessness for many families. And so thank you so much. Thank you. And I also want to thank the advocates who called in and the families that I know are hurting out there and have taken the time to call in and share that with us. So very, very grateful. Thank you.
Agreed. Councilmember Carrasco.
So I think that we heard two different things. And Chris, you said that you would come back if need be with potential findings if we were to pass an emergency ordinance, if we were to decide that this was the route that we wanted to go in.
Councilmember Crosco, so what I was saying was that if the council did direct us to return, we can return. We would work on the findings with staff that would go into an ordinance to help support the urgency measure. And then, of course, I think we could also bring it as a regular ordinance that wouldn't have to be passed through an urgency measure if the council would like us to do that as well. But yes, that we could work on findings and bring it back if the council would like.
So having said that, I know that there are, I just want to be able to say this to my council colleagues and mayor. We've heard it. What we heard from the callers and those people who are knocking on doors and disseminating information. We heard it from the Law Foundation. There are a lot of folks out there who still are not back on their feet, and we're expecting folks who are not going to be okay starting April 1st and are going to be in jeopardy of losing their home. This is for those of us who have been fighting for the health and well-being of our families and our children. This means disruption to children, pulling them out of their schools, losing their friends, interrupting their academic lives, but also their stability and their social network. This means individuals leaving their communities that they've committed to, that they've dedicated themselves to, that they worked in the district that I represent, that Councilmember Esparza represents. Those underinvested communities. This means this could be the last nail in the coffin where we see complete displacement and gentrification of our families and of our communities. This can be a complete game changer when we talk about the communities that we're serving. And what I'm asking for is potentially carrying this conversation until next week to really understand whether or not we have findings to extend the moratorium another 6 months. I'm not asking you to make the decision to extend it for 6 months today. What I'm asking staff is to look and see whether there are findings and to continue this conversation. And with that, I'm going to hopefully find a second and ask that I move my memo supporting staff's recommendation, as well as asking staff to come back next week with both an urgency and a regular ordinance to council. And I'm hoping that you will find those findings that will help us make that decision come next week.
Second, and Councilmember Carrasco, so including all of your memo?
Yes.
I thought some of that memo was not going to be legal, or just
the memo's asking the memo's asking, Councilmember Arenas, it never asked, this memo never asked, if you read it, it doesn't ask for us to vote today on an urgency ordinance. What it's asking staff is to come back next week so that we can continue the discussion and be able to make that decision next week.
Okay, so your motion is not to accept your memo, because in your memo it says to bring an urgency ordinance that begins in April 1st, and then to reinstate the eviction moratorium for an additional 6 months, which sounds like something that you'd like to bring back. I don't know if that's possible next week, but
right. So what it is, these are the recommendations. The urgency ordinance would include those recommendations. We're not voting on the actual urgency ordinance today. So this is what would be discussed next week.
okay. So I'll support the motion and ask you to please work with our housing department so that and their attorneys so that we can figure out what can be done that is within the legal parameters that we can work under.
Yes, of course.
Awesome. Thank you.
And that's part of the conversation that we would come back with next week to see whether we actually have findings to pass the ordinance next Tuesday.
I guess this is Reagan with the Housing Department. I guess I would just want to clarify, council member, that it is not your memo, because your memo is asking us to legislate a time period where we are preempted, meaning that backward, as I read your memo. But if you would like us to return with an urgency ordinance going forward April 1st, that is for April rent going forward, again, not for that back rent between March 2020 and March 2022.
It's not for the back rent.
Okay, so for clarification,
it's
Councilmember.
It's moving forward April 1st, moving forward.
Okay. So Councilmember Carrasco and Councilmember Arenas, the motion is just as to rent for April 1st going forward. Is that right?
Oh, and I'm sorry, you're right. Because I just saw the text message that my staff sent me.
Okay.
In recommendation 1A, it should read applies versus has applied. Is that where I believe that's where the confusion is. So versus
well,
versus
Councilmember, I
has
think
has.
the issue is there's nowhere for folks to apply to. The state program will be closed.
Absolutely. And that's only
So
the
if
state
we,
were to.
again, if you wanted to do an urgency ordinance not related to any applications for backcode rent between the last 2 years, we could certainly do that. But I think your 3 recommendations probably would not be applicable to such a thing going forward. So that's, I guess, why I was saying, Councilmember, I don't think it is your memo, but I think you want direction for us to return with an urgency ordinance, and we could work with the city attorney on what options for that.
Yes, thank you so much for clarifying that.
All right, Councilmember Arenas, that is your second as well. Okay. Okay. just to add a diversion for a moment, just on the issue of communication, I know the housing team has been working hard on this. My own office, Rachel Davis and team have been creating a toolkit for communicating on the March 31st application deadline. And then subsequently, after April 1st, it'll pivot toward a focus on diversion and the work that we've just talked about. And thanks to Esme Bautista and Tri Nguyen for translating that to Spanish and Vietnamese that will be distributed to your offices. So definitely take advantage of that. That's helpful to get the word out to family members in your district, and we'll do our best to modify that as may be appropriate for whatever communities we're trying to reach. On the motion itself, I have some concerns about going forward because I'm not hearing that we're going to be able to create findings that are going to satisfy this standard next week. And Chris, I know you've been, I know you're not the housing and economic expert, but do you believe we're going to be able to come up with findings in a week that would substantiate a moratorium going forward April 1st and beyond?
Thank you for asking. I was just talking to staff, and I think we're going to be a little tight on time to come back next week because we would need to provide you the Rules Committee agenda language tomorrow for that
Okay.
urgency.
So that's helpful from a procedural level. I'm just going to the substance, and Chris or Reagan, and so that's certainly helpful. As a substantive matter, is it likely that we're going to be able to come up with findings that will really survive scrutiny, because we expect landlords will sue?
Mayor, that's a difficult thing to know ahead of time, but I think that staff has started to develop some of the findings that could support it. I think we need to see what the current, future research is going to bear out in terms of what we find as reasons. I have certain doubts based on what we based our findings on from prior legislation that was passed. If we use that as the barometer, unfortunately, we don't have those circumstances, or fortunately, perhaps we don't have those circumstances anymore to justify it. So I think we would have to get creative in digging up some information, but I need to see what information is out there to be more confident that we have what we need for next week or whenever we return.
Yeah, and I think just to put a fine point on what Chris said, I think that is one of the reasons why we did not bring forward an urgency ordinance, is because we didn't believe we had strong enough findings.
We did discuss that at length numerous times over the past months about the need for that, and that's why we did recommend what we did. So
Okay.
For what that's worth.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Nora, I saw you. Did you want to say anything more, Nora? No, okay. Yeah, I am concerned. Obviously, we know many families are hurting in our community right now. But I think at a time when unemployment is around 3%, it's really hard for us to say the same thing we said 2 years ago. And I think that kind of goes to the gist of all this. So I'm not, although I certainly support the intent, I'm not supportive of this particular motion. Councilmember, sorry, I saw hands up. Did anybody else want to speak on this? Okay.
Councilmember Perales on
Yeah, Councilmember Perales, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I can support this. I just wanted to see if we can include the request that I had on the funding component. So if we do come back and we do end up having an ability to move forward with a new eviction moratorium, again, I would want to see maybe, if we think there's going to be enough additional resources from the ZR funds, or where else we might, do we need to look to the budget process or what, to be able to ensure we're not just kicking the can down the road, and that we can actually provide additional support for these, say, following 6 months as well. So if the staff can include that, the funding component as well. Sorry, that would be friendly
Is that
amendment.
friendly amendment accepted by Councilmember Carrasco?
Yes.
Okay, and Councilmember Reyes? Okay. All right, moving on. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I mean, I guess perhaps what Councilmember Perales said helps a little bit, but I'm just still concerned about the form that such a urgency ordinance would take, and we'd have to implement it immediately next week. And I don't know that we know, the form it could take in terms of how we'll assist everybody like we've been doing before. And we also know that the federal government, unfortunately, didn't put any more pandemic money into the latest budget bill that just got signed this week. So I'm having trouble just with doing something that could lead to a false sense of security among people as well. And I do appreciate that the staff direction was we want to work very hard with people who submitted their get their paperwork in. I mean, obviously our number one priority is get paperwork in by March 31st, get as many people to get that in. And then we would know who has, and we will make sure they get their resources. And then we'll work with them on trying to work with their landlords on what we can do going forward and what they can do going forward. That was part of this direction, right? And maybe you can clarify that a little bit, but I'm concerned about then kind of putting in place a moratorium that can't be defended and doesn't have the resources behind it. And I suppose the direction at this point is come back next week and tell us that, but I'm not sure if I have a question here or not, but I'm just speaking out loud about my concerns about it. But maybe if you, just one question, what is, you talked about in the staff recommendation about how people would sort of have to have a plan going forward also, because they're not protected. I'm not convinced that a new moratorium will protect them anyway, but what is it, how do you envision that protection piece working with the current recommendation that you've had on, or that moving forward proposal to look like?
Our goal, I mean, for people that are still struggling, this is how we get them into our homelessness prevention system that the city and county and partners have built. And there's money there and resources. And once we have the landlords engaged, getting everybody towards the same goal rather than pushing people apart is probably going to lead to better solutions for the families and for the landlords. So that's really, I mean, our goal in getting them into the already existing system.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I think we've heard a lot recently about solving homelessness, but preventing homelessness is important. And if we move on to that next phase, which is getting people the resources and help they need from organizations out there that are preventing homelessness and helping people deal with this, what I think is a structural problem and not a, I mean, while it was a COVID problem for a while, it's a structural problem that people were experiencing before and people will be experiencing going forward. We need to begin to address that and not put in place an ordinance that will either hinder or make it so that people can't take advantage of those programs. And to me, that should be our priority, especially knowing that we're not able to do anything for the April 1st deadline for people who are not able to get covered for last year, and that the resources will only allow us to cover people for 15 months anyway, so many can't be covered going forward, even if we find the money, or maybe we find money from other sources. But that money is better served going into a homelessness prevention program, I think, than necessarily this kind of ongoing eviction moratorium. Anyway, that's kind of why I think this isn't necessarily the right thing for us to be focused on in the next week. What the staff in your department should be focused on in the next week is getting as many people to get their applications in to the state so that we can use this program that you've brought forward to actually give them the resources they need. So I think that's how I fall on this. Thanks.
Thank you. I note that I'm having some problems actually reading requests to speak. Councilmember Mahan's tried a couple times and his name has popped up. But if you're trying to speak, just sort of wave at me. Okay. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate that. Not sure what's going on with my screen. And actually, I think Councilmember Cohen essentially made the point I wanted to make, which is, I really appreciate the intention of Councilmember Carrasco's memo and the desire to help those who are at risk of eviction for really, frankly, any reason. I mean, COVID being one, but many other sources of economic insecurity in our community that we need to be working on. But that being said, I think we've just heard from staff the many reasons why this may not be particularly implementable or helpful at this moment. And I guess what I wanted to ask staff is just to help us understand. The thing I always worry about is just trade-offs, given that we're thinly staffed, given that we have limited resources, given what we need to get done before the 31st with the tools and resources that are available to us. What is the impact of us looking at an eviction moratorium that won't even be applicable for economic impacts prior to April 1st anyway? So what's the trade-off we're facing if we do go forward with the motion on the floor?
I mean, obviously, we will. We serve at the council's pleasure, so we
No,
will
of course,
do
but I think
whatever.
I think we frankly, I mean, I think we often don't ask ourselves enough what the trade-offs are, because every time we make a decision, that's more staff time and hours that could be spent on something else. And I'd like to know, I mean, what can we be using that time for, given that you evaluated this and gave us what I thought was a really solid recommendation today?
Yeah, I think the trade-off might be some of that outreach that needs to happen, both within the next 2 weeks before March 31st, but also the outreach that needs to happen around tenant rights and tenant education would probably suffer. I also think our legal clinic with Santa Clara University, we have this willing partner, but we just really need to work on the details of that program and that agreement with them. I think that will probably suffer. Those are probably two things that come most immediately to mind.
As someone who's been dealing with these eviction moratorium laws for the past 2 years, to add another change at a local level is just going to confuse people. So when we want to focus our outreach on basic tenant landlord rights, we're going to have to say, oh, here's another law, but it may not work this way. And I personally have been trying to educate people about every change of laws for the last 2 years. And I think it erodes some trust in the systems when there's constant changes. And I think the sentiment's there, and yes, we're trying to do all we can to save these households, but that's a sort of intangible cost that doesn't come up much, but that we know from the past 2 years of experience.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I just really appreciate hearing that perspective, given that you're in the trenches every day working on this issue. And I think that issue of trade-offs often isn't stark enough or clear enough or concrete enough for us making these policy decisions, because everything we propose, pretty much everything my colleagues propose, I think is something that is good and that I certainly want to support. And certainly in this case, I think it's just a question of what's the cost, what are the trade-offs. So I'd certainly prefer that we find other mechanisms for supporting those who are living on the edge economically, are vulnerable economically going forward. I don't see an eviction moratorium related to COVID income loss being the most appropriate tool for doing that after April 1st. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Carrasco.
Our team there, our staff, and I'm sorry, I can't see people who are in the box. I know Reagan is in there, and I know Rachel and Chris. Was that Emily?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. So quick question. So when we put the rental protections, the temporary rental protections in place, and just a quick answer, it's meant to at least temporarily protect them from being evicted, correct? Is that the ultimate intention?
Yeah, it prevents, right, it prevents an eviction from going to a judgment because there wouldn't be cause to evict them.
Okay. And so what I just heard right now is a little startling, Because what you're saying is, let's not put an additional protection in place because it's going to erode trust. So what you're saying is, let's not put a protection in people's lives that might keep them in their homes, because God forbid, since we just changed the rules again, keeping them in their home does not outweigh another rule that we just changed, and that is going to overshadow the trust that we've been building. So let's put them at risk. Let's allow the landlord to potentially evict them. But I believe that that is worth the cost of eroding the trust of changing yet another rule, which is to protect them for 6 more months. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't think we said that, Councilmember. This
I
is
heard
Reagan
Emily
with the
say,
Housing Department.
I heard Emily say that to go ahead and extend the temporary protections another 6 months beyond March 31st is to once again change the rules, which would confuse people and erode the trust with our community. Emily, am I incorrect with that?
I was answering the question of what are the costs. We want to keep people in their homes. Putting an eviction moratorium April 1st and forward does not guarantee that, because we have the problem of the pending rent relief applications. So we're not sure who this will actually protect. And I wasn't saying that putting another law in would erode the trust. I was balanced. The question was, what are the costs to exploring of having this? And that was one of the costs, but it's not always what would prevent taking such action. The problem we're trying to solve is people who could be evicted who have pending rent relief applications and who are still in need. And because we can't legislate that amount, putting an eviction moratorium from April 1st forward doesn't solve that problem. The people could still be evicted.
Just to clarify,
No, so
Councilmember, we're not opposing bringing back an urgency ordinance. We have said we could certainly bring back options for council to consider. This is a team that has been on the ground in person every day assisting vulnerable households. So it is not that we don't care about these households or aren't working 7 days a week to help these households. I just want to be very clear about that with you, Councilmember.
Absolutely, and I appreciate it. This work from day one when I walked into office, dealing with our folks who are living in the street, seems like an insurmountable challenge. I want to make sure that we don't have more people living in the street because of what I believe is about to happen come April 1st. And so, I'm not opposed to the staff recommendation, which I believe it actually is a great recommendations put forward by our staff and by the entire housing department. You've got a great team out there working, and you understand what is helping and how we can expedite these applications. My hopes with this memo is that we can layer protections on top of other protections. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. But I'm not, this memo doesn't, my hopes in moving forward, at least for the next 7 days, is not to undermine that course, but rather accept that course of action. And on top of that course of action, look to see how we protect those other individuals who are going to be completely left without any sort of safety net whatsoever. The individuals who have no protections whatsoever, and we haven't addressed them whatsoever in this course of action. So my request of my council colleagues, as we're talking about protecting our families, and by the way, the majority of those families are in my district. So maybe I'll ask as a personal favor on behalf of my families. Please, for the next 7 days, I'm asking that this come back to see whether or not we have a legal foot to stand on to extend it another 6 months and to see whether or not we have a means to extend financial resources to these families. That's all I'm asking for, is give us another week, give staff another week to see whether or not this is happening. By the way, in terms of outreach, my team is out there right now knocking on doors and making sure that they understand what their legal rights are and making sure that they understand that they still have 9 days approximately to fill out those applications so that they don't get evicted if they have back rent from the period that is still being covered. So as you know, my team is incredibly active. We're out there, we're hands-on, and we work hand in hand with our different departments. So they're out there. We're going to have a pop-up at the Alum Rock Library this coming Saturday. So for anyone that's listening or can help us pass the word, we're more than grateful for your attention and your support. If you'd like to volunteer, I'm offering my office as an opportunity, but my office is out there and they've been out there handing out information and knocking on doors and working with our different partners to get that information and that outreach out there. And happy to combine efforts with our city team and go knock on doors hand in hand. So I'll leave it at that. I'm hoping that I will get the votes that we need to bring it back next week.
Thank you. All right. Are there other comments or questions? All right, we have a motion.
I just have one comment. I don't think next week is realistic. That would require us to have agenda language overnight to you all.
Yeah.
A very precise legal
Yeah.
agenda language. I don't think that is possible.
Yeah, since we're now at 6:13 p.m. Councilmember Carrasco, did you want to consider the timing of the motion?
I'm sorry, say that again, sir.
Yeah, I think what you heard was that they, under the rules, have to have this language ready to go by tomorrow. And I think you've heard it's
Yeah,
going to be challenging.
so here's the challenge. The challenge is that the protections expire on the 31st of March, and that's why we needed it by next week.
I think those protections are going to expire anyway, regardless of whether this gets put in place. That is, anyone with back rent prior to March 31st is going to still be subjected to eviction.
Okay, council colleague Jimenez has his hand up.
Okay,
Hear what he has
sure.
to say.
We'll go to Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the same thing. Maybe you want to push it out 2 weeks or so. You know, because I appreciate staff's consideration. Just trying to get stuff hammered away. With such expediency, I think it's just needs to take a little time. And so I just wanted to ask about that. So that was, you guys touched on it already. So that was all I had.
Okay. I think that's a request for friendly amendment. Is that right?
Thank you. I'll accept it.
Okay.
You're good. You're good, Mayor. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I've been doing it for a while. Councilmember Arenas, that's okay with you, I assume? Okay. All right. Okay, there's a motion then on the floor for staff to come back in 2 weeks. Tony?
Jimenez,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Mahan,
No.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
No.
Voted 6-4 with 6 yeses and 4 nos.
Okay. So that passes. And that's all the action taken on this item. So we'll move on to item 8.3, which is the annual progress report on the implementation of the general plan housing element and housing element. I'm sorry, and the successor to the redevelopment agency annual report. And there is a presentation on this as well. Welcome Ruth and Chris and Michael.
evening, Council. My name is Ruth Cueto. I'm a supervising planner in PBCE, and we're here to give you an update on the 2021 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. My colleague, Kristen Clemens, Division Manager from Housing, is here, as well as the Director, Chris Burton, and Deputy Director, Michael Brio. Next slide, please. Oh, wow. Oh, first time, thanks. All right. So the annual progress report is required by state law so that we provide an update on the city progress towards meeting the regional housing need. Once again, there are new reporting requirements this year, such as reporting on the number of density bonus applications we've received and approved, and the type of request, whether it's a density bonus itself, concession, waiver. This year, we received 10 such requests for projects that are either in the planning entitlement phase or in the building permit process. And in 2021, there were 6 planning development applications that requested streamlined review under SB 35 or AB 2162, and 9 applications that requested density bonus concessions or waivers. This slide shows the current housing element cycle RENO goals broken down by affordability and the upper income limits of each of the categories for 2021 for both 1- and 4-person households. So for instance, a 4-person household earning between $49,700 and $82,850 a year would be considered very low income. And our goal to house that income level is 4,616 units over the current cycle, or 525 units a year. In terms of our residential building permit performance, we did see a slight increase from 2020, but we continue to be behind our goal, our annual goal. The light blue bar, or the lighter of the blue bars, represents housing permits for calendar year 2021. And the darker bars are yearly target. So across all income categories, the number of building permits issued falls behind our annual target. Looking across the 8.8-year period for the 5th cycle, we find that we've achieved our targets for market rate production, and that's noted the bar that says 105%. The second best performing would be moderate income. However, for the remaining affordable, extremely low income, very low income, and low income, we have not reached our goals of production to date. In 2021, we saw a divergence between the rental and for sale market. And as you probably read every morning when you open the paper or your news media outlets, the for sale market is very competitive. And in terms of building permit activity, we saw an increase again from 2020 to 2021, and a geographical focus of these permits. We saw an increase in urban village areas, and an increase in interest and permits for ADUs.
Thanks, Ruth. I'll go over a few of the highlights in the 3 Ps, first with production. As you will hear shortly with the Housing Crisis Work Plan update in May and June, we did a lot of work actually in clarifying general plan policies, specifically in IP 510 and 512. Amendments were made to both to foster both production of affordable housing and market rate housing and clarify expectations for developers. The inclusionary housing ordinance was amended to add flexibility and to establish fees that were appropriate for submarket conditions, and hopefully encourage construction of units. We also added an option for moderate income restricted units, which the Parks Department then matched with an amendment to their PDO-PIO ordinance by establishing a 50% credit for moderate income units that met the inclusionary obligations. So those were all good achievements in the last year.
In May, as you may remember, the council approved the Diridon Station area plan and the implementation plan for affordable housing in Diridon, which has the potential to create up to 13,519 housing units in that area. The Housing Department issued 2 NOFAs, which hopefully will support development of over 1,500 new affordable homes. And the department purchased 3 sites and issued a development RFP that will progress development on 6 city-owned sites. In the preservation realm, actually our focus last year was a lot of what we just heard about, which was preserving the residences of people who were suffering from COVID. And you'll be hearing more about this also with the homelessness annual report on the 29th. So for motel housing, a lot of shelter that was being provided for non-congregate housing. Families were kept in there as long as possible using federal funds for COVID response. And then Project Home Key. Several projects applied for Home Key funding. The Sure Stay Hotel on North First was successful in getting almost $12 million from the state, and the city identified an operator for that property. 2 more properties applied but were waitlisted. 2 more, in addition, are working on preparing a Home Key application going forward. Next slide. Thanks. For protection, you just spend an hour or 2 on how we have been trying to protect our residents, so we won't go back through this. But I will say that none of this work was possible without the partnership of about 46 community-based organizations, and we're very grateful for all of their efforts, as was said, 7 days a week. In addition to submitting the annual performance report on the achievement of our regional housing needs assessment goals and our strategies, which are also found as an appendix to the memo, we also submit annually a report to the state as the housing successor for the former redevelopment agency in San Jose. A couple of highlights, we're reporting assets of almost $700 million. That includes all assets altogether, including land that we own and lease to properties that exist already, and 2 required tests that needed to be performed this year. We met both of them, the excess surplus test and the senior housing test. And the staff recommendation is for you to accept the report and for the annual progress report so that we can submit that to the state on time for the housing element, and then to accept the fiscal year 2021 housing successor report for the redevelopment agency and also submit that to the state. And we're here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We were watching back in the back room, so rest assured, although we have a few colleagues back there catching up. We have several members of the community who'd like to speak.
That's SB8.
Yes, I apologize. This is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. I just want to acknowledge all of the work that staff and frankly this council has done over the past years to try to figure out how to bend the arc on the crisis that we've faced for some time. There have been really important steps taken. I don't think we've seen the full impact of a lot of the steps, and so there's some optimism that as we move forward, we're going to see the returns on some of the work that's already been done. However, it is clear that we are falling significantly short of meeting the needs of our lower income, particularly renters in San Jose. And that tables, actually, they don't align in the memo, but somewhere between 13 and 16% of the RENA totals have been met. And I know the pipeline is moving faster than it was, But as we move into the next housing element cycle, I think we need to acknowledge that there are constraints on our ability to respond to the community needs. So I want to appreciate all of the work that's been done, but take this opportunity, which only happens formally once a year, to acknowledge that there's more work to be done. And we're looking forward to continuing to work to find more solutions. And there will be a lot of discussion in the coming months about additional steps we can take to both keep people housed and produce the affordable housing that we need. Thank you.
Sir Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for the words of Matthew Reed. Thank you for this item. An important thought I had that you are starting to consider more RENA ideas, that there are other programs within Bay Area regional housing ideas that are really interesting and are meant to be a bit experimental at this time to develop our better practices in housing and what can be new ideas. I think we're trying to work here in the Bay Area to kind of unhinge some of the locked-in systems that the state has created. A really good luck in those continuing good efforts. I'm a bit hurt that in the Bay Area, mixed income ideas are not being allowed the same study session process as they are in other large regional metropolitan areas of the state of California. I hope we can take it upon ourselves to really, really consider what the flexibility can be and the mixed income can offer. It just offers an amazing array of different ways we can work and be inclusive to all parts of the community with a number of issues, from SB 9 and 10 to, just a number of issues. I can't believe we don't think about it more and don't make it more of a regular part of our system yet. Good luck how you can do that. And of course, with the future of urban villages and such, really, really be considering the importance of ELI and VLI and mixed income in the future of urban villages. Don't just settle for, say, you're doing affordable housing and then say $80,000 is affordable housing. Really consider low and very low income. Thank you.
Back to council.
Back to council, Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions about the ADUs. I know that they are not qualified as affordable housing. But when do we anticipate the Department of Housing and Community Development make a determination on that?
Thank you, council member. We've been waiting for a few months on that information. We do have draft guidance from ABAG MTC. But we're hoping that within the next few months that would be formal. Reviewing housing element updates for Southern California cities right now, so some of that work isn't being done. But yeah, it is our hope that we'll hear in the next few months.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I know that not all of those ADUs are affordable housing if they didn't commit to a lower rent based on our program internally, right? Is there a way for us to figure out of those 421 what truly is affordable?
Thanks, council member. Yeah, to your point, there are some jurisdictions that actually put the affordability requirement as part of the land use in the program. We've chosen not to do that so we could really facilitate as much production as possible.
Got it.
There is a survey that has been taken in the Bay Area with some results from the San Jose area. And I think that's what Ruth was referring to as to that there is some data that supports what percentage of ADUs fall into some affordability ranges with the rents that are being offered. And so we're still waiting to make sure that the state could accept that data as kind of precedent so that we could go ahead and count a certain percentage of our ADUs as affordable because they fall in the right rent range, kind of
Mhm.
like the moderate income numbers.
Right.
Those are not restricted moderate income units. They just happen to come out of the ground in about the right rent range. So,
Yeah.
but we're still waiting for the authority from the state that they'll buy off on this strategy.
Got it. It would be interesting to see. I'm guessing maybe there's some folks that are not charging their kids who are coming back from college because they're going to save for a home, and and while I think that is a privilege, not that everybody is able to receive, because it doesn't require rent. I don't know if that would be considered affordable, right?
Right.
So anyways, we'll wait and see
Right.
on that piece. And while I'm on that item, I know that we had a amnesty program back in the day, I think in 2019, and I think this was with, oh gosh, Councilmember Carrasco and Foley on the amnesty program to make it easier. But we also had that included in there a amnesty program for the conversion of garages to studios. Is there any update on those and how those count towards our housing numbers?
If they have been converted and are legal ADUs, we would count them as a converted unit, so an additional unit.
And are they somehow counted and reflected in the report that you have, or is that separate, not considered just yet?
Yeah, I mean, if they went through the permitting process, they'd be counted in the annual number of permits for ADUs that we receive.
Okay. Okay. I would love to have an update on that amnesty program to see how successful it was and to see if maybe we need to reintroduce it, and give some folks an opportunity to once again be up to code on their conversion rates. I suspect that we have a lot more out there than on the record, and it'd be great to have them under the record so we can count them as part of our housing here. Okay, and then I have one of the very few areas of development that were already in place when I first took office, and produced a number of really lovely homes that start at $1 million and are across the way from Eastridge. And now Costco is there, and a medical provider will come soon. But the rest of the area that's meant for commercial is still empty. It's an empty area, and so it's just to say that it doesn't, even Costco can't bring them. Costco can't bring them in. And one of the things that I, along with other council members, wanted to, I think it's Council Member Davis, and I apologize, I forget who else was on that memo. We wanted to eliminate the commercial requirements for 100% affordable housing projects. And I wanted to know, when do you anticipate bringing that back to council?
So I can respond to that. So there's two things. So one is, there's only 4 general plan cycles a year. So we have to, we're using 2, and we have the annual review. So we have to figure out when we can batch it with other general plan hearing items that need to go to council. Secondly, we're in the process of rebuilding the general plan team. The staff have all left on that team.
or are
Oh.
leaving. And so we need to sort of bring on a new team, get them up to speed. And when we do that, so that's part of the consideration of when we'd be able to bring it to council. But I would say we'd definitely bring it to council this year. There's no problem with that.
Where are they going? Why are they leaving?
There's all kinds of reasons. Other, out of the air, moving out of the area,
Ah.
and other promotional opportunities or other opportunities. So
Got
so
it.
right now, so we're in the so I can't give you an exact date, but it's being, so we have to find another hearing cycle that we're going to bring general plan amendments, and then we'll hitch it up to that.
Great.
So it may be towards the end of this fiscal year, likely.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to. Of course, you're working with what you have internally, and I'm sure they're putting twice the work in because of those folks who are absent now. So I appreciate all that effort. It is so hard for market rate housing and just regular market rate housing to have a commercial around them and to make that happen, much less affordable housing. And so I'd love to see how we can move those affordable housing projects through the pipeline without that requirement. So I appreciate that effort. And those are my questions. Thank you. Oh, and a motion to approve.
Great, thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Foley, the second. Any other comments or questions? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales. Morales. Cohen?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Cohen? Carrasco?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Going back to Cohen?
Aye.
Thank you. Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones? Aye. Liccardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two more items left on the agenda. I was hoping to power through. I know that's been challenging, but I just want to check with my colleagues that we're okay doing that without a break. Okay, I know folks are taking
Yes,
their
please.
backyard. Okay, we'll go forward then. Item 10.2, which is the general plan amendment, rezoning municipal code changes for North First Street Local Transit Village, another urban village over the goal line. Here's the presentation. All right. We are loading up the presentation. All right, hello. I think everyone's back noshing right now, but I'll keep going. This is Michael Brio, Deputy Director of Citywide Planning. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present for your consideration the North First Street Urban Village Plan. This is the last plan to be completed in and around radiating out of the downtown in District 3, so that core area of the city where we focused our efforts first. Oops, hang on a second. And it includes a whole swath of general plan amendments, zoning code changes, rezonings as part of the package. So the North First Street Urban Village Plan, as with any urban village plan, provides a policy framework to guide new jobs and housing growth within the boundary. The planned job growth capacity is 756,000 square feet, and the housing unit capacity that was planned for is
almost 1,700 units. And so this plan is really used to the plan is used to sort of guide new development and to as we review to develop new development, it's used to sort of shape the development, work with the developer. It establishes standards within the plan that the development needs to meet, as well as minimum and maximum densities, floor area ratios, etc. And it was prepared with a lot of community input, which I will get into in a minute. So as part of the outreach that we did, we heard a number of issues that came up that this plan addresses, or at least attempts to address, including the height and neighborhood compatibility of development adjacent to the single-family parts of the neighborhood. The area is actually, the corridor is one of probably the most eclectic mix of architectural styles from many different eras in the city's history. And there was a desire to preserve that eclectic mix, as well as many of the historic properties, both within the village and a concern about the effects upon adjacent historic properties. There was a desire for more gathering spaces, trails, improvements to Roosevelt Park. I think that's a typo, but improvements to parks in the area. Desire for more lighting, greenery along streets, concern about displacement of people being displaced because of new development, and the desire to retain existing small businesses. Of course, parking always comes up as part of any of these processes, just concerned about the impacts of parking and schools. And there was issues about the need for more police to deal with criminal activity and nuisance activity. Community engagement consisted of 3 workshops. The first 2 were in person. The last one was virtual. We did an online survey. We got a lot of responses through that vehicle. We had drop-in office hours where community members could come and talk to staff about the plan. And we had 4 meetings with community leaders throughout the process to get their input and talking about the process itself. There were changes to the village boundary. Essentially, for the most part, we sucked the boundaries in, we shrunk them. A couple reasons for that. One is it was determined that single-family neighborhoods that were intended to be preserved, particularly as it is laid out in the general plan now, and were not appropriate for development. It didn't make sense to include those single-family neighborhoods within the village boundary. Also, the strategy to preserve historic resources was really to exclude them from the village boundaries. For the most part, properties within the village boundary are seen as opportunities for new, more intense growth. And so the approach here was not to include them, as not send a message, the wrong message about redeveloping those properties. Also, the number of the properties were excluded include low development potential or were recently developed. In addition, I should note that the county properties were not included. We did initially talk to the county about being part of the process. They actually really wanted to be part of a village process, but then ultimately decided that they wanted to move separately through their own master planning process. So they're not included within the village boundary. Part of this old City Hall site was originally in. The rest of the county properties were not already in and are not changing. So the land use, as you know, the general plan, this is probably the most important piece of the plan. It lays out the land use fabric for new development, where housing would go, where commercial would go, where there would be a mix, and the intensities of and densities of that land use. So essentially what you're seeing is the brown, the darker the brown is the higher density, and the pink is the various shades of pink are commercial land uses. So there's a mix of residential and commercial within the village that's proposed tonight. Urban design and placemaking is an important component of this plan. This area actually already is a great place, so it's more about building off of what makes it a great place now, preserving it and enhancing it, making sure stuff fits in with the wonderful character already that exists. One of the key strategies of the plan is again to replicate and preserve and enhance that eclectic mix of architecture. And so the plan has guidelines about including elements of the many different styles in new development. Also has policies about ensuring that public art is viewable and policies related to and standards related to the public realm. I will say that this plan actually doesn't have a lot of standards and guidelines compared to other urban village plans, and that really is intentional because, as you may recall, in February of last year, the City Council approved the citywide design guidelines. Those design guidelines are intended to be the guidelines overall for the city. And as we do urban village plans now, we generally rely on those citywide design guidelines, only adding more guidelines or direction when there's sort of unique design considerations in a given urban village, such as this one. So the heights, let me talk about the heights a little bit. So the current zone is the general plan does actually not have heights in it. The heights are contained within our zoning code. The existing heights in our zoning code are shown on the left. They vary between 120 feet to 200 feet. Now, as part of the village planning process with community input, input from our economists, real estate economists, and even talking to property owners, we did adjust those heights to reflect all of that input. And on your right, you see the proposed heights that vary between 200 feet down. For the most part, I think there might be one single family house that's 35 feet, but the lowest is generally 50 feet. So they vary. The larger opportunity sites are the ones that can go up to 200 feet. So again, this is something relatively new for us. Typically, when we do an urban village plan not that long ago, we just had the council approve the general plan designation changes. But now, for SB 1333, charter cities such as San Jose also have to align the zoning with the general plan. So that means tonight there's a number of zoning code changes, property rezonings that conform to the urban village plan, such that if the council approves this, the zoning and will be consistent with the general plan. And that's not just with state law, but the city council direction as well. I just want to note that. So there's a number of things. I'm not going to read through all of these, but consider the CEQA. There's various resolutions related to adopting the urban village plan and general plan amendments. There's ordinance changes to the zoning code and property rezonings. I just want to note the planning commission vote and additional recommendations. So the planning commission did recommend the staff recommendation to council to approve the urban village plan. There was one addition that was made by the planning commission, and that is they recommended that council add the North First Street local transit village to the same pilot program for small business displacement on Alum Rock and the Five Winds urban villages. So, so the Alum Rock business displacement study concluded in 2021. OED is now pivoting to, they're actually including North First Street in their local business walk program for 2022 to get to know the businesses there, find out what their needs are, see if we can help address those needs. They're supporting the Five Winds urban village planning effort to address small business displacement. And right now they're going to undergo a process to review the outcomes of the Alum Rock pilot. And the goal really here is now to hire a consultant to assist the city to develop more of a citywide approach. So the focus is now is really from a pilot localized to develop a citywide approach. And this is what staff are recommending. So staff are therefore not supportive of Planning Commission's additional recommendation. We think it's better to move on now to a citywide approach. And also the pilot is no longer, it's concluded. So it doesn't make sense at this point to add it, North First Street. So I want to acknowledge the mayor from council member, from the mayor and council member Perales. There was a direction to address the county property and the city properties adjacent to the village that are not within the boundary and provide some sort of direction, or at least sort of what the plan would envision for those areas. And so to address that, we have the language before you here, which would be added to the plan. And what it says is While the county and city-owned sites in the Civic Center area are not within the boundaries of this village plan, the plan supports and encourages higher density intensity uses on these properties should they redevelop. To support ridership on the Guadalupe Light Rail line, this plan supports development built at residential densities at greater than 50 dwelling units to the acre and commercial intensities at or greater than a floor area ratio of 2. Residential and or commercial development is also envisioned to provide ground floor commercial space along North First Street to activate the street and provide space for neighborhood serving uses. So that's what we're proposing to add to address recommendation number 2 in the mayor and Councilmember Peralez's memo. The second recommendation is to change the height of this property from a max of 50 feet to 135 feet. So I'm just showing where that property is. This is the property that would be changed if council moves forward with that memo. And the final one is recommendation 4, just acknowledging that there is a concentration of bail bonds, and that's been a thorn in the side of many of the people in the community. We also propose to add the following language. This plan encourages the introduction of neighborhood serving businesses to enhance the local community and avoid over-concentration of one type of business, not businesses, such as bail bonds businesses. And that concludes staff presentation. We're available for questions.
Thanks, Michael. Let's go to the public.
Mario?
Yes, I'm Mario from Hyde Park, and although I have, along with my wife, attended all the in-person and virtual meetings, there are still some concerns we have on the current plan. Hyde Park is on the north part of the village between Burton and Heading, and as it stands right now, the maximum height is 50 feet, which equates to around 5 floors for a building. We still cannot picture how will that be compatible with a single-family home on the other side on North 2nd Street. So what we would like to see is some clarification or be more realistic that 50 feet is not reasonable from the perspective of privacy, shading on the property on North 2nd, and if at some meeting they mentioned that there are some abatements they had to do, maybe like a grading height to accommodate those concerns. When that is the case, what is the minimum floor plan a developer needs on the North First to North 2nd axis? How much distance a developer needs to properly develop a property that is feasible and is cost conscious? So that's one of our main concerns on Hyde Park. The other one is that if we suddenly have a 5-story building on North First, all those properties on North 2nd and probably on North 3rd, we are a working class neighborhood. The homes of the residents are the biggest asset, which will devaluate, and they are losing their wealth. So we would like help and get this situation addressed. We are not against higher density. We just want our concerns heard and addressed. Thank you.
Claire Beekman?
Hi, thank you. For this item, I know there's been some really interesting work by the VTA with the feature of urban village work that was very inclusive and that actually worked towards mixed income ideas for all income levels, which was interesting. I know that San Jose and the city of Santa Clara have both collaborated together, like in the 2018s and 19s, working on Santa Clara issues, that they've developed some really interesting models of mixed income ideas that I think, have been set upon for the Roosevelt Park area, if that ever comes around. Another really interesting set of ideas around mixed income, where it invites all income levels to be a part of a community process, a building process. And hopefully from the previous speaker, he knows of this subject and can know how to talk to yourselves about it. Again, I think it offers an amazing flexibility in how to talk about the future of how we can house people from different income levels comfortably. So good luck in this work. In the previous item, I used the words very low income and low income, and I'm sorry I did. I meant extremely low and very low income. I would like to be able to start talking in terms, what's lower than that? If that's possible, how do we talk about housing that? Thanks a lot for this item, and good luck in your efforts.
Alex Shore.
Evening, this is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Want to thank Sam Licardo, Raul Perales, and Kelly Klein for their work on this issue, particularly around allowing more flexibility for what gets built on that northern parcel at 880, and for the emphasis on walkable, transit-oriented, mixed-use neighborhoods, as I talked about in my letter to the council and staff early this morning. I just want to build on a point in there, which is to continue to, if I may be so bold, to encourage staff and council members to play a role in allowing greater heights and greater flexibility on these urban plans. When Catalyze SV had conversations on this urban plan, and when we've talked around other development projects, we've been surprised and frankly a little frustrated that there are a lot of conversations with planners about what should the market do or what can the market do, and also concerns around limited pockets of community concerns around height. The city's survey of residents says that addressing homelessness issues and providing more affordable housing is the top priority of San Joseans. So whether or not you hear those folks on a day-to-day basis at a community meeting, we are here in the community and we want to see more housing built. And we just want, very simply, planners to plan the best possible city for our community. And that involves providing as much affordable housing and housing overall for our community. So encouraging all of us to get involved in these conversations and allowing more development to happen in our city, as I think our city residents want. Thank you so much.
Jill Borders.
Hi, thank you. This is Jill Borders. I know I often sound sort of like I'm just beating on the same drum, but it's really, really important to me that we remember what happened. And watching this particular land use item was very instructive because we watched, or we're watching as you possibly vote on, acknowledging that some of the items that were kind of upzoned to send a signal to developers that higher densities would be what the city would prefer or want or allow. That is why we had this general plan. And so our mobile home park over off of Imperial Estates and many others were targets back when the plan first came out. And we were designated to be different things. Our particular park went from being a mobile home park to being changed to commercial, neighborhood community commercial. And I was told at every meeting I attended, like I was, no offense, but like I was an idiot for saying, you're sending a signal. We know what this means. You'd rather have something else here and not us. And so now, and I was told, no, that's not the reason. The reason is we want to include you in the urban village planning. Well, in the 2020 plan, we were not included in the 2020 little priority development area. The only thing that was added on was our mobile home park. And that was the similar situation with other mobile home parks as well. Mobile home parks as well. And the reason that I'm bringing all of this up is we need to, number one, not wait until we get to the point where each urban village is addressed to change these to have the mobile home overlay. And number two, for people to start being honest and to say, yeah, that's exactly what we did. We expanded you, put you in an urban village, gave you a different designation to send a signal to landowners, which is exactly what you're trying to do now, the opposite case here. So I know it can be done. Thank you.
Antonina.
you for listening to me. My name is Antonina. I live on North Second Street.
Antonina, I hear like some vague sounds, but we can't hear your voice.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, Antonina, we're going to go on to the next person and try you at the end. Okay, we just noticed, Antonina, that your Zoom is out of date. Ludmilla is the next speaker. Ludmilla is out of date. So Ludmilla and Antonina, make sure your software is up to date, and put your hand back up after you update it or update your software. And we have one speaker after those two, and it's call-in user one.
Tony, could we just explain that they just need to go online to the Zoom site to download the?
Yeah, if you can download the Zoom from your application, you can go check for updates. It takes just a couple minutes to do that. You can also go to the Zoom website.
Hello?
To download the most recent. Hold on, calling user. But if you go to your software and check for updates, it's very, very quick and fast. And calling user one, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead. We can hear you now. You muted yourself again. Press *6. There, no, don't unmute. You're
Hello?
fine. We got you.
It says I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes or no? Excellent. Because I've been wanting to say a lot of stuff today and just been absorbing all this knowledge that you guys are dropping on the public today. It's amazing how you guys are going to save this city. It's amazing. Urban villages. You know, I've talked to other people around the country. They don't know what an urban village is. This must be like a San Jose creation. But if you think you're going to do high density urban housing with no parking, bad mass transit, it's not going to work. You guys know this. I mean, this is the new thing. Build these apartments and condos with no parking and have a light rail that goes 2 miles an hour that stops. It's not going to work. You guys know it's not going to work. It's a pipe dream. And it's even a bigger pipe dream since marijuana is legal. I think all you guys are smoking dope on that city council. And Raul Perales, he's like a hippie on LSD. I swear to God, this guy's a cop. You got to be kidding me. He teaches kids. Oh no, wait, he's on the city council making laws. This is crazy too. But yeah, this is all. A lot of this is driven by Pam Foley. Just follow all the way to her real estate office in downtown Willow Glen with all the old money there. You can see who's building these things. There's some weird real estate deals going on everywhere. And it's interesting how it usually goes back to the city council. You guys should just call yourself a real estate office, really. You guys have some cheesy furniture and a, Grundig machine and stuff to serve people coffee. That's what you guys need down there. You guys, you know what? I want you guys to do every crazy harebrained thing that you think of, because it's always fun to watch people fail. And that's the
Are you speaking on the topic, please?
Yeah, I am. I'm speaking on the urban village, Sam. And maybe you and I can buy some of these properties and we could be neighbors.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. My name is Ludmila Parada, and I'm calling from High Park, which is the area located between 1st and 4th Street and heading in 880. So the reason I'm calling is I have been reviewing this plan since, the first meeting came up. And though I am very understanding and sympathetic about the need to increase density, one thing that has been concerning to me is the lack of upgrades in the infrastructure along with the density, and there's always this idea that that you need the density to have to support the transit. But in reality, we already have a transit system that is completely unsuitable. Even, any short trip takes between 45 minutes and an hour. And we know that because my husband, uses the system extensively because he cannot drive because he's in a wheelchair. So, for somebody who has children, for somebody who works, the idea that you are going to rely on public transit to do all your and creating density based on the assumption that we're going to use said public transit is ridiculous. If you are doing this urban village plan, you also have to make necessary investments in public transit. Also, on a side note, as a childcare provider, one thing that is always interesting to me is that in none of these urban villages, there's any zoning allocated for childcare or community resources, for early childhood. So, a provider has a hard time finding said.
Antonina, did you wish to speak?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're still not able to hear you. We see that you're unmuted, but there's no audio.
Please, I want to talk.
Oh, speak up. We just heard you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Antonina, and I live on North 2nd Street in the area of this North 1st Street Urban Village Plan. So I've been part of the neighborhood outreach since the beginning. So I'm here to specifically talk about the height of the buildings only between Heading Street and Burton. That's my area. And this is only a 2-block area. As you heard from Mario, my neighbors and I are very concerned about the height designation for these buildings on the east side of this portion of North 1st Street between these 2 blocks areas that I mentioned. The current height on the proposed plan is 50 feet. So a building this high could block our sunlight in our backyards, our solar panels on our roofs. So this building height would directly affect those homes on the west side of North 2nd Street, and most likely the homes on the east side too. So I understand there are guidelines and limits imposed written in the plan that may lower the building heights, but I really like to ask that the height be the number that would be actually valid for this area. We're asking that the height be like 35 feet height for similar to a 2-story house, or that would be behind these particular parcels. So please consider this request to stipulate the height of the buildings on the east side of North 1st Street between Heading and Burton to only be 35 feet in this plan. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Back to council.
Okay, back to council. I had a question for you, Michael, on the language. Could we go back to the additional language you added regarding the county side and Lot E? Go back to that screen. The area that this language applies to on the land use map that you showed designated a height of about 200 feet was the max, right? Recall correctly. Still loading. So recall it having a purple color. There we go. Yeah, you have 200 feet designated there in that area, right? So if we keep going to the language, what you've got, that first paragraph that you threw up on the screen was discussion about residential density at 50, there it is, 50 dwelling units the acre. I think that's a typo, probably singular acre, and commercial intensities at greater than a floor area ratio of 2.0. But of course, those are densities that are far below 200 feet. And
200 feet is the maximum.
Right.
This is not to say the development should be at 50 feet.
Agreed.
It should be greater than that. I
I'm
mean,
just-
we could raise those numbers. the thinking behind this is on the residential side, that's the transit residential land use designation, which is our highest density, at least outside of downtown, has a minimum density of 50 dwelling units to the acre. So it was sort of using the logic of that land use designation, transit supportive residential as the minimum. And then, yeah, but
And I understand that, you know, those land use designations tend to have a wide range because they're applying citywide. But in this specific instance, we've got a light rail stop within spitting distance. Wouldn't we want to be more ambitious in talking about minimums that were higher?
Yeah, I mean, we could raise them. I think the thought on this is it's a very large area where they're, you know, it may make sense to scale it back. But so, I mean, for BART, the minimum density is 75 dwelling units to acre. So one approach would be 65. I mean, just a thought in this area, we could go up.
What? Yeah, I'd say 70. I mean, we've already got, okay, with the Swenson Tower went 12 or 14 stories in that area. I can't remember.
Yeah.
You already have county buildings at, I think, 12 stories as well. I just don't know why we'd want to.
Yeah, yeah, and that's fine. I think we just want, I mean, just, you know, we can change this. We're comfortable with that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I would say the minimum BART density per BART is 75 dwelling units to acre for a
Right.
BART station. We could go with that. If, I mean,
Is there a reason why we wouldn't go 100?
I mean, well, so this is where you start to get into actually doing land use planning, which we are
Yeah.
not able to do when I wrote this afternoon. So, so I think, you know, the thought is to have a lower density where you could come back. But I mean, sure. I mean, you could go for 100. You know, I think the type of development that's likely to be built would probably be in the 65-ish, 75-ish density based on, you know, the 5/2 kind of model.
But you've got something that was built more than a decade ago. That's twice that height. Why would we want to?
It's not twice that. I think that's the Vendome. I think it's 6 stories, 6 or 7. It looks really tall because of what's around it, but it's actually not. I don't think it's more than 6 or 7 stories. But regardless of that, I think you know, again, we just need council direction. We're comfortable with raising those up
Okay.
more.
Okay.
I would just say if we're going to raise the density of the dwelling units, I would raise the density of the minimum floor area.
Agreed.
So I think the number we were playing around with is 65 and 3.
Okay.
But if you want to go higher than that, we're comfortable with that too.
Okay, I'll let Councilmember Peralta weigh in. Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm comfortable going higher too. I don't know if I have a suggestion today, but obviously we have some pretty tall buildings sitting out there, right? And I think the county is looking at some tall buildings as well. So I certainly would be comfortable with something higher, but I'll leave it open for I'll leave it open for if you wanted to make a suggestion, Mayor. I don't know if they're looking for an exact number now, and so we'll take that. But I'll at least, you know, offer my thanks to staff for their work on this, and certainly the time and effort put in. This is likely going to be the last urban village that I'll be able to approve as the council representative for District 3, and just appreciate, you know, the process that we've gone through and the input from community stakeholders, from Vendome, Hyde Park, in the neighborhood there, and from the staff, Michael and Jennifer and Tracy. And then I want to say a big thank you to my team too, from Mindy, Bridget, and David for their work on being able to arrive at what we have here, and something that I think really is going to help with the vibrancy and the development along North First Street. And so I appreciate that. I do need to make one correction. The memo that the mayor and I presented mentioned both the staff recommendations and the planning commission recommendations, but now recognize that the planning commission recommended adding North First Street to the Allen Rock pilot, and that should not be included. I do think that the staff recommendation that North First Street be part of the citywide approach should be the proper direction. So just wanted to make that clarification. And like I said, I'll leave it up to Mayor, if you wanted to make a suggestion on a specific height. I think I'm happy to hear that. But I am comfortable with going higher.
Thank
So
you.
I'll make a motion for our our memo with that clarification on the planning commission recommendations, and then I'll kick it over to you if you wanted to make an amendment on what the height should be.
Okay, thank you, council member. I'll take that as a motion.
I'll second.
There's a second from Vice Mayor. Michael, I'm just looking at the Vendome Place on, Google Maps, and you can pull the yellow guy onto the street so he can look around. And so I'm I'm counting looks like 8 floors of windows, and then there's that sort of atrium thing on top. It looks like kind of 9 stories, but I can't really tell. So does that look like to you? I don't know what that is. 80, 100 units? I don't know.
Yeah,
Per-
we don't know
per- per
off
acre.
the top. I don't know off the top
Okay.
of my head. I can't say for sure. But I
All
mean,
right.
yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
I would just throw out then 100 units to the acre and a 3.0 floor area ratio. I think that gives everyone the idea. Obviously, this isn't binding because most of this isn't our land, but that would be my suggestion, council members. Is that acceptable to you? I think we lost them.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, yeah, that's comfortable. I'm fine with it.
Okay. Is that all right with Vice Mayor? Okay. All right, so it is. Other questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez, Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Roscoe, Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion
Okay.
passes.
So the final item of the evening is joint city. I'm going to convene the joint City of San Jose City Council Housing Authority and Housing Authority. I'm convening all those folks, which are the same people who were here before. And we're going to have here item 1, which is support for the 2023 Moving to Work Annual Plan. And Reagan is back again. Welcome back, Reagan.
Hi, thanks. Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. There's no presentation, Mayor. We're just here for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go to the public.
Blair Beekman,
increased rents and very high.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'm hopeful to read this report and understand it. I've been saying I really wanted to start to hear what actual plans will be going forward into 2023. If you can talk about them at some point here tonight, that would be really nice. It's important, I think, to have a bit of clarity on that issue and to work and to strive towards an honesty. It just clear up an awful lot for myself and perhaps for others at this time. I'm understanding, all my worries I've been offering the past year about how to consider 2023. Maybe it was simply waiting for Putin and what we're going to have to go through now in the next year with U.S. fossil fuel use. We're going to have to put up a new resistance to making U.S. fossil fuel easy to come by. With that all said, thanks for the efforts and how we can plan very wisely and politely in what to expect for 2023. I hope it can be a very honest set of memorandums and projects we can all be focused on and want to share with each other and not go higgledy-piggledy off in 25 different directions. Thanks a lot for this report.
back to council.
All right, thank you. There's a memorandum from 4 of us. Thank my colleagues for joining on that memorandum relating to seeing how we can do more to engage our residents in in jobs that create pathways to self-sufficiency. So, are there any comments from my colleagues or questions or motion?
So moved.
Councilor Prost, your hand's up. Is that from before?
That's from before, sorry.
Okay, there's a motion from the vice mayor. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Mahan. Okay, I think we're all talked out today. Let's vote.
Jimenez, Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And I wanted to say, by the way, thank you to our partners at the Housing Authority. I see Flaherty is on, and we appreciate all their hard work on behalf of our residents.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. We appreciate your leadership and thank you for the support of our plan. We look forward to working on future activities together.
Great. Okay, now we've got open forum.
Call-in user 1.
And I just hope all these great ideas are going to be like what you say, great. But I think we all know they're not, because there isn't anything that this city has done decently in the last 50 years. I mean, downtown's been under redevelopment. It looks like a ghost town down there. I mean, if you guys take a look around, you look outside your windows at City Hall and see an empty city that could be bustling. You know, there could be maybe startups and all those empty storefronts. Now all you see is just paper in the windows, crispy vomit on the ground, feces, smells like urine. Terrible. It's like a mini San Francisco with nobody around. Because I was down there a while ago, you know, midweek, midday. It was really sad. And you think you're going to build villages and build all these things? I don't know. You guys need to revitalize that downtown. I mean, it seems as if they've been trying to do this for like 50 years down there, and it's always a flop. Nobody lives in those high rises. It's all speculators who buy them. There's a reason why they can't support the bars, the restaurants. They had to move Safeway out of there. Couldn't support the theater, the Hammer Theater. You know, San Jose State bought it or whatever. There's the movie theater closed. I mean, it's sad down there, people. I mean, it looks like a depressed area that has no money. I want to know what the problem is that you're going to try to build all these places, but you neglect the downtown. You don't see what's going on. You think these high rises are going to save you? They are not. They put fake furniture in those windows. They have the lights turn on at certain times. No one's living down there. And it's really sad. They get all the subsidies. Your public housing projects become bankrupt. It's really sad. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but you guys got it wrong down there. You really do. And then
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for the meeting today. It was nice to be a public commenter and participant, not fully sure, but trying to offer my opinion and just some, you know, basic broad ideas, and thanks for your patience to hear. You know, I have been speaking on, you know, the subjects of what to expect in 2023 for a year and a half now about natural disaster issues. Maybe it really is about Putin and the future of energy and what we have to deal with energy issues in 2023 and 24. We may be getting a whole new set of energy choices that are going to be based on a new U.S. fossil fuel push. We got to say no. We got to say no to the big new push in nuclear energy. They're going with all the big stuff now. Again, when we were very, very nicely building in the Bay Area and the state of California renewable ideas of energy, that I think the mayor really wants to try to explain as something of a peace offering for our future and how to build a future based on renewables and peace. That's an awesome concept, and we really have to work at a bargaining place of peace for the future of the Ukraine area and not let things, you know, spiral out of continual war. How do we develop constructive ways towards peaceful ideas for everyone, for all sides? With 30 seconds, very much of a thank you to Sylvia Arenas last week, who spoke, and to Matt Mahan too, some interesting ideas of budgeting. Silver Arenas asked, why not we just offer what we're already doing well and make that more open and public? I think that would please people like the previous caller a lot. And to conclude, you know, I hope you can come back next week with rent forgiveness ideas, and we can really work on these things still. There are ways.
Jill Borders.
Hi, thank you. I want to start with a compliment to the city. I saw there's this huge, one of these garbage patches, I call them, on the corner of Winfield and Thornwood, and it had an appliance there, and I had never downloaded that 311 app, and I thought, oh my gosh, I have no excuse now. So I downloaded the app and filed a kind of garbage report and the appliance report, and it was great. I can't believe I have waited this long to do it. So if anybody's listening, download the app. Anyway, it was gone within 24 hours, and I was able to click on the report and read what had been written, get a response. So that was impressive. Thank you to all that make that happen, all of that behind putting 311 together, the people that come out and actually get the unit, everybody, thank you. That was great. The garbage was not picked up because I was told that was private property, so I did get a hold of the general manager at Westfield Oak Ridge, and bless his heart, over that weekend it was all cleaned up as well. So I'm feeling pretty happy over here now with all this cleaned up. So that was great, and I want to share some good stuff that happens. So thank you, everyone, for all of those things. The one comment I have that I'd really like to see change in the planning department, if possible, is there just simple things that you can do to help the public understand how it is that you come about with some of these things you come about. So, for example, in trying to do research on a project, there are at least 3 different project numbers for the exact same project. So I'm finding that it's impossible to almost go back and just capture all these and do the research. I'm wondering, why does it get an H? Why does it get a PRE? Why does it get an SP? How does that change? I've inquired of the planning department, but you guys are busy. So I know that's probably bottom of your list. I understand. But I would like to know more. So if there's a little key that you could put on the planning department's website, or page, that would be helpful.
Ms. Rian Mendoza. Gabby Mendoza.
Hello, yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm calling as a resident this evening, an open forum of District 7 over here in San Jose. And I want to see if there's any way the City Council can listen to my plea of start using the word unhoused instead of homeless. Homeless is a little degrading, in my opinion, and also as the opinion of the people that I sometimes visit between Capitol and Tally and the Silver Creek. And they feel that that's kind of degrading. We should just call them members of the community. But if they want to call them anything, please call them unhoused. I think that's more appropriate and it has more heart. And yeah, that's all I'm asking. As a member of the community, thank you very much. Appreciate it and have a good evening.
Back to council.
Are we back to council? Forgive me. I'm sorry. We are
Yes.
back to council. All right. I'd like to adjourn at this time. Thank you. Everybody have a good evening.